Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the second day of the June board meeting in New York. I hope you had a good rest yesterday after a very, very intense day and discussions and an important decision made. Before starting the day, after sleeping one night after yesterday's discussion, I want to thank you again for this for all your openness and professionalism yesterday during the discussion and the way things were decided. Really proud of this board. So for today, we have, in the morning, we have two important topics on the agenda, two topics which we have identified earlier on in March as being our great priorities for this board. And I'm speaking about private equity investment in accounting firms and about technology. Two different topics with some links between them, the two. Areas where things are advancing and progressing very, very, very fast in different ways, and about which stakeholders are constantly reminding us that we should not miss these two topics and we should move forward boldly and fast in addressing whatever we need to address from the ethics and independence perspective regarding both private equity investment and in accounting firms and technology. So the first topic is private equity investment in accounting firms. We decided to start a work stream to collect information and do some fact-finding research, etc., in March. This decision built on what we have done before on this topic, which resulted in a staff alert published in July, I guess, last year, which was the first step, very well received, very helpful as far as we could understand, but that is clear that we need to do more work on that topic, not only because this was the initial phase of the IESBA's work. We never said that it was the end of the road, but also because things are developing so fast and we are learning so much about this trend and this reality that we really need to go back and see if there is anything for us. No promises, no commitments. There is nothing decided about what we may need to do. This phase is a phase of fact-finding, research, understanding, and that's what's going to happen. So Ken, Ken or John, Jean, which one of it? Jean? Ken and Jean and Elaine have been from the staff side taking care of this topic, and I'm going to give the floor to Jean to update the board on the development since we made that decision in March to create this work stream. Jean.
Thank you, Gabriela, and good morning, everybody. As the board is aware, this area, as Gabriela mentioned, is receiving increasing attention from firms, regulators, investors, professional accounting bodies, and policies globally, and in experiencing significant challenges and changes in ownership models and business structures. These changes actually highlight opportunities and challenges, and I want to highlight that through two recent articles. So there was an article in the Wall Street Journal at the end of May, where a venture capital-backed accounting firm that intends to leverage AI extensively and operates through alternative practice structures was mentioned. And this actually illustrates how new sources of capital and innovative business models are reshaping parts of the profession. A second one is a recent Australian parliamentary inquiry, which examined the rise of private equity investment in accounting firms and raising questions about the tensions between investors' expectations, the professional obligations, ethics, independence, and public trust. And this is where the senators actually questioned whether additional oversight or disclosure may be warranted as these ownership models become more prevalent. So this actually just shows this growing attention globally that gives rise to issues and underscore the importance of developing a comprehensive understanding of the implications of private equity and other external investments, like the one that I mentioned on venture capital as well, and specifically from an ethics and independence perspective. Gabriela mentioned that this workstream was, based on the approval of the board, was formed in March as an information gathering. We are supported by 3 board advisor and 1 liaison board advisor, with the liaison board advisor with the FCG team that shows that close linkage with the firm culture and governance as well. Today, we're going to summarize some feedback of stakeholder outreach that we've done this quarter, as well as seek the board's input and approval to the terms of reference as part of this information gathering work stream. That's the agenda. On the first slide, I'm actually going to hand over to Ken just to speak to the engagement that took place with the EPR Standards Coordination Working Group that took place at the end of March. Thank you, Ken.
Thank you very much, Jean. Yes, so we had a good discussion with the Standards Coordination Working Group at EPR. And the exchange, it wasn't by any means a consensus sort of exchange of views from EPR. It was really different members of the Standards Coordination Working Group sharing their perspectives relative to how they're seeing their developments, and some of them really speaking from the jurisdiction's perspective. But at a broad level, they agreed essentially with the direction we are essentially taking the work stream forward in terms of the information gathering, with a focus on issues of substance over form. So that was very clear. And from an auditor sort of inspection perspective, they were very focused on really looking at auditors' mindset in terms of how private equity investment would come in and essentially create some dynamic changes within the audit practice. So really a focus on auditors and audit quality was very important. IFIO itself has established a working group that is tracking very closely developments globally. So they are really interested and really wanting to, in fact, even learn from us to the extent we're able to share information with them. Relative to what's happening in some jurisdictions, first of all, in Japan, it was made very clear that private equity investment is not allowed, at least currently. But nevertheless, the GFSA, the Financial Services Agency, is tracking the developments globally very closely, because what is happening outside of Japan will have implications also in the context of Japan, especially in terms of the audits of the large listed companies that have global operations. So that's an important development that's being tracked in Japan. In the UK, it was noted to us that it is relatively early still when it comes to private equity exits. Nevertheless, what's been observed is that, at least in that jurisdiction, there have been a number of bidding wars for different parts of the same firm. No details, but really just an observation that there is a lot of interest from the private equity investors, and already there's competition for those kinds of investment. And again, a focus really on independence and really trying to understand the implications from a network firm perspective. That also was emphasized to us. It was also highlighted to us that it would be important for IESBA to really be mindful of essentially the background and the motivation of private equity investors, and really be mindful of the business model of private equity investors and the focus on short-term profits. And therefore, there were some concerns in terms of the impact on culture and governance. And it was emphasized to us the importance of really making sure there is proper coordination between this work stream and the work that the board is doing on firm culture and governance. And also overall, there was support for looking at the issues at the principles level, recognizing the very fragmented approaches globally in terms of the developments in that space, and the importance of really taking a global baseline approach as far as possible. So that's really in a nutshell what we heard from the Standards Coordination Working Group. Jean, back to you.
Thanks, Ken. So now I'd like to continue with stakeholder feedback from both the SAC and the JSS. One thing that we have been hearing consistently overall is just a need to understand the rapid developments, as Gabriela mentioned, that may affect that firm ownership, governance, culture, business models, and market structure. So really, we were hearing from our stakeholders broad support for moving forward, and very much a lot of interest in this topic. And so stakeholders expressed that concept of the double-edged sword that Jean mentioned. The PE and OEI, it represents both risks and opportunities. So we have been hearing concerns, for example, those pressures on independence and culture and the potential tensions between, the PE objectives that, short-term interest short-term returns Ken mentioned, and, that tension between their objectives and the firm's public interest responsibilities. On the other hand, though, as John mentioned in her article, there's optimism as well, cautious optimism for potential benefits, such as increased access to capital, technology, growth, increased capability, and potentially with those increased capabilities, increasing quality and competitiveness within the firms. So the PT also recognizes that IFER is not the only body that's creating a working group, and there's other jurisdictional organizations that are looking into this as well. And so we will make sure that we're going to coordinate with other bodies that have been and make sure that we're aligning our responses and avoiding fragmentation. Also, as you'll note later on, we are going to make sure critically that we work hand in hand with the IEESB as our sister board. And then although we've seen increases in activity, a lot of times we haven't seen these scenarios fully play out and mature. And so there have been concerns around potential short-term nature of the investment and what exit strategies will look like. And so here I wanted to highlight a few comments specifically from the SAC and separately from the JSS. One of the things we heard from the SAC was we were recommended to continue monitoring emerging research and practices in this area. So also considering developments in comparable service-driven sectors. So perhaps there may be lessons learned from other industries like legal or healthcare, et cetera. And then as mentioned, we have intersection with other projects such as firm culture and governance and technology, and they reminded us to work very closely with our teams. At the JSS meeting, we had a presentation from AICPA on their alternative practice structures exposure draft. And this truly prompted a really robust discussion and highlighted the increasing complexity of these structures, that they challenge traditional concept of firm boundaries, network, governance, and investor influence. And so similar to that IFER comment, there's a strong support for a principles-based substance over form application of the code, perhaps with some targeted guidance rather than more prescriptive rules. So I'll pass it over to Jean.
Thanks, Elaine. The next topic is the feedback that we received from the engagement that we have with the IFAC Small and Medium Practice Advisory Group in the middle of May. So overall, the group of stakeholders acknowledge that private equity is becoming increasingly relevant, specifically in the profession, and agreed that it's important to understand the associated ethics and independence implications. Members emphasize that the need to continue to monitor both the market development as well as the regulatory responses across jurisdictions relating to these developments. And the discussion also highlighted that there were differences in national approaches to this as well. So, for example, private equity in accounting firms is prohibited at this stage in Pakistan, where in the United Kingdom, participants noted that private equity is actually having some significant growth, including investment in auditing firms. And one of the members actually said there was observation that some of the firms have actually resigned from audit engagements due to potential independence and conflicts of interest concerns with these types of arrangements. So the members encourage the IESBA to engage directly with firms that are taking on or receiving private equity so that we can have a better understanding of the practical experiences, challenges, as well as safeguards that's being implemented. And it also noticed that even though that the discussion focused a lot on the risk, but it's also important the IESBA to work both consider some of the benefits also, or the positive side as well, not just only the risks associated from an ethics independent perspective. So overall, this feedback actually reinforces the importance of taking a balanced, evidence-based approach as we move forward. So we're going to turn on to the terms of reference. They're the main. Sorry, Ken? Yes?
Yes, so maybe just one final update in terms of stakeholder outreach. We did have a conversation with IESCO Committee 1 just in the week before this board meeting, so essentially last week. So we essentially focused on really updating Committee 1 on what this board will be considering this week, and we collected some feedback. So I just thought I'd take the opportunity to just release some of that feedback to the board. First of all, this topic is a really high priority for IESCO, as I believe the board knows. Already IESCO, we were informed, had already had conversations with a number of external parties already in that week when they were having their focus meetings. And they have started to look at the code themselves. So without any, of course, any prompting from us, that they are really looking at the code and whether the code, at least at first blush, is sufficient at a principles level. So very interested there. And they're drawing some connections to technology, and that because of the clearly the appreciation that private equity investors are really investing money in the firms so that they can upgrade their capabilities in terms of technology. So they're really looking into that area. And the observation that was conveyed to us is, yes, at least from their regulatory perspective, they're not seeing this phenomenon as being a short-term one. So it is definitely an enduring one. So that's very clear to them. In terms of some of the detailed comments we collected, it was raised to us that they have a concern around confidentiality from the perspective that once private equity investors go in, potentially they might have access to client information, and might they potentially misuse that information as private equity investors in order to, identify deals, potential deals, and what have you. So the area of confidentiality was an area of concern, and of course we did remind them that this is an issue that we had highlighted in our staff alert very clearly, and we had essentially highlighted the key provisions in the code that speak to some of the key considerations when it comes to confidentiality. There was also an observation that private equity transactions, as they have seen them, really are very different. They're very diverse, and essentially the consideration from their perspective was whether the code, as it stands today, is sufficiently agile and flexible to address the diversity of those transactions. So again, a point for consideration for our work stream. An additional consideration that was raised to us was really the importance of really taking a focus on the PI space. And from the perspective of IESCO, as securities regulators, they are really interested in the PI audit space. And therefore, it was there was an encouragement for this board to really be very mindful to look into this area very closely. Two final things. One was an interest in really understanding the financial motivation of the private equity investors. Not that we don't know what they are in there for, but really they really wanted to, any information we have as to why private equity investors are going into the area of accounting firms, what motivations they have. And the reason is because from their perspective, they really wanted to understand what this would mean from the perspective of audit quality. For example, might there be pressure on the level of investments that would go into audit engagements in terms of really maximizing return on investment? Or might there be implications for fee levels? Might these change as well as a result of, again, having an external investor coming in with potentially some specific objectives from a financial standpoint? And also, there was an encouragement for this board to share whatever insights this board is able to gather from the information gathering exercise. So that, again, that's an encouragement to collaborate and be engaging with them very closely. Thank you, Jean.
May I?
Oh, yes,
Yeah.
Gabrielle.
So just a brief compliment to the excellent debriefing that Ken has just made at the meeting with IESBA. Actually, Ken was attending at 3 a.m. from New York, and as you see, he was well awake. There were some considerations on independence, right? About how can, and there was a specific question about if we think that the code is still fit for purpose to capture the independence challenges that some independence, different challenges that this reality will bring. Of course, I gave the only response that I could give, which is that's what we will see. We cannot say now that it is fit for purpose or that it is not. That's the work that we are starting, but there are these concerns. So we also met with CIOB. It was right after the March board meeting, so it seems that it was 1 year ago, and this was also one of the topics on the agenda that deserved and received a lot of attention and enthusiasm and knowledge, I would say. Already some of the members of CIOB already very much as regulators, very much involved and knowledgeable and knowing the reality. The general message was go, go, go. You have to do something. Don't go and go fast. With a very clear message also about the difficulty of this work. That message that was sent like, you need to do it. It's extremely important for us regulators, but I wish you good luck because when it comes to mainly to define the line between what falls into the code as it is, or and what falls out in terms of independence, it's going to be a big challenge. So there is a lot of expectation, interest, need, but the acknowledgement that this work is not going to be easy from a technical perspective in terms of defining what's in, what's out, how we capture, and etc. So this is one of the things. Now, IOSCO, you mentioned it as well. So that the board knows, I will attend the Financial Stability Board External Audit Roundtable in right after the board meeting. So this is a meeting that happens usually every 2 years, but now they are starting to make it a yearly event. And within the Financial Stability Board, there is this external audit roundtable where they discuss issues with the regulators, with the firms, and with the standard setters in the separate sessions, some of them together. Guess what? The 3 topics on the agenda are private equity, firm culture and governance, technology, and the audit quality as well. So everything that we are speaking about, but I think that the main topic of interest is exactly private equity. There will be some specific sessions even with the firms and etc. So the Financial Stability Board is very much looking at this topic as well, because they understand that from here there can result some consequences or some whatever in terms of financial stability, in terms of how this shakes the market and etc. That's it. Thank you, Jean.
Thank you, Gabriella, and thank you, Ken, for the update. With that, we'll move on to the actual terms of reference. Sorry, I just want to unlock my computer. So the terms of reference is intended to provide a clear framework of the workstream and establish the scope of the fact-finding fact-finding activities. And the following slides are just going to outline both the objective focus area approach as well as the timeline for the project. So on the objectives themselves, so this reflects the fact-finding nature of the workstream. Firstly, the work will build off the work that has already taken place. through the staff alert, stakeholder engagement, and the project team will gather further information on the nature, extent, and evolution of accounting firm structures and ownership models associated with private equity as well as other external investments. Secondly, the projects would seek to better understand the most common structures and investment models, including their economic, governance, and control characteristics. Thirdly, it will aim to identify and analyze potential ethics and independence issues, including matters relating to governance, investor influence, financial incentives, firm culture, as well as conflict of interests. Fourthly, the objective is we will assess whether the existing provisions in the code adequately address the risks arising from these evolving structures and arrangements. These are both the ethics as well as the independence provisions. And fifthly, we will identify matters that may require coordination with and merit attention of the IESBA, that we ensure that there remains interoperability between the two boards' standards. We've heard a clear note by the stakeholder engagement that we need to work with the IESBA specifically on this project. And finally, the project team will deliver a report at the end of the time which will contain the findings and recommendation to inform the IESBA's considerations and on whether a standard setting project should be embarked or other activities like non-authoritative material that need to be developed. And the emphasis of this terms of reference is actually that we have to have a robust evidence base and understanding of the issues before actually considering potential responses. The focus is intended to provide a comprehensive understanding of the implications of private equity as well as the other external investment arrangements. This includes the governance and control mechanisms as well as the role and the influence of the non-professional accountant owners and investors. We will examine the implications for compliance with the fundamental principles and other provisions of the code together with independence considerations, including matters relating to the firm boundaries, the network firm, as well as the financial interest as well. The project will also consider ongoing issues following the investment transaction. As it highlighted in the staff alert, it doesn't just stop when the investment is there, it's also what happens afterwards. So how firms are monitoring changes in circumstances as well as evolving the relationship over time. This would also include how the exit strategies as well. Another key areas is the focus on the impact on firm culture, which includes incentives, pressures, and other factors that may influence the professional behavior and decision-making within the firm. And lastly, we will also examine the relevant jurisdictional regulatory frameworks, consider emerging scenarios such as the consolidation strategies, the investment holding interest across multiple firms. We've heard that that's happening as well, the implications of exit events, whether that's in an IPO or whether it's from one of the funds within the existing private equity entity or to another fund as well. So through this work, we will consider whether these arrangements interact with the existing code concepts and also the broader public interest considerations. I'll hand over to Elaine for the next section.
Thanks, Jean. I'd just like to continue on with how we're going to approach executing on this terms of reference. So as we've heard already from our stakeholders, we want to take a principles-based substance over form approach. So focusing on the economic reality rather than solely how something may be structured legally. And so we'll be building on our existing outputs. So we're going to leverage the staff alerts. We're not starting from scratch. We already have a lot of research and information. However, we will continue to build on that research, conducting additional research and understanding the most common accounting firm structures. And so, as we've heard, often structures can be very unique and complex. And so we have been asked and tasked to move quite quickly. So we don't have capacity to look at every single individual structure, but we'd like to focus our attention on perhaps the most common structures and start from there. As you can see, we've started in our proposed action plan in 3B. We have a number of stakeholders that we're planning to engage with through targeted outreach, and there's a lot of interest in this area. And so with that, we'll analyze those implications to the code, continue to closely coordinate with the IEESB, leverage our SMART framework model, and include and liaise with our firm culture and governance project team liaison member. And so the timing for this, again, we need to move quickly, but diligently and thoughtfully. So our plan is to hopefully, with the board's input, approve the terms of reference at this meeting. And then in September, we'll provide an update to the board. December, we would plan to have preliminary findings with a final report in March of 27. And so we do recognize the need to be agile, flexible, and keep an open mind. So if in the interim, as we're going through the project, if there's a need for, say, interim NAM or some other guidance before our final report, we do want to keep an open mind and would consider all of our options there. And so with that, hand it over to Jean.
Thanks, Elaine. So with that, we would just ask the members to consider the update of the stakeholder engagement, if you share any comments or questions you might have, and then based on the consider and provide input on the terms of reference, on the objective focused approach and timeline, and then finally seek approval of the terms of reference. So Gabrielle, if I can hand back to you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jean and Elaine. Now we'll open the floor for comments. I see that Mark is waiting already for some time. Mark?
No, I was only going to say earlier that just to show that we're all on the same bus, I too joined the IOSCO Committee 1 meeting, mainly because they were interested in the UK perspective. But I should share that I was asked the question, what additional standards are needed to deal with private equity investment? And I did give it a sort of brief view, which I said, of course, the fundamental principles of the code remain fit for purpose, and they do apply in this situation. But it's just we're going to ask people to apply the requirements of the code to things that they perhaps were never designed in mind with. And in particular, I mean sort of how the independence requirements apply to the investor themselves rather than the audit firm, and the independence implications from there. So I think we've got a good story to tell with the code, but I do think that people who are unfamiliar with it are going to need some help in how they apply it in the particular circumstances. But I think the messaging is very consistent with your experience, Gabriella, and Ken's experience before Committee 1. I suppose just sort of more broadly, as you said, everyone is interested in this. IFER is moving at pace. IOSCO is moving at pace, and therefore it does sort of put impetus on us to also move with pace. And I think that I'm very supportive of the terms of reference. I think they give a really good basis for the work. But as an example, in the terms of reference, it says we'll focus on the most common ownership structures of PE investors. I expect by the time we meet again in Madrid, the most common structure may be different to what the most common structure is now. So it does go to show that the team will be sort of running against the tide a bit. And we have to be able to deal with something that is going to change and going to change quickly. So, I've already sort of given a view where I've said anything that we can do to prioritize this work and move forward quickly with it is going to be really, really important. But I'm fully supportive of the terms of reference and the proposal that the team have set out. And I think that this is one where there is going to be enormous demand, because if people don't get this right, what it does is it creates a load of breaches of requirements. And getting something structured right so you don't end up with a mess to put right, it actually works well from the outset, is the real challenge and the real prize here.
Thank you very much, Mark. And if you allow me some reactions. So first, your initial indication that you shared that perspective with IOSCO C1, which is consistent with, I think, with what we also said. And I don't think that there is nothing else that we can say at this stage. We cannot say that it is not necessary to change the code, or that it is necessary to change the code. This is a fact-finding research phase, and I think we cannot anticipate one thing or the other. There are some indications that some definitions, as we have seen, may not have resisted to these new realities, but this is all to be seen. So it's important again that our communication and our narrative stays very consistent to avoid any kind of wrong expectations or understandings about the direction that we are taking. So thank you for sharing that, Mark, because I think it's really important that we all stay on the same page. Then secondly, on your point about the most common structures, I fully agree with you. And that's why we had also discussions about the need for be flexible, or I don't know if flexible is the word, but we need to make sure that whatever we are going to do captures this changing reality, because as you say, what is the most common structure, for instance, in the US cannot be the same elsewhere, because the creativity here will really challenge our ability to understand all the possible structures. They will change every day. And finally, on your indication for urgency, you will not be surprised if I say that I agree with you. Christelle.
Thank you, Chair. I have one question about the terms of reference on Chapter 6 on the objectives and little d. You say review relevant provision of the code to assess whether they adequately address ethical and independence risks associated with accounting firm structures and investment models. And I was wondering, do you seek to assess the present firm structures, because somewhere else, or was it in the slide you were saying that the structures were different among jurisdictions? So do you intend to have a sort of inventory of what is existing, and then what it changes to have a PE entering that, which is quite ambitious, I think, because of this diversity. So if you confirm it's well written, if your objective is to see the new risk associated with new, or the risk associated with new types of structures, that is for me a little bit different in terms of workload. Yeah. My second point was it is a great risk about confidentiality and access to information that and it's not only during the life of the investment. Yeah. Please take care also with the due diligence phase, because this is an initial phase of discovering on the audit firm that seems to be usual, but can be a gold mine for potential future conflict of interests.
Thank you, Christelle. Ken, do you want to respond, or should we collect? John, please. Okay, so we'll go a little bit further. John, please.
Thank you. I have two observations. One of them is relatively simple. One of them is maybe slightly controversial. So I'll start with the controversial one first. The project team talked to several points about being asked to move quickly. Mark has just talked about the urgency of moving at pace. In a private equity world, if you said that moving at pace was a 9-month research project, they would fall off their chair laughing. So I think the timeline that is being proposed warrants some scrutiny and some challenge as to actually, can you do this quicker? I'll leave that for other people's thoughts and reactions, but moving at pace is not 9 months to get to a report with some recommendations. The simpler observation was, Elaine, I think you just mentioned that we were open to the idea of some kind of interim NAM. I would strongly encourage you to be explicit in the terms of reference that that's part of the plan. The staff alert was July 2005. This is a really important project that lots of people are interested in, and I think they are looking at IESBA and thinking, what's your view? So I think we should be explicit that we plan to issue another staff alert at some point during this project with an update of what we're learning, what we're thinking. And I would encourage you to actually make that a clear commitment and target rather than just it's something that we're open to if we want to. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I've spent some time on the AICPA Alternative Practice Structure Project, and a couple of thoughts that I have. One, I'm supportive of the terms of reference. I have a suspicion that these terms of reference will get modified during this project as we gain more information, and I think we need to be open and receptive to that. I don't think you can overemphasize the diversity of practice that is going on. And some of that is by design, in that these structures are designed with the intent to be able to navigate within the construct of the rules that might restrict them. And so whatever we may come to from a rules perspective is likely going to just establish, well, how do I work around the rules? And so as we think through this, I think we really need to be thoughtful. And I'm going to use the word future proofing a bit tongue in cheek because we can't future proof this. But I really think we have to be incredibly thoughtful about whatever we're setting up here. Will this work for a variety of situations that we've seen in our rearview mirror that are happening now and those that haven't happened yet? And I think that that is critically important. I would say one of the things that has been I've been struck with the Alternative Practice Structure Project is how difficult it is to come up with a set of rules as to how to work in this environment. The other thing, and I've said this to staff, I'll say this publicly, is that I think one of the important areas is to look at definitions. What do we mean when we define a firm? What do we mean when we define a network? Do we mean when we define a network firm? And all of those constructs build into how the code gets applied in all of these circumstances. So as we work through, and I think it can't be the most common activities, because I think it's been articulated by others, the most common today may not be what we see in the future. But as we work through all of these examples of thinking through, well, am I coming up with the right outcomes in the code based on a variety of circumstances and structures? I echo John's point, is that I think we're on a journey here, and it could be a fairly lengthy journey. And figuring out how we can do this in phases so that we can move at whatever we define pace to be, I think is really important. And what really strikes me is that in trying to interpret the code when you're looking at these variety of structures, is you really have to look at all aspects of the code. It is not just looking at a particular requirement and saying, okay, I can comply with this. You've got to understand what that means across broad aspects of the code. And that's not something that many of our practitioners do today. And so these are nuanced and important conversations. And so I do agree with John that maybe looking at NAM as sort of an early point in time thing we can do. We've already got document out there. Maybe it's leveraging that, but certainly agree to that this is very, very important. It's also very complicated. I don't think I'm saying anything new here, but I do think we have to be very thoughtful of what don't we know that's coming down the path that's going to impact this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. And your comments will surely be noted when the project team and the board advisors will discuss the finalization of the terms of reference and going forward. Sungnam, please.
Thank you. I'm very supportive of the proposal. On that, I have two observations. The first is the project plan appears ambitious and aggressive, given that this work scope includes almost all sections of the code, excluding section 2, PAIB, and a review of definitions of forms and network forms, as Nancy said. Secondly, for the success of a project, it will be critically important to obtain meaningful data and information, in particular about financial incentives, firm culture impact, and pressure. I wonder if our project team can obtain those data and information easily and timely, given that the sensitivity of those information. Thank you, and good luck.
Thank you, Sungnam. Good comments. So the next one is David.
Thank you, Chair. I think a couple of observations. So I'm broadly supportive of the project and the initiative as well. A couple of things I would suggest that you think about that might help you move at speed, to John's point, and I think that the one also raised by others, because I agree, this is one of those areas where time is not our friend. So to do that, what I would suggest you think about is not just the ownership structure that you've talked about, which I think is the second pillar in your terms of reference, but also think about the org changes that will happen as a result of the equity investment, because that's often what will drive change the fastest, is how organizations are changed. And if I just analogize over to what happens in business, is very common that you see organizational changes, which changes the culture, which changes the governance. So all of these things become connected quite quickly. That might help you assess risks more easily if you take a view like that. I think to the point raised by Mark a little bit earlier, and I absolutely agree with him, that the investment structures are going to get dated very quickly. Again, private equity investors, they move at speed, they're quick, they're agile, they look to outpace each other. So one of the things that might be helpful there is to look at the kinds of attributes that they tend to put in place rather than the structures, because the structures change, but the attributes, which are the motivations, the drivers, what they're looking to extract, those tend to be fairly static. And I think to the point that Ken raised a little bit earlier, profit, of course, is the motivation. That's easy to understand, but maybe by engaging with private equity directly, and again, even those that have done it in business, because if they're all minded very similarly in terms of their desire to extract profit, is to see how they achieve those objectives. And by understanding how they achieve it, so what are the typical actions they take, what are the typical things that they do, that might help surface ethical risks and independence concerns and considerations again more quickly, or perhaps in a slightly different way. And the last thing I would encourage you to think about is exit strategies. So exit strategies are also going to be really influential in how these things end up manifesting themselves in life, speed, how quickly they want out, and therefore what they're willing and not willing to do within that time window. Thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Jean, if at any point you feel that you need to respond and that we need to stop, just let me know, okay? Can continue. Okay, Amajit, please.
Yeah, thank you and good morning, everyone. So I have two general broad comments. One is on the TOR. I agree with the past comments that let's keep the TOR dynamic. Let's not kind of cast in stone here because things are changing fast and we may have to adapt as we go along. That was one. Second, on the timing, timing is important. Urgency is required in case we see a potential market failure. coming up anytime soon. But if that is not the case, then I'm comfortable with the timing which has been proposed. See, another way to look at it is that market developments will always front run the standard setting work. And it's good to have certain critical mass, certain level of maturity in the market before you embark upon your standard setting project. So I think we need to find a right balance. We can't be waiting endlessly, and we can't be rushing also too fast so that, things are changing and whatever you do becomes irrelevant in a short time. So on balance, I think we seem to be on good track, especially we've already given some guidance to the market through our paper earlier. So that was general comments. On specifics, I would suggest when you do the outreach, also consider outreach with investors and the users of financial statements. What is their take on these developments? On the investment models, I would suggest look at holdings across multiple firms. One PE firm could have holding across different firms in different geographies. So we should probably look at that model as well. And what are the implications in terms of independence in such a holding structure? Second would be on the degree of investor control as a differentiator. And what I mean by that is the degree and nature of influence of the shareholders or the investors on a firm will vary on the basis of whether it is having a minority investment or majority investment, whether it is having special governance rights, special voting powers, special control rights. So those are, some finer details which you will need to get into. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amajit. We'll still have a few people. I'll ask you to be as to the point as possible because we don't have that much more time. Obi, please. Obi Chukwu.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm thinking in line with what David and Amadi just said. So I just the terms of reference they are good, but I feel that there should be also be specific to include when we're talking about common structures. If you can specifically include common complex structures, so that it will not only be limited to the normal ones, so that there'll be a mix of the complex ones, because those are the ones that will give more ethical challenge. Then also, like David Amadit said, to include in the private equity investors as part of the stakeholders that are going to be have outreach to, so that you can get their behavioral pattern, and so you're able to take care of the futuristic aspect of this. Thank you.
Thank you, Abi. Yohai, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. Pre-investment in accounting firms is very important topic, and I support the TOR. My comments are really along with feedback obtained from IESBA. My first point is that from regulator perspective, it's very important to focusing on the investment that may impact on the firms that conduct audit, especially for listed entities. And my second point is that the project is strongly related to FCG project, and I hope that both projects will be closely coordinated. My last point is that the impact of MP investment on firm culture, governance, and or independence may vary depending on the mechanism of schemes to gain returns. So it is important to understand how PE investments seek to obtain their returns, including exit strategies. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yohai. Tomoyo, please.
Thank you, Chair. So the rapid change in the technology that's the next topic, but that through my activities in TWG, I understand that that may change the game. There could be a game change in the finance, accounting, and audit world. And Nancy shared with me the other day that there is a venture capital helping a firm to do new type of auditing through technology. So I have been saying in this that how can a PE who have a short-term exit strategy get along with the firm? But it seems like there is a good initiative in this world, and to make this good change happen. So I think the intention of the PE is very important. What their purpose is, as David said, and so the staff alert that has been issued a while ago is really good. So we should keep along with that message, and also and if that's the case, really the independence between the PE and the firm will be important. So that's the kind of observation I have, and I'm generally supportive about the terms of reference. And for the outreach and the research that will be taking place, I really strongly expect that it will be look holistically across the geography area, and not be biased. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. Rania, please.
Thank you. So you made it abundantly clear that you will be coordinating with the FCG project team. So, I mean, not to pick on words, but I'm just trying to clarify one thing. So when you refer in the terms of reference to the provisions of the code, are we talking about the code as it stands today, or as it will be enhanced when, to include FCG related provisions, or does that mean, does the coordination suggest that, perhaps there are certain interlinkages, or that this project would perhaps just, impact the FCG related work? Is this an opportunity actually for us? Does this create an opportunity for us to move at speed, because there is a project going on? And so in certain areas where there is overlap, perhaps the FCG project team can, take those into consideration. So that's my first question. Secondly, with regards to approach item 11, I suggest that, so it says focusing on the economic reality of arrangements. I would recommend that you add as well the strategic reality of the arrangements, because sometimes, there are, we cannot discount the possibility that sometimes there are strategic intentions behind those investments, and not just, they're not always necessarily purely financially motivated. It could be access to information, it could be influence, it could be a multitude of objectives or motivations. And finally, with regards to outreach, I would also recommend that you consider reaching out to the clients of PE-backed firms, how they perceive the services that are being received. Do they have any particular concerns? How they feel those concerns are being addressed, if they have discussed them with the firms. So I think that would also be interesting to know. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. I'll probably give the floor to Vanya, who I think it's the last one, and then give Jean the opportunity to react and respond to the questions that were made. Vanya, please.
Thank you. I'd like to express my support for the terms of reference and congratulate the working group for the quality of the material that was presented for us. I'll just call attention for the necessity of consider the proportionality aspect, because small and medium companies will be the ones much more vulnerable for private equity investments, because they need the capital than the larger ones. So That's it.
Thank you, Vanya, and thank you all the board members who contribute to this discussion. Jean, floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. I do hope I respond to everybody. I'm going to ask Elaine and Ken to keep me honest in case I do miss something. Maybe I'm going to start from the back, seeing that's where my notes are at, and then move forward. So on the proportionality for SMPs, I agree, Vanya, definitely in the sense we've seen that through the attending the summits, the Accountancy Today summits, that this is very much a space in SMPs. So we will definitely consider that. Thank you for that comment. Rania, definitely thank you for adding the suggestion on strategic reality, not just an economics on the point 11. We'll take that in consideration when we do meet today as well. On your question around the code, how it stands today, yes, it is. We'll look at the code today, but as we engage with the firm culture and governance team, we'll see how the viewpoints of that is something that needs to be considered, but definitely as a code stands today with everything, and it is the code as a whole, as noted by many of the members, it is looking at all the aspects. So, but we will keep in mind all the ongoing projects as well. Samayo, thank you for your support on the terms of reference. We will look at outreach holistically, not to be biased. We will look definitely in the jurisdictions that are taking on private equity. We are noting that in some jurisdictions these are prohibited, but we will also just see why they are prohibited so that we have a better understanding in that, and we will portray that through our recommendations and findings as well. The comments on the link to FCG, we are noting that, and I'm very, very happy to have Chana as the liaison member, board advisor for us on that, and we'll work with our team as well. Amajit and Obi, your comments were more or less the same in the sense of the timing, noting that that is very important. Looking at the common structures and looking at the complexity of the structures is very important. And we'll also look at the try and engage with the private equity firms in different jurisdictions as well. That is part of the plan as well to do that. And definitely across, we have noticed that private equity firms are holding interest in multiple firms across different jurisdictions, and how that is also implemented from an independence perspective, especially how that impacts the network firms as well. So we will take that into consideration. David, to your comment on exit strategies, that's definitely something that's very front of mind, how that is being dealt with, whether that's through IPOs or whether that's from one fund to the other. We are definitely going to try and see, noting the comment on the structures that are changing, we will, as we engage with the stakeholders, see what is the most common, how that changes, but we want to really try and keep this principle-based and see the code is principle-based and keeps this principle-based to be future-proof, so that we don't go, if this does do tend to go to standard setting, that it is a principle-based approach, not something that is rules-based. And that is something that we will keep front of mind as well. Sunam, thank you for the support as well, and the luck that they expressed. We agree that it is the project plan is very aggressive, and we do hope to achieve all of that that's included in there as well. Nancy and John, you both made the comment around the non-authoritative material. We'll go back to the board advisor and see if that is something that we will include in the terms of reference. That is something that Elaine and I have been thinking about to provide the support. We do feel that the staff alert is a really, really good basis. Some of the concerns that we've already heard has been touched on, but there might be some further explanation that's needed in the interim before we actually conclude the fact finding. So we will definitely look at that as well. We will definitely go back on the timing. We're noting that 9 months is probably a very long time in terms of private equity, but to have a robust and a proper evidence-based approach, we do feel that is the right amount of time, but maybe there could be a kind of a compromise in the sense of having NAM in the interim, but we will take this to the board advisors and have their input as well. Christelle, you made the comment around confidentiality that is not only during the investment, but also part of the due diligence phase. We will take that to note. I'm not can't remember exactly what is included in the staff alert, but I do feel that confidentiality does cover the due diligence part as well. So, but we'll just make sure in that sense. And then you made a comment on 6D around the common structures. And I just want to open up the objectives on my side. So to review the relevant provisions to assess whether they adequately address the ethical independence risk associated with accounting firm structures in the investment models. Is that the one that you refer to? So we will be looking at the different investment models and the accounting firm structures. So the intention is to look at everything. But obviously, as that moves forward and how that changes, and we're noting that private equity, the intention is probably to have a structure and maybe circumvent sometimes rules. Don't say that is the case, but we will try and see what is happening in the market and really see what's a principle-based approach. I do hope I answered everybody's questions. Ken, I don't know if I can hand over to you if I missed anything.
Sorry. Yeah, I came in late. I just, and this is not on the terms of reference, but perhaps it's a mindset for staff and for the board as we go through here. And I don't want to be reactionary or alarmist, but I think during this process, it will be a journey of discovery. And it's not only us that's going to be the inspectors, it's going to be the regulators. There'll be a lot of conversations behind closed doors. There'll be information that comes through, and more likely than not, something surprising will get announced, right? So I guess, who knows? But everyone's on it. There'll be lots of conversations, and I do think we should find a durable principles-based solutions, but maybe I'd encourage two thought patterns. One, as we come across items, escalation. The board shouldn't be surprised or wait for the next board, but if there's something emerging, don't hesitate to escalate it up through the process, of course, to leadership. And then a mindset of the board is a rapid response. How do we react to those emerging items? That doesn't diminish the importance of the principles-based code, but I think we're in an environment where we have to remain agile. So I just keep that in the back of your mind, escalation and our ability to provide some form of rapid response if that's needed. And we are one of the groups that becomes surprised by information that becomes out in the public. So thank you.
Thank you, James. I think these are very sort of timely reminders to the board that it is going to be important to be agile and flexible and as responsive as possible. In that vein, I'd really also add, at least from the project team's perspective, that we have to be mindful that we cannot boil the ocean when it comes to trying to really understand everything that's happening. We just cannot be in 200 countries around the world and trying to do this in 6 months. So to David's point about time being not our friend, and Amarjit's challenge of how do we pivot as quickly as possible, what's the right balance, and Mark's also sort of challenge of trying to be as quick off the mark as we can. I think as we proceed, we will explore avenues to be as responsive as possible and to come forward with proposals to the board as to how we might be able to achieve that. The avenue of interim or intermediate non-offensive material, if that is a possibility, we will certainly put that on the table. But also, as we identify substantive issues that might impact the code, as we look at the breadth of the code, etc. And to Nancy's point about looking at definitions in particular, they continue to be enduring and sufficiently robust to deal with some of the transformations we're seeing in the marketplace. How can the board best respond in as timely a manner as possible? Maybe that taking the avenue of a shortened time frame in terms of putting proposed changes through the future process could be one way to do it. Ordinarily, it's a 12-month process between approval of the project and approval of an exposure draft at the board. Might there be a possibility of trying to shorten this to 6 to 9 months, let's say, right? To just try to be as timely as possible. So there are a number of considerations that will for sure come onto the horizon as the project team basically proceeds with the information gathering work.
Okay, thanks, Ken. We still have some requests from board members. Mark, please.
Thank you. And you sort of started to touch on it there, Ken, and it's more a question for you to consider rather than needing an answer now. But it builds on John's comment and David's comment and you know, the sort of wider challenge that James has. We may not be able to afford a comment period of 90 to 120 days should the conclusion of this project be that we have to make changes to the code itself. And therefore, it's probably helpful to give some early thought as to how we could shorten that process if we felt we needed to get, you know, revised material out there for use in the marketplace.
Okay, thank you, Mark. Noted. John, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. Just without wishing to be like a dog with a bone, the technology, AI, enables consultants now to do in days what they used to have teams poring over data for months. So the project team, I know you need to have an evidence-based set of facts, but you can get that evidence and set of facts pretty much at the click of a button using appropriate technology. So I know that's what we're going to come on and talk about, but please make sure that you're really thinking about how could you do this the modern way rather than the old-fashioned way of having people poring over data for weeks. We don't need to do that. Something else can do that for us, and then we can just synthesize and look at the results. Thank you.
Thank you very much, John. I think that you are opening another. I don't know if it's a Pandora box, but it's the second time that I hear something along those lines over the last 2 weeks. And rightly enough, of course, if everyone is using it to be more effective, we need to think about it as well. But wow, thank you for noting it, because we may need to think about that in the very near future. So I don't see anyone else. Jean, Elaine, Ken, anything else?
No, all to say is that John, I think, really hit the nail on the head here when it comes to using AI, and we will certainly look into this very intently, John. In fact, I was just watching an interview from Bloomberg. They were interviewing Stephen Schwartzman, who, as you know, leads Blackstone. You know, the poster private equity firm, if you will, and he was saying essentially that his army of PhDs essentially now, you know, he's very concerned as to what he's going to be doing with those, because he can use Claude, Open AI, you know, the latest version of OpenAI, essentially to do the analysis that these PhDs were essentially taking months to do, and really getting the work done within a couple of days. So, you know, there are ways to accelerate the work.
Do you still want to speak, John? Okay. So thank you so much. I think that is, thank you, first of all, to the project team for putting forward these terms of reference. Good discussion, high level of interest around the table, which was really expected and is very welcome. Some topics that came here in the conversation, this topic of timeliness, speed, pace, etc., how we balance the need not to delay things too much, because we risk becoming ineffective if we come too late, but also the need to be robust in the analysis that we do, the use of AI. This concern or note that this needs to be broad or agile or flexible. I don't know which word to use to capture all the realities, not only the existing or known structures, but the others that may be coming. So I think that the board is very well aware of the need to be agile and to understand, to be aware that this is going to change every day, and we cannot be rigid. We cannot be stuck in an idea that we have today, and be able to and open to adjust as time goes by. So terms of reference, in principle, they have no concerns, but on Thursday we will go back to them and approve them formally. The project team will see from this conversation if there is anything that you want still to adjust. So thank you very much for this conversation. Philippe, on your side, anything at this point?
Thank you, Chair. No, I think the PIOB is obviously very supportive of this project. having in mind that the main concern is about the protection of the quality of audit, because it's obvious that in the rationale of investments, the more attractive part of a big firm is not necessarily the auditing activity. And what we consider to be a risk is the fact that in the investment with the necessarily return on investments and the necessity of growth and profitability, the consulting services, M&A, maybe tax in some countries, can be favored for investors expressing requirements in this area. As David referred to, it's interesting to understand the business logics of investment. And in this context, it's sure that the audit activity is exposed to the historical tension between consulting and audit in terms of growth and profitability. So I think there are references, very interesting references in terms of evolutions in the organization of firms, operational separation in the UK, led by the FRC, for example, which creates something which tends to an autonomy of the different activities within a network, having a common brand, in fact, with different activities, with different mindsets, and that's my point, different cultures at the end of the day. And so I was just, I just wanted to draw your attention on that, because I think that on the firm culture and governance yesterday and today, there is always implicitly this approach of one firm, one global firm. And, this problematic of private investment is something which creates and amplifies the fact of considering that, under the firm, the brand, there are going to be different, activities with mindsets. And what is at stake is the possibility of, keeping a sort of ethical code common for these different activities, which will be a big challenge, I think, for the IESBA.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Very welcome comments. And we will note them. We know that the PIB has been supportive and even giving us the incentive to move with this project. So it's important that we stay aligned, or at least informed about what's the PIB perspective. So I think that on private equity, that's all. Thank you very much, Jean, Elaine, Ken, for the presentation and the responses. And we will now move to the next topic on the agenda, which is technology. We are a bit late. But yes, let's move. I'm not going to say anything else. It's very important. It's really important that this project or this work stream is making progress. It's another one where time is crucial, and where we have been receiving a lot of incentives, to say the least, to do a bit more in this area. So just recalling that in March, we approved an action plan, and what the work stream we'll present is the update of the work done so far based on what we have decided on in March. And I'll stop here. Jean, is it you? Is it Greg? Tomoyo? Tomoyo? Yeah, please.
Thank you, Chair. I will kick off the technology session. So, first, let me introduce the TWG member. John has been leading the team, and as you know, Greg has joined recently and helping us a lot. And the other member is David, Ray, and Nancy, and Bruno, and Atsushi. And also thank you to Joanne for supporting us till this March. And technology, everybody is saying technology is a priority. It's moving very fast. Failures are happening. And so it's very worrying. But through the TWG activities and the input from the TG, I really think that it's really important to understand this theme in a quite detailed manner, and not as a kind of general topic. So that is why today Greg will provide us an education session on AI. And then we will later go through the draft of the overarching authoritative material, which will more outline what makes people worrying. The new characteristic, the new emerging technology. So let's get started, and I will hand over to John Greg to provide the education.
Thank you.
session.
Thank you so much. Hey, I'd like to thank the IESBA leadership for allowing me the privilege of speaking for a few minutes on AI, and also for the board. I promise I won't waste your time at all. I'll give you about a half hour or so an overview of AI. You should know I'm new to IESBA, but I'm an old hand when it comes to technology law and AI. I teach a class at Fordham University Law School. We're going to go, I think, on Wednesday on emerging technologies and ethics. So I'm conversant with this, and I've also taught on the subject off and on in various forums, and also related like crypto and other topics for nonprofits, and also for the federal government as well, and also a strong background in ethics too. Those are the two big passions. I firmly believe we're living in history, a historic time, and I'm going to do my very best to give you a brief overview of where we're at in AI right now. And the goal really is to put us all understand what the landscape is today. And I was originally thinking, well, I was told I got to have something catchy or to get everyone's attention on this matter. And I thought, well, I could mention the headlines. There was something in 26 earlier this year about Goldman Sachs, a big investment firm. And they were going to work with Claude to use AI agents to totally automate their accounting system. That's kind of interesting. Or the biggest law firm in the U.S., probably the world, Kirkland and Ellis. They do $10 billion in revenues. They're around the world. They're investing with Palantir, $100 million this year, up to $500 million in a total in-house AI platform, agentic AI platform. That's occurring as we speak. Or I was thinking maybe PwC. They're partnering with OpenAI, another big player in the world, and to do an agentic AI program, I believe, for their auditing as well. But instead, and this was again, working on these slides, I'm updating it all the time. I looked and last week I saw there's a company called Ramp, haven't heard of them before, but they're creating an AI operating system for accounting firms. And Ramp is a startup, but it's a big startup. And they got a big amount of money to do this, $750 million. And what they're doing is creating an AI platform for accounting firms. And it's based, they tested 200 different accounting tasks, and they compared their program with Claude, OpenAI, and all that. And because it's proprietary, it creates massive efficiencies. And you're saying, well, Greg, this is just a US-based firm. Who cares? They bought a UK and a firm that works in the UK and EU. So all of this is going to spread out all over the world at some point. They're designed to be an international firm, and their value is $40 billion. That's what they're worth right now, because they actually have clients and revenue. So all of this is spilling out, and this came out as a June 3rd of just like last week. So when I talked, I was joking that I have to update the slides every week. I wasn't really joking, because the news is that quick. And we have to be that responsive, in my opinion, to really just even be abreast of what's going on. But today, what we're going to do is do the landscape. We're all going to agree on, or at least have an understanding, a common understanding on, like, what is AI? And I've used this sort of little framework off and on over the years. It's really three different components. You have data. I'll start at the bottom, data, which could either be the web itself, it could be in-house data, within the four walls of an organization. Someone could be subversive with the data. They could slip in bad data and cause the results to be bad. There's an algorithm, a math program, mind you, that has to go through all this data, and that's total mathematics. Those are improved over the years. They get more and more fancy. It recognizes patterns. That's all it does. It breaks down that data into manageable components, and it figures out what's the most common occurrence of this point of data to the next point of data. And then there's a prompt. And that's something that's hard to control because folks, they do whatever they want with prompts. You can try and teach people to do good prompts or not. They could do prompts that create biases. They could do prompts that are totally irrelevant and inappropriate. But that's another area that's part of what we call AI, or it could be another agent that causes the prompt to occur as well. That's what AI essentially is, okay, in its most rawest components. Now, it gets more and more complicated, but it's helpful, at least from my perspective, to think of it in that simple manner. And this is how it thinks. You look at the cartoon. It's pattern recognition. It looks at stuff and it basically learns. It learns, okay, this is what you want. And then the little robot, the little father and his robot there, he says, okay, Dad, this is how the pattern is. Let's just keep repeating it ad nauseum, even though that's not what was intended by the father. He wants the whole fences painted the same way. But again, we need to understand that AI is inherently, it doesn't think. It recognizes patterns. And one of the great ironies of being here before you is we're talking about accountancy, which is an accuracy-based profession, if nothing else. And yet, what is AI about? But actually, the most likely data pattern after a preceding data pattern. That's it. It's not 100% accurate. It's the most likely. So again, there's an inherent tension here that we're always have to be cognizant of. But then so then the question becomes what's good enough for a result? And we'll talk about that a little bit too. Let's see here. I did want to mention that AI has been around for a long, long time. It hasn't been in the headlines, but AI was used in accounting for repetitive tasks back in the 80s, originally for bookkeeping and payroll processing. In 1984, the US government was using AI for the first time with tax returns. And they actually had an AI pilot project way back when. And it was kind of surprising to folks when they hear about AI now. It seems like it's a new thing. No, it's not. I wanted to mention too that IESBA was working, I think it was in 2018. I think Ken was involved. They did some really wonderful, groundbreaking work on the impact of technology in the accounting profession. And I reviewed it since I've just started here. And what was found back then and subsequent for the technology revisions that I think Cam worked on, what they did and the technology working groups, I looked at their reports, the staff conclusions, all that's still valid right now. But what's changed is what we're going to talk about this morning a little bit, that things have gotten faster, they've gotten more complex, and it's not just, it's societal. That's when I said about history, it's impacting every profession. And for that matter, the next generation who works in our professions are going to grow up, going to learn to use the technology as part of their profession. And so it becomes ingrained in their work habits and their expectations in the workforce, what technology is available. So if you look at it from that perspective, that's why I was saying that this is a societal change time. It's a moment in history where we're going from one point to another point where things will be changed, our duties will change, and the question for all of us is what role will ethics and IESBA be in this conversation? And that's where we're trying to go. I also want to mention that there has been already some academic work, that one article, Human and AI in Accounting, Early Evidence from the Field. The most interesting point that was back in 25, which now seems like a long time ago because it was looking at data done in 24. What was interesting is that the more senior accountants were the ones that were benefiting most from the use of AI at that time because they could look at what was the output and discern if there were problems with it, if there's questions, if there needed to be tweaking or fine tuning to produce the results that were needed for the client. That was the most interesting thing out of that particular particular study. And then I just want to note a shout out to the UK Financial Reporting Council. They just came out in, I guess it was March. They are addressing the issues inherent with agentic AI, which we will mention as well. Agentic AI takes it to another level. It's about a risk matrix. And with agentic AI, it's not, as we'll discuss, it's not just AI that's working. You ask AI to do something. AI itself is doing something on your behalf. So it's a different risk profile. It's a different set of considerations, and it requires, I believe, a different set of guidance, essentially, or certainly an awareness of the risks. So we'll go there. Now, really, and just in the past, like since the technology amendments to the code, past two or 3 years, what's really changed? Well, AI got a lot cheaper. It's a lot less expensive to use AI. The cost of, usually it's associated with like token costs, they've dropped precipitously. And what happens is if it's cheaper to use something, more people are going to use it. So you have that aspect of it going on. Plus, you have the aspect of the technology, the algorithms, the data sets that are being accessed, the socialization, if you will, which is what the ChatGPT was providing. It becomes common, expectant that you will use AI, and it becomes cheaper and more part of the dialogue of business, the use of AI, as we just heard earlier about, can we use AI to do some research for one of our projects to move things along more quickly? I did not solicit that comment, by the way, so just for the record, but I appreciate it because it supports at least how I personally view all of this, is that that's part of our dialogue as a society in general, not just in this room, but generally. And the other thing we talk about risk all the time. Actually, at least one well-known university, academic center, Massachusetts Institute of Technology, has tried to quantify, and it started, I think it was in 24, they had about 750 identified risks with using AI, and they actually, you as a practitioner can submit what you see as a risk with AI. They have about 7 different categories of types of risks, and they have volunteers. We could all volunteer also to help them with this project. It's an academic project, but the idea is to show what's going on here. Why is it? Is AI itself inherently getting more risky or not? And they're saying, yeah, it's hugely more risky. It's not only is it more used more, but it's creating more and more risks because of the complexities, essentially, the widespread use of it and the complexities, because the AI itself, it becomes more powerful, it creates more possibilities to cause harm. So again, being cognizant of the changes is key, but what's most remarkable, at least for our purposes, I think, is that these changes occurred in the past like 2 years or so. So it's not like this has been over 5 or 10 years, or the clock's been running and it's taken a long time for all this. This has happened very, very rapidly. And the headlines that I mentioned at the beginning of my little talk, they suggest it's only going to exponentially increase. And one point that I want to emphasize too, is that my background is with the U.S. federal government. I was a lawyer there for over 30 years. I did procurement. One of the things that you should be aware of, and again, it's outside this room, but it's relevant in the sense of the societal issue being addressed, is when the U.S. government bought software before the 2025, artificial intelligence was hit or miss. It was not really an issue. You weren't asked as an agency to consider an AI solution. When the Trump administration started for the second time, one of the first directives to all agencies was, before you buy software, look for an AI solution first. If you can't find one, you document it, and then you send the report of that documentation to the White House, the Office of Management and Budget. In other words, there's a huge impetus to use AI for as new solutions. And then also, there, as I recall, you had to list audit. Well, I was actually on the audit for the SEC. What systems already have artificial intelligence in your agency, with the idea of creating a discussion within the federal government of how we can use AI to provide services to the American public. So again, that's a huge change, because I'll tell you that back before, during the Biden administration, when I was working with the SEC, it was quite the opposite. It was like, oh, we have to be very careful with our IT equipment because we do not want anyone to hack it. We don't want to release anything out there that could give clues to the private sector on what we're investigating, on what we're actually concerned about. So AI was taboo. At least that was my experience. So there's a sea change that occurred, and the headlines again that I mentioned earlier, that nothing has changed. And the other point that I think, I don't know if anyone's talked about this, is that for the U.S. government, AI is not just the wave of the future for procurement, it's a national security issue. So the kind of rules and the oversight is gone in that sense, is that it's going to be used regardless of whether you think it works or it doesn't work, whether it's good or bad. It's considered something that's critical to the running of the country. And further, the US government is committed to exporting its AI technology around the world. And I could give you some more if I had more time to go in some examples of that. But the point is, they also view themselves as in competition with China, the AI model, and all that other stuff. And that's another discussion another time. But the point is, this is a huge shift, and it's a total focus on promoting, using, and encouraging AI development. And again, it starts everywhere, really. I think the EU is actually, they've modified some of their AI policies as well to foster more innovation and to try and reduce some guardrails on its use. But again, this is the sea change that we're living in. Let's see what we got. Types of AI. I want to emphasize we're all familiar with I think most of these. What's important to know, that I'll just make a few comments here. The big kahuna there, well, one of them is the artificial general intelligence. That's like the idea that AIs basically can think as well or better than a human. And along with that is can AI be as ethical as a human or more ethical? And these are questions that are actually being discussed right now. Claude has something called a constitution. That's the Anthropic's product Claude. They came up with a new constitution. They talked explicitly about they want to have an ethical agent, which is Claude, and actually be more ethical than a human. So again, these ideas and the idea with artificial general intelligence may be that they'll be better than us, essentially, but yet not be a person as well. Those are academic, but they're also very real considerations right now. I note that Deloitte reports 74% of firms plan to use agentic AI within 2 years. I've been in a number of conferences over the past several months, probably a year plus. And again, right now, agentic AI is where it's at with companies, as is illustrated by those headlines I mentioned earlier, but also for the next year or two. And again, we'll talk a little bit about agentic AI later on. But again, it multiplies the complexities and also the ethical concerns. It's not just AI, it's agents doing things that, are they supervised or not? Are they trained or not? And who's following up on them? Generative AI, that's the idea that AI can create something. It's not like simple like voice recognition, but rather you ask it to create a picture, here are 3 pictures of my dog. I want you to create a picture of my dog doing something different than what's in those 3 pictures. It is generative. It takes your dog's pictures and creates something new from it. Okay. When you think of the ethics decisions on generative, where it's creating something new, you have to look at the company who put it together. What was the data that was used to train the algorithms, create the algorithms? All of that is concerning. Businesses can, when they get the product, the software, they can modify it. Who has access to the software? Who has access to the data? Who actually makes sure that there's security associated with it? Who does the updates? All of that is modified. And then the end user, the professional accountants who put in the prompts. Are they doing the right prompts? Are they doing biased prompts? Are they doing prompts that are congruent with the mission of which they're entrusted? All of these are concerns, and all of these create ethical possibilities for exploration. Now, the issue with agentic AI is that it's been tested. And again, we're in early days of our new world, and they actually tried testing like Claude, I think OpenAI, Grok, all of these AI agents on whether or not they would cheat essentially. And what they found is that a significant proportion of these agents would do things if they were told they were going to be graded on something. They would either create data that's fake, or they would lie in some manner to the prompt user, essentially to the output, in order to game the system so that they would win and be in accordance with their directive, if you will, their primary directive to win, to be correct. And that is astonishing. I think I'll just add, there's an article there you can read. The long and short of it is that the Claude was the most ethical, if you will, of all the agents that they talked about, which was quite interesting. But some of them weren't, and it's kind of a wake-up call. That again, it's when you get into the agentic, where agents make decisions. They don't just like give you back something you asked for. They actually decide on your behalf. It's a different ball game, and that's kind of the concern right now, is agentic AI. I'll also note that international policies on AI are all over the place, and as professional accountants, you have to figure out what jurisdiction is applicable to you and play by those rules in addition to all the other rules that are possible, ethics rules and other professional rules for your jurisdiction. The spectrum goes from the US, which is very lightly regulated on a federal level. I mean, there's some deep fake dealing with pornography and a few other restrictions, but otherwise the US government has not issued widespread, there's a lot of proposals to do that, widespread AI regulation. However, on the state level, there are several states like Colorado, New York, California have pretty robust regulatory schemes for the use of AI that would impact professional accountants. The EU is much more regulated, but ironically there, is my understanding, they're trying to loosen their reins a little bit on their regulatory framework because they want to foster innovation. And innovation goes where there's fewer rules as generally, and where there's more money, and where there's little rules and there's lots of money, for now anyway, is the US. So that's where and also by US policy, they want to be the lead dog in AI development, for better or worse, however you want to view that. The other thing is frontier AI, which would be the most that we talked about. Mythos, I believe it's one of the products from Anthropic that was used to show cybersecurity vulnerabilities in software. That's frontier AI, and the US government finally issued some guidance by a Trump executive order saying if you have a type of product that is considered frontier AI, definition to be provided subsequently, we, the US government, would like to take a look at it before you put it out into the public sector. Now, you contrast that with like the EU's approach, which is like, we've got to see it first and approve it if it's frontier AI before it goes in public, and other jurisdictions as well. So again, it's a different mental framework, but at least the US government is starting to put some guardrails on frontier AI, which to me essentially means software that can cause exposed vulnerabilities in systems that and create agents that can cause havoc with software systems in organizations. All right. Ethical risks, I'm going to briefly mention. A lot of these risks that are associated with AI have been covered already by the IESBA years and years ago. Like in 2022, I was looking at some technical working group notes, some staff comments to the technology code revisions. And they identified, I think correctly, very correctly in my travels, like biases, but all basically the AI works with data provided by humans. Humans are inherently biased, and so everything is going to have a bias when it comes to data and things like that. So you have to be mindful of all these things, all of these issues with privacy and hallucinations. We were discussing that as a board years ago, and they're still there with where we're at. The security vulnerabilities also have increased over time. The deliberation problems, all of these things, and the amplification of errors as well, were discussed years ago and are still at the forefront right now. There's really two broad ethics concerns there's the risks built up into the software, and the use of it, which we mentioned in that prior slides 1 through 9, but it's also in how it's used. And the question is whether professional accountants fully understand the risks that are going on with the use of software. Are they thinking about mitigation techniques and disclosing what it is that they're producing and how it was produced to clients? Those are important questions that we provided ethics guidance in the past, and I think we're tasked now is to do so more so right now. But users of software, include the companies that surround the professional accountants as well. So there's more than one party involved in all this. And what really is the role of a code of conduct in helping both the firms and the individuals, understand these risks and mitigate them, and at least acknowledge them and work with them to further the profession and the public interest. So our response has been to stick to the principles, which are great, and we have a conceptual framework, which is great. It all works, but the idea is that we want to make it interface better with the world that's around us. And I've mentioned briefly already the amount of change that's going on and the integration of technology into the accountancy profession, the profound integration, I might add, in my personal opinion. And the question is, where do we need to go right now? And we've started to answer that, as we'll discuss with the NAM and our plan to move forward with subsequent NAMs as well. We're here to support the accountants and with targeted outreach, with dedicated communications. And again, we're trying to move not thoughtfully, I think is the best phrase, where we're trying to look at what's going on with our experts group and respond accordingly, and help as promptly as possible as well. And the approach that we're taking is to focus on characteristics of the technology. And this is not something that we just dreamed up in the past month or two. It's actually referenced, the idea, I think it was in like 2022 in one of the working papers that I read. The idea is that we don't focus on a type of AI per se, or a type of emerging technology. We focus on risk factors essentially associated with that type of technology. And we've identified a bunch of them. And then the idea is to create awareness so that accountants can figure out ways of mitigating those risks, and at least be very aware of them, that we've helped identify them. And I'll just add too that with software, and this is something I'm very familiar with, software is something, you have to think of software as a living thing, essentially, that you have to buy it, you have to acquire it into your system. So there's a bunch of ethical decisions there. Is this ethical software or not? Are there controls in there that I'm aware of? It has to be integrated into the organization and used. People have to be trained on using it ethically or appropriately. It has to be updated throughout its use. There has to be software updates for security purposes, if for no other reason. They occur, at least in my travels with large organizations, like every week or two from Microsoft. They have Patch Tuesday, they called it. On Tuesday, Microsoft would automatically have patch updates to prevent any security problems from occurring with the software. And then, of course, when the software is no longer valid, disposing of it. We dispose of what the data is. You should know where the data is stored, how it's being disposed of, and furthermore, what should be replacing it in the marketplace. All of these are decisions. All of these require actions, and arguably all of them are relevant to the accountant profession's use of software, and I'm sure they're being discussed. Basically, one of the questions that's on the table right now, and we will discuss it, I think, probably later on today, is with, there adequate safeguards exist with agentic, multi-agentic, and eventually artificial general intelligence, putting aside quantum AI, which I'll just mention incidentally, is not on the table yet. Quantum is years out. And it's hard to define precisely what quantum is. I can give you some kind of understanding of it, but for purposes of today and the foreseeable, it's not out there. They talk about quantum and it's a big hype factor, but honestly, it's years away essentially. And if it ever does work, and it's as dangerous as they say, It'll be you'll hear about it because there'll be a power shut off, or the banks will freeze, or some catastrophe will happen. So we're not really privy to the frontiers of it, but from my understanding, working in that area with the federal government, it's years away. But anyway, there's two ways to look at all this. There's the NIST has a risk management framework, and it's kind of I'll call it the industry standard. You go to conferences on AI and governance and corporate governance and AI this or that. They always talk about NIST as one of the touchstones for understanding how to risk manage AI in an organization. Okay, and it's good, and it's a standard, but it stops when it gets to agentic AI. It talks about regular AI, talks about generative AI, but agentic AI, where the agent itself is making decisions on behalf of whomever put the agent in place, that they don't go there yet. The only organization, I think the country of Singapore, has model AI governance framework. That just came out, I think it was in May. They introduced it, I think, at the World Economic Forum in January. They actually are addressing the risks, that they're isolating the risks associated with agentic AI and trying to give guidance on how to manage those risks in a thoughtful manner and incorporate those risks into a governance plan for an organization. And I suggest, whatever we do or don't do with agentic AI, we at least reference that, because as far as I can tell, that's the world standard, if you will, or at least they're putting their necks out in a recognized, very legitimate attempt to get their hands around something that is inherently a bit messy. Okay, so my conclusions on this, AI, of course, is inherently inaccurate. AI has become even more black box because it's gotten more complicated. There's more data. The algorithms themselves, which I'll add, those, if you recall, there's like questions if they use AI with hiring. Was I discriminated against? I didn't get an interview. Was the AI agent that this firm used discriminated against me? What happens is there's lawsuits, and they actually have experts talk about whether this algorithm was discriminatory or not. You have to have math experts to understand, to explain what's going on. It's complex, it's math, and that's where the discrimination would occur. Is one of the places would be in the algorithms themselves. So again, we need to be mindful. It's that level of complexity we're dealing with, and the algorithms are getting more and more sophisticated. That's when you hear about these new models of ChatGPT coming out and whatnot. That's because they're getting better and better algorithms. The math's getting better, different, and that's what's being updated primarily. And again, the risk with agentic and multi-agentic, they require different rules. Because the risks associated are huge. It becomes not just one possible area where there could be a software, where there could be others. I mean, the classic question is, like if you have a agentic software going and it issues a refund on your behalf at 2 a.m, erroneously to someone, is that your fault or not? It could be that the software was designed improperly, and then maybe it wasn't the owner of the software. Maybe it was a deficient program, and then there would be liability for the software provider for that loss. But the way it currently works is essentially the user is on the hook. It's like we always talk about having a human in the loop. Well, it's like having a human on the hook is essentially how the lawyers look at it. There has to be someone there. If they use it, the user of that software is the one that's going to be held responsible. And again, that goes to, at least with legal ethics and using AI, it doesn't matter what tools you use. And I think the English Barristers Association just issued some AI guidance very recently in the past couple of weeks. And again, it boiled down to essentially, you can use whatever you want as a barrister in England, but ultimately you're on the hook for whatever comes out of it. And, it gives the usual guidance on, well, you need to understand the software, you need to understand the risks, you need to understand that it can't be relied on without monitoring. But long and the short of it is, you're on the hook. And essentially, that's kind of the rule of thumb right now, at least in the legal profession. And where we're going, at least, and Gene and I will talk about this. We have a technology NAM that Gene had the pen on. I helped out a bit with it, and it's general in nature. It sort of opens up, and I would argue reopens up a lot of these risks that have been risks that were discussed in the earlier guidance by IESBA. It refreshes it, updates these risks in general for all technologies, whether it's agentic AI or what have you, and it would to be followed by specific guidance for like AI, agentic AI, and the various types of emerging technologies, like perhaps blockchain as well down the road. But again, it sort of refreshes, but it builds upon, and we can discuss this in the subsequent section more, it builds upon what's already there and follows up with the direction of IESBA over the past several years. So there you have it.
Well, thank you, Greg. I think that we are all a little bit speechless.
Oh, good.
Thank you for this.
I appreciate it, Gabrielle. Yeah, the idea is to have an emotional impact too. It's not just intellectual. It's like, okay,
yeah,
there's a few things he said that I didn't know, and they actually are impactful. That's all I care about.
I guess you managed to have it as well. No, thank you very much, Greg. I think this was an excellent presentation. And besides the quality and the importance of the presentation, I recall that around this table, since 2022, from time to time, we have been requested by board members for more education. I remember when we were approving the technology revisions to the code that the Laurie Hensley, who became the vice chair, made a great intervention saying that this board needs to be educated. We can't be working on something that we don't know. So I think that this is an impressive presentation and an important part of this educational capacity building. It's what we are speaking about for this board and the staff to understand better things that, well, I tell you that I learned a lot of things that I had no idea, and triggered a lot of reflections on top of the informative nature of your presentation. So congratulations, this is really welcome. Now, I think that unless anyone has a burning question or comment to Greg, we are running a bit late, and I think that we have the photo moment. So you will have time in the afternoon after this break to make any questions to Greg or comments or whatever, but I would suggest that we break now, right, Ken?
Yeah, we can break now. The photographer is upstairs, ready for the board photo. There's going to be one also for the staff. So if I could ask you to make your way upstairs, and we'll just get the photos done. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much, and we will be back at 11:30 probably, because with the picture and everything,
Yes.
I think it's 11:30
11:30.
back to the room. Thank you very much. Okay, welcome back to the next and last session of this morning on technology. After the impressive presentation that we had the opportunity to be given this morning, earlier today, now I think the working group, the work stream will present us on with the plans on engagement with stakeholders and other things. So, Jean.
Thank you, Gabriella. And just to let the board know, we will give an opportunity to ask questions for Greg. We'll pause after the stakeholder engagement and then just open up to the board for comments and questions. Like Gabriella mentioned, we'll just give you a quick update on stakeholder engagement and activities that happened this quarter before we will dive into the draft non-authoritative material that we would seek the board's feedback. With that, the first engagement is that I would actually want to hand over to Ken to update the board on, please.
Thank you, Jean. So yes, quick update on some of the recent conversations we've had with the IFER Standards Coordination Working Group and IESBA Committee 1. First of all, with regard to the SCWG, we had a brief conversation on technology as part of a broader agenda. And essentially, there were just three key takeaways from the conversation. First of all, there was basically a message to IESBA to really be mindful of the impact, the ethical impact of technological developments on firm culture. So again, drawing a connection with our considerations of culture and governance, and really making sure that we're coordinated on our work streams. Secondly, a question really about whether engagement teams, audit engagement teams, really because they're coming from an audit perspective, whether those teams are really using AI tools properly from an ethics and independence perspective. So again, a concern to really to make sure that we thoroughly understand the ethical implications in the audit context. And thirdly, just a point of information to say that the AFM, the Dutch Authority for Financial Markets, has initiated a thematic review of developments in technology. They would like to request input from this board in due course once they have a draft of the report from that thematic review. And the timing of the report, essentially, they're expecting to have this issued at some point next year. We don't really have an indication of precise timing, but essentially that's the horizon they're working on. With regard to the conversation we had with IESBA Committee 1, essentially I took away three key points. First of all, a concern again about the rapid pace of changes in relation to AI, agentic AI, autonomous AI, etc. And a question as to whether the code is sufficient in addressing all the associated risks that arise from this rapid pace of change. And already we got a flavor of those risks from Greg's earlier presentation. Secondly, a question as to whether there is going to be some consideration of due process when it comes to the development of non-authoritative material, which in fact this board will be considering very shortly, and the plan for additional non-authoritative materials. And therefore, what is our board's consideration or reflections in terms of due process? Thirdly, more a concern from an audit perspective regarding fraud and the realization, and certainly it's been very apparent, as many of you will know, that AI is being used very rapidly to enable fraud in all its different manifestations, including impersonation, etc. And what we intend to do from an ethics and independence perspective to enable audit engagements teams, especially to be very cognizant of those fraud risks. And thirdly, a heads up really that AI agents now, as they are being deployed across enterprises, that apparently now those AI agents are being used almost from the ground up to set up businesses. And the example was given to us that essentially anybody could ask an AI tool to go and set up a business from incorporation to organizing the operations and making sure all the reporting obligations are covered, et cetera, et cetera. So that's really more kind of a point of information to be aware that as we are looking at transformations in relation to technology, that this is really this is going very, very far, and the impact is really far-reaching. So just for us to consider in terms of the implications from an ethics perspective. Gabriel, I don't know if there's anything else you want to share.
No, Ken, I think that you've made an exhaustive report back of what we heard in this meeting. So thank you.
Thank you, Ken, and thank you, Gabriela. So the next stakeholder engagement is our quarterly engagement with our technology experts group meeting. And these are just a few of the topics that we discussed during that meeting. So first, AI adoption continues to accelerate across firms and organization. It's noting that although implementation is very quickly, governance and oversight frameworks are not always developing at the same pace. And this is we've been noting across various meetings already. Secondly, it's also the increasing attention to agentic systems and agent-to-agent frameworks. These developments are raising important questions around accountability, human oversight, the application of professional judgment. I actually listened to a demonstration around where AI agents, they're calling it family of agents, are actually during the whole audit engagement, from planning to execution to review. So this is becoming more and more embedded. So it's definitely something that is moving at a very, very fast pace. The third one that was noted by the TEG members were the use of shadow AI, which is a huge risk. It was actually something that mentioned at a recent podcast as well, is where individuals are using AI tools independently of the organization's approved tools. And these create challenges around governance, security, and compliance. It's not around just confidentiality, but also the IP of the companies that can be shared with these unauthorized AI tools as well. We're hearing also the importance of professional competence, and we're hearing concerns around that. Technology is becoming more and more sophisticated. Professional accountants really need to sufficiently understand need to understand these technologies to be able to evaluate the risks and the challenges and the limitations appropriately. So there's a huge emphasis on professional competence. And then also finally, it's around the human oversight, whether the traditional concept of human oversight is still being tested, especially as the increase of use of autonomous and adaptive tools. Other topics that was also raised by the TEG was digital assets, quantum computing, and also this AI-assisted cybersecurity threats. So these are the other type of themes that are being monitored by the TEG as well, and that we receive feedback from them. With that, I just want to hand over to any of the TWG members, to Moyo and any of the other TWG, if they have any comments before handing back to you, Gabriela, for asking for comments from the board.
Thank you, John. So to just add to what John explained about the TEG feedback. So one of the TEG members said that so the auditing is auditing used to be auditing the financial statement, but it's more becoming like auditing the system that is used to create the financial statement. So the competency that is required for the PA is totally changing. So as Greg explained at the education session, the fundamental principle is sufficient, but so the failures that is happening is really that the PA, the human, didn't follow the fundamental principles, but the required competency has totally changed. So that is the kind of situation that we are facing, is what I understand. The other thing is really so. Ethics is a attribute only for human. So AI behaving unethically is it's probably not the exact expression. They behave like unethically, but they are not human, so this is not accurate word. And as we go back to the root cause of every event is really human not following the fundamental principles. And what IESBA is expected to do is to let human act ethically and not to let AI do unethical things, and not to IESBA is not in a position to directly not to let AI act unethically. So I think this is a quite important point when we discuss what action IESBA should take. So thank you. And Nancy, David, if you have any comments that. David. So, sorry.
Thank you, Tomoyo. So I want to echo the point that Tomoyo just made. I think it's a really important one because technology has a number of risks in it, but at the end of the day, the focus for us as a board is, I mean, Greg has raised some really interesting questions and they're from many different stakeholders to address, but the ones for us as a board very much center around the human behaviors. So things like, for example, professional competence. How do we make sure we really emphasize professional competence? And that's what came out of the TEG. So all of the examples they cited were all around human behaviors, human failures, human over-reliance. I mean, all of it was personal driven. And the key was, in many respects, coming back to those basics, not losing sight of those basics, and just thinking about them in the context of things that move at speed. So I think we need to just make sure that we stay focused on what we can control. We can raise awareness where we need to raise it in other sectors. But at the end of the day, you know, quite honestly, and the feedback from the TG was similar, we can't boil the ocean. So we need to be really targeted, really focused, and recognize what we can influence at the end of the day. Nancy, I'll let you add.
Thank you, David. I'm not going to repeat what David and Tomoyo said. Generally, totally aligned. We need to always go back to the fundamental principles. And I think about competency, I think about due care, I think about integrity, all of those things critically important. I've been working on a project where we're trying to put controls in place after identifying risks where AI is used in the performance of a key control as part of our system of quality management. And in some of those conversations, one in particular struck me by somebody who's been doing a lot of academic research in this area. And we were talking initially about many of the inherent risks to AI that I think Greg did a great job of laying out. But she says, you know, don't forget, and this is going to echo what David and Tomoyo just said, humans are lazy. And of course, I'm sure that doesn't apply to anybody in this room, but inherently is that this risk of over-reliance is because people are expecting that this tool, that investment has been put in and you know, it's been created over time and maybe applied some protocols, should be relevant and reliable for their purpose, but without actually confirming that that is the case. And she says it's those human behaviors that you've got to focus on, both the inherent risks for AI, but also the inherent risks in humans and how they behave with respect to that. So I think that is critically important, but I think you combine that with the pace at which AI is being developed and used, and the governance is lagging behind the use cases. And so you've got this sort of triple threat of, we're moving very fast without strong governance. You've got the inherent risk of AI in a system that's largely opaque and very difficult to understand how it's coming to its conclusions. And then you've got the human problem on top of that. All with the pressures of everybody is expected to use AI and to use it now and to do all those things and get the benefits of reduced costs, et cetera, that AI is going to bring us. So I just think it's really inherently important that we think about the fundamental principles and how we are going to engage with the professional accountants in thinking through those risks in order to appropriately comply with the fundamental principles. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo, David, and Nancy, and of course, Jean. And yes, I'd like to know if any of the board members would like to make any question. And I don't know if it's also the time for questions to Greg, who was not here at the start of this session because he was tied up with other things. But please, if you have questions for Greg or questions or comments for the working group with respect to what I have just presented, please come in. Mark, please.
Thank you. So two comments. One I sort of was touching on with Greg just as we went out to get the photo done. And that is, having spoken to quite a lot of different regulators, technology, AI, taken together is probably the one burning platform that we are standing on as a group. And therefore, if we sort of come away from this meeting with one priority, it's how do we address that burning platform? Because, you know, with the best will in the world, the standards are being sort of adapted to reflect much greater use of technology. Again, you know, it's a different age and it's moving at a much faster speed. And therefore, you know, I do think we're going to have to sort of get our heads round to how we address that in terms of the material that we issue, both thinking about it from potentially a standard setting perspective and also the NAM, and we've got an example to discuss. So, you know, I just think the presentation was really helpful in just bringing that to life, and that this probably is the one thing that it needs to be a much bigger priority within the work of this board. The other one is more of a question, and it sort of builds on the point that Nancy was saying, and it would just be interesting to see what the sort of view of this board is. And you know, one of the things that's within the material is the application of governance and governance controls in the context of use of technology and the use of AI. And of course that is really important because it relates through to accountability, which is of fundamental importance when we're using technology, not just in an audit, but in the production of information for audit. However, governance and governance controls are not in themselves a characteristic of the use of technology. It's actually more a reflection of the current state of implementation of that technology. And so therefore, whatever we say in this space, and I do agree with you that it is really, really important, it is going to age really quickly. And therefore we perhaps have to sort of look at a different way of dealing with this, which is around the sort of accountability for the use case and how it's brought in, rather than it being treated as a characteristic of the use of AI or technology, because it probably isn't in that case. But this is really good, and these are, you know, we need to have more of these discussions, and you know, as a self-confessed, not remotely technologically sort of into it at all person, I found this hugely interesting, hence the sort of digging away in strange corners of what is here. So thank you.
Thank you, Mark. Amajit, please.
Thank you, Chair. So you'll have to excuse my ignorance on the subject. I'm not on top of it. But the presentation was very good. I think I learned a lot. My question is very simple. On one of the slides, you showed there was 3-pillar approach. And in the last column, you showed that we are supporting awareness, adoption, and implementation. Yeah, so we have it on the screen. So my question was, again, you know, it comes largely out of my general sense of the developments in this space. Are we doing enough? Are we, in some sense, missing the bus? Because if there are ethical issues, and we are an international body looking at ethical considerations, Should we be doing more? I don't know the answer, but just a question.
Well, I'm happy to answer that. I mean, that's why the reason I'm working here is because I think that's the central question of our time. What should we be doing with this massive change? Um, I think we have to. My approach or my thoughts, and I've talked to Jean about this. I think she's on the same page. You know, we build upon what we've already said we're going to do, but then that gives us, I think, a place at the table for this discussion. But it's not just limited to professional accountants; it's all professions. And what should the role be with this technology that's every month is changing and being implemented in a very competitive world? That it's actually being weaponized to a certain extent too by governments, to be blunt. So how do we operate in that world? But I think the first step is to get a place at the table and to let our shareholders know, our stakeholders know that we're aware of the issues, we're addressing it to working with the code, which the principles I don't know why they would change in this world, but I think we need to work with where we're at and understand, but also pay attention to what the rest of the world's doing and what other professions are doing as well with respect to these issues, the legal profession, the medical profession, and the general financial world as well. I mean, this is a discussion that goes on because I'm actually on a committee dealing with legal education and how do you treat the new lawyers with respect to technology and AI. And what you do is essentially you train them. And you start in law school now. 3 years ago, you were not allowed to use AI, at least at Fordham Law School. And the folks that just graduated in May of this year, that's how they were. But now the new students, the first years, law school is a 3-year program. The first years now get mandatory training on using AI as a lawyer their first semester of law school. So it's a sea change in 3 years from like, you can't use it in my classroom to, okay, everyone's going to be trained to use it and you're expected to use it. And I know at least one, top-notch law firm in New York City where their new associates, they get like 2 days of training on what AI uses are in the firm before they start work there. I mean, they get explicit multi-day training on AI tools to use as a brand new lawyer for that firm. And it's a big firm and a very prominent firm. So that's sea change. And so how do you get a seat at the table to discuss how my professional standards should be in that? Well, you've got to work with where you're at, but also be abreast of what's the larger world's doing. So those are my thoughts.
Thank you, Greg and Amarjit. Ken, please. Oh, sorry, Chan, I hadn't seen you.
That's okay. Thank you, Greg and John, for your presentation and the technology working group for all the work that has been going on. With the technology, the code changes, I am still not convinced that we need to do much changes to the code as such. We in Australia, we had the issue of a firm using AI to issue a report. And then in October, we looked at the code changes and we came to the conclusion that the technology changes works. And so we issued a technical alert sort of saying, remember all the technology code changes if people had forgotten about it. So that was issued to the market. And then currently we are working on a project looking at the impact of AI on forensic accounting and valuation services. And so far, the feedback we have got from the practitioners is that the code plus the individual professional standards are holding up well. And that essentially you have to treat this like a tool. You have got a new tool that is very fast and can get a lot of information, but you still need to verify what it's producing and sort of check in the validity of it. One practitioner sort of described it as an enthusiastic intern who will get you a lot of stuff, but you need to check and be sure that it is correct before using it. What we are sort of embarking on is to develop some NAM to show how it can be used in forensic accounting and valuation services to help people sort of navigate the code in those situations rather than doing any changes to the standards at the moment. So that's how we are progressing on it. There's Appendix 2. And when I look at the Appendix 2, in some of the examples of threats, I feel that the intimidation threat would come up much more than what is there, because it's the tech. In a sense, I'm sort of saying the technology can be intimidating because you don't know what it is doing. So just have a look at the things and see, like when I look through it, I sort of feel intimidation would occur more than the one time you have it there.
Thank you very much, Chana. Sadia, please.
When it comes to technology, we've been saying that we are playing catch up. We wait for something to happen with the development and we try and see what's the guidance. And then when we release the guidance, it seems to be that we're a little bit delayed and the new thing has been catching. But there was one thing that I was wondering, Greg, maybe you can say, in the future, human in the loop is going to be the most difficult item to comprehend, right? Technology is moving so fast, AI is becoming reliant. Chana called it intimidation, and John says we should go faster. And if I'm the human in the loop, I'm holding up the process. So I'm going to be the person that's delaying it. There might be things like you're no longer able to process the information that AI is producing in adequate time, or it might be not clear what human in the loop really means. Are you doing a vetting check or are you doing a governance check? And I was wondering whether that is the ethical considerations we need to say when we say human in the loop. What is the risk of us not actually having the human in the loop? The other thing that I thought about is that if we're thinking about what people are going to be dealing with or are dealing with, there was the PwC report, or was it a Deloitte report, that said that 75% of firms are going to be using an AI tool. And maybe the guidance that they need is, as you're considering the best tool to be using, whether it's giving you the right quality, it's whether this tool is ethical. And that sometimes seems to be the afterthought. And if you could package some kind of NAM around that, that would be something that would be enabling, but at the same time, taking the principles that we currently have in the code and our fundamental principles and giving it a different conversation.
Thank you, Sadia. John, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. And Sadia, you've just said a couple of things that I was going to say, so I'm going to reinforce them. I think, and Chana's responding a little bit to the idea of an enthusiastic intern. With AI, human in the loop, at its core implies that the human is the most competent of the two things and is able to check. Yeah, I think the reality is in many cases, it's now been proven that AI can, in the world of coding, it can code better than the most expert coders that exist in humans. Over time, it will be able to do things such that rather than an enthusiastic intern, I think what you may end up with is an expert who knows more than you, who can think faster than you, and yet you are still going to be told, well, actually, you have to be professionally competent and exercise due care, and so forth. So I definitely think this is an area where we are playing catch up. I agree with Mark that it's an area where we probably ought to be doing more. The challenge is, well, there's lots of challenges, but one of them is of resources. And if we're going to do more in this area, what are we going to do less in others? So that to me is, I think, one of the key questions that, well, the technology working group, us as a board, ought to be thinking about.
Yeah, thank you for bringing that, John. We will have an opportunity over this week to discuss that kind of questions about resource allocation. But these conversations are preparatory for that conversation, given what we have been hearing, and yeah, we will need to wrap up, think about it, and think how we discuss resources that we have, what we'll need to do. Still, I think that there have been we have been increasing gradually the capacity of the board, the staff, and organizing ourselves to focus more on this area. But what we are hearing is that probably we will think if we can or we should do even more. Let's see where the conversation will take us. David, please.
Thank you, Chair. I think there are a couple of things, and some of you have said them already, and perhaps I'll share them from a slightly different perspective. So I hear the term, for example, human in the loop a lot, but actually even that term's evolved to human in the loop, on the loop, or over the loop, right? So again, it depends. And I think it's a way of thinking. Oh yeah, I prefer the last as well. But humans serve different purposes in the context. And I think Chana raised the point really well. It's the reminder for all of us to perhaps take a step back and remember that AI is a tool. That's what it is. We've had tools for decades. We've had different tools. Granted, this tool works a little bit faster. Granted, this tool can do some other really interesting things, but it's still a tool. So I think when we talk about the context of AI, what's important for us, and I agree with John, that in some cases, the AI will become smarter than the human capacity for a number of reasons. And I say smarter, I mean that kind of generically as opposed to from a human definitional perspective. But that doesn't mean accountability goes away, right? Because if we think about what we deal with today, we deal with people who are smarter than us, humans that are smarter than us in different disciplines, and we have to rely on them. This is just another sense of reliance. So what does it mean when we talk about reliance on technology? How does that change potentially versus, for example, relying on a third party, which we just ended up issuing relatively recently? So I think it's important that we take a step back, is my thought, and just it's okay to just breathe through it and then think through it. How does this end up interacting and relating to what we've already done? Because if we start veering off into policy matters, for example, for governments around how technology is used or where it's used, if it's nefariously used or beneficially used, those are policy matters. I frankly don't know how we're going to affect those kinds of changes, but we can influence what happens in the context of professionals, be them in firms, be them in enterprise, be them in public sector, within the scope of what we look at. And I think if we keep coming back to that and we keep remembering we've got lots of examples we can pull upon, then it doesn't seem quite so scary, because you can make technology sound incredibly scary, like the view of it becomes self-aware. Well, if we start to think about self-awareness, we can start to think about some of the scary movies that have come out over the years, and that changes the dynamic altogether. And frankly, I'm not sure that ethics is going to be our biggest concern at that point if that happens. So I think that it's important to remember that. And I think Tomoyo raised a point as well that I want to amplify as well, is I also don't buy into this idea that technology is ethical or unethical. It follows an algorithm, it's a machine. So I think we shouldn't confuse when we talk about ethics that it's a human attribute, and it's the human at the end of the day that needs to ensure that the output that comes from the tool is reflective of what they want the output to be, and then they take responsibility for that. Even if we don't know what's inside the box, we can still look at the outside. And if we all think about how we've been formed, for example, over the years, now I'm aging myself a little bit, but I remember when I went through formation to become a chartered accountant, I had to learn to formulate an expectation of outcome. Now, I didn't have exactly where we were going to land, but I knew it'd be between X and Y, for example. And if it fell outside of X and Y, that was your trigger to say, something's not quite right here. Or if you're an auditor, you have an expectation of what to see, because you can look at relationships and ratios, etc. So I think, again, emphasizing these points help provide the comfort and the professional competence around relying on the output rather than getting completely hung up on what's happening inside the box, because there are many things today as we go through our jobs that we don't know. but we still rely on output, but we have to get comfortable that output's worth relying on. So I just wanted to help perhaps pull us a little bit back so that it doesn't quite feel so scary, because it can feel really scary and really intimidating. But actually, I think there's a really sensible way we can go through and we can address this without losing sight of what we can influence and what we can't. Thank you.
Thank you, David. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and link some of Mark's comments and David's comments and Sadia's comments together. I'd like to take, the words "the loop" kind of out of the conversation, because I think it's human oversight at the end of the day. And that human oversight could be in various places during the process. It doesn't have to be when AI is making decision. And in fact, if we insist on that, then we are not going to be relevant to this discussion, because as we move to agentic, that ability to be human in the loop just disappears. And I think this is Sadia's point. With respect to how I think we can help members think through this, I think about frameworks and principles and considerations. The FRC has come up with an AI audit guide. So when firms are using AI in the performance of their audits, what are the considerations that they need to think through that? COSO has also recently come up with a guide on considerations of AI and various types of emerging technologies, and how to think through risks and what possible controls might look like. And so while this may all feel right now like very overwhelming, I think what we're finding is that it's not easy, but at the same time, in some ways, it's not quite as complicated as we thought it might be. And so when I say it's not easy, I think some of the ways in which you're going to have to put controls in place may be very challenging due to the characteristics that we discussed. But at the same time, thinking through where those risk points are and how you use it, and thinking through, well, what are the kinds of things we might do in response? I think in many ways, we have learnings from use of traditional technologies that help inform us on how to get there. To David's point, we're going to be using AI to test AI. I mean, that's now, right? And so thinking through how do we design those systems, still keep human oversight in, but the human oversight may evolve into more of governance structures, monitoring, those kinds of things, and thinking through that. Mark and I were chatting yesterday about the FRC guidance. And what really struck me is when you look at that guidance, there's 3 what could go wrongs. 3. And we've been talking about a lot of different kinds of risks here, but based on that guidance, they've boiled it down to 3. Now, these are big picture what could go wrongs, and there's lots of granularity that are underneath that's important to understand. But at the end of the day, when you get back to it, it's sort of like, in some ways, while this may seem incredibly complicated, when you boil it down to what are the risks, what are we trying to do, how can we work on ways to accomplish that, I think that we will be able to develop meaningful, non-authoritative material to help professional accountants to think through risks and think through responses to those risks in order to make sure that they comply with the fundamental principles. I think the challenges are going to be moving to do that where it's meaningful, actionable, and at speed, I think is going to be the challenges. And I think to some degree, Sadia is right. We are always going to be behind the emerging technology. What's the newest thing? But at the same time, I have some degree of confidence that as we build this, the fundamentals may carry the day as we move into the future.
Thank you, Nancy. Rania, please.
Yeah, thank you. So I just wanted to react to some of the thoughts around the table. So, I mean, to John's point, obviously we're facing a technology that is, growing obviously more intelligent than us, knows more than us, can think faster than us. And so, I mean, I mean, that raises the question, like, where is our added value as accountants, as a profession? And so I would recommend to the working group to consider as part of IESBA's response to technology. I mean, of course, the work that you are doing here is extremely important. I mean, no question about it, how to deal and manage the technology-related risks and AI-related risks. But at the same point, I think it is very important for us as a board to think through our added value as a profession, given the evolution of technology. What are we adding? What is our added value to the table that technology, I mean, is unable to accomplish? There's anything, and perhaps to David's point, that could be ethics. I mean, I think this. I mean, as we go through this, it's very important for us to underscore. I mean, it's because of all this, because of the importance of human oversight, because of technology and how rapidly it is evolving, the importance of ethics and the importance of the role of the accountant. And what are the competencies that accountants need to enhance and work on, the strengths that we need, not just how to manage the risks of technology. So not just to be like, not merely a reactive approach to technology, but rather a proactive approach. So what is it that, you know, since technology is able to replace so many of the tasks that we do, okay, so what should we be devoting on in terms of self-development and growth and building new competencies perhaps, so that, you know, we can really complement the technology and bring something to the table that otherwise could not be brought. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Rania. Abi, please, Abi Chukwu.
Thank you, Chair. I just want to lend my voice to what everyone has been saying. And I just feel that the presentation was very educational for me. So thank you very much, Mr. Greg. And the revisions that have been made to the code are also, to me, very elaborate. And I think that the ethics of AI is more based on mindset, because I believe in the code and through our norms, we can start changing mindsets. Just like Chana said, intimidation. When the narrative is always there, AI will be more intelligent than human, do faster. To me, I don't believe in that narrative, because artificial intelligence, as the name implies, is artificial. So it can never be more intelligent than the human, because it's a human being that created it. So it has to do with changing, using our code through our norms to change mindsets, because this is where the part of the code on mindset and your role and mindset comes in. When we have to now be more conscious of our biases and intimidation and all that has to do with artificial intelligence. Because for me particularly, for me specifically, I'm also a student in this artificial intelligence issue. But one thing I know strongly is that AI can never overtake human beings. And if we start emphasizing that through our norms, just your mindset, what is my role and what is in my mind? So you know that you are stronger than this AI. So you have a questioning mindset. That is where the human in the loop speaks louder. So if we start changing the narrative, AI can never be more intelligent. We have the responsibility. Like when you look at what happened with the self-driven cars, at the point, the public reception of it went down because people they lost trust. There's no trust. So the AI, no matter how it evolved, at the point, if there's no trust in it, it's going to also die down. So the major thing is that we that are professional accountants, in our use of it, that is where ethics comes in. When you are able to make your judgments, as in be aware of your biases and not just surrender to AI. Oh, it's so intelligent, we have to run with everybody's doing it, I have to run along. At the point, if the trust breaks, the market will no longer accept results that come from that. So that is where we have to emphasize the role and mindset, the change the narrative about it being so intelligent that you cannot do anything. Thank you.
Thank you, Obi. And finally, Ken, please.
Thank you, Chair. I'll be very quick here, and maybe it's more in the context of all the discussions about and the comments from board members about really being mindful of the risks and so forth. And I'm just listening to comments from Nancy about humans being inherently lazy, and David's observation that the technology is improving so rapidly and getting to a level of sophistication that it just amazes everybody that essentially we can just almost kind of offload our roles as professionals in charge of making the right judgments and the right decisions, etc., to the expert in the room, which then will happen to be the AI tool. And there's a scientific term that's been coined precisely to address that kind of risk, and that is the notion of cognitive surrender, which is that just by the mere fact that the tool has been so spot on in coming up with the right answers, that what essentially we just surrender our judgment to the tool. And lo and behold, it might be getting it 99% of the time right, but there is still the 1% or even the 5% of the times that actually it might not be spot on. So how do we then address that kind of risk? And that then connects me to what Greg touched on in his presentation, which is, and I was intrigued, Greg, when you said, actually MIT has essentially developed this repository of risks. And now it seems to have been crowdsourced in some fashion. And now there are like 1,750 different types of risks. Not that I'm saying that we're going to dig into all of the 1,700 plus risks. And I know UKFRC has already done a lot of that work in terms of identifying at a broader level, the types of risks, etc. But it might be worth the project team maybe even using an AI tool to try to sift through that repository and maybe pulling out those types of risks that have an ethical dimension to them, and really reflecting on whether there is anything that would be worth this board looking into in terms of really raising awareness of what the profession at large ought to be thinking about. So that could be something that would be worth our while. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ken. Rania, do you still want to? No. Okay. So thank you very much, all of you. If there are no other comments, and since we are running a little bit late, I'm going to give the floor again to Jean for the rest of the presentation.
Thank you, Gabriela, and thank you to all the board members for your comments. I think Greg and I have been making copious notes on this side, so thank you for that. I'm going to run very quickly through the update on recent activities so that we get to the core of the discussion, which is the non-authorized material. So we have been continuing with the podcast Decoding Ethics. It has been a very valuable platform in reaching the broader audience on and prompting awareness of the code and a very important topic specifically around emerging technologies, artificial intelligence, quantum computing. So really touching on those. Those are the 3 episodes that took place up till March. This slide just shows the 2 that happened this quarter. The 6th episode will be released later this month, so do look out for that. We spoke a lot about professional competence and the competencies. We do have actually a podcast where we spoke to Bruce Vivian from IFAC around the accountancy education around in the age of AI, for those that want to listen a little bit around that and the expectation in that regard as well. But that's just a quick note on decoding ethics, and as we continue with awareness around the impact of the code and some risks and things that we need to think about as well. On the update on the activities currently and planned, so as we look ahead, we are discussing the new overarching NAM on the characteristics-based approach. We're also following the the finalization of that NAM, we are looking to do technology-specific non-authoritative material around artificial intelligence as well as agentic AI. This is coming up more and more. We're also continuing to monitoring digital assets, quantum computing as they evolve. As Greg mentioned, this is a little bit more in the future, but it is worthwhile to be aware of what's happening in the market and as that evolves and changes, and also the orchestration or the multiple AI agents as well. On the collaboration or the coordination with the IESBA, we are still continuing doing that, observing the respective experts groups. They attend our meetings, we're attending their meetings also as they progress with their guidance as well. That we are also just monitoring what they're busy. And then on the technology focus page, we are looking to update that the focus page. I have an improved layout similar to what we have for firm culture and governance, as well as the role of the CFO and the PRR that has a snapshot. How does the IESBA code respond to AI and technology developments? We do hope to have that page up and running by the end of this week. So do look out for that new improved web page as well. With that, I'm going to dive directly into the overarching non-authoritative material. So the purpose of this publication is to assist professional accountants in applying the code in an environment where technologies are evolving very rapidly. We just spoke about that, and increasingly influencing the professional activities, judgments, and decision-making of professional accountants. It's intended to complement the work of the IESBA, which includes the 2023 technology-related revisions, and provide additional practical guidance focused specifically on emerging technologies and ethical implications arising from their characteristics specifically. So the rationale for this publication is very straightforward. Emerging technologies introduces increasingly complexity. While professional accountants have long used these rule-based technologies, emerging technologies increasingly exhibit characteristics that are different from the traditional systems. These include opacity, autonomy, non-deterministic behavior, as well as this adaptability. They may create new challenges for transparency, human oversight, accountability, explainability, and ultimately compliance with the fundamental principles. So it is important to note that the code already applies in these circumstances. Greg spoke to that as well. But this publication seeks to actually build on that foundation by helping professional accountants apply the conceptual framework by identifying, evaluating, and addressing ethical threats that may be arising through the use of emerging technologies. So in short, the objective of this guidance is that it remains relevant even as technologies are coming into play, new ones that kind of having foresight of new technologies that we're not aware of that, and that the professional accountants are able to apply the code consistently. So the question is, why did we follow a characteristic-based approach? And this is probably one of the key decisions that the TWD did. And because we mentioned this, technologies are evolving, but the view is that the characteristics that create or amplify ethical risks and threats remain relatively consistent. And we do have a section or a note in this document that this is a living document. If there are additional characteristics that need to be addressed, this will be added so that we are keeping that front of mind. So it's not doing this document and put it to the side. It is to keep on being aware of the emerging technologies if there are other characteristics we need to think about. So the core architecture of the publication is summarized in this diagram. So it begins by identifying common characteristics associated with emerging technologies. It then goes further by explaining how those characteristics may arise and give circumstances and conditions that may create or amplify threats to compliance with the fundamental principles, such as limited explainability, accountability, privacy concerns, over-reliance on technology, and also maybe a reduced human oversight. And then they link these circumstances and conditions to the application of the code and the application of the fundamental principles and the conceptual framework by identifying, evaluating, and addressing the threats. As mentioned, the publication helps the professional accountant to link these characteristics to potential ethical threats and then apply the conceptual framework in a clear and structured way. It is intended to support the application of the existing framework, and so especially as it becomes more complex and less explainable and there's higher levels of automation. So the publication actually includes some examples around the consideration associated with give the examples of the characteristics, as well as some of the threat that might be created through those characteristics. I'm not going to go into detail, just being aware of time, but it emphasizes that these characteristics do not automatically create ethical threats or ethical breaches, but rather that they may create and amplify existing ones, and that it needs appropriate identification, evaluation, and addressing. Another thing that is key that the document emphasizes, this is not just a one-time exercise that needs to be happening. These technologies are changing, moving. If AI, for example, is embedded in software, it needs to be evaluated over time on an ongoing basis. There might be model drift, so it's not just a one-time exercise. It needs to happen on throughout a kind of continuous basis. So the central message throughout the publication is that emerging technologies do not diminish the role or the professional judgment or the role of the professional accountant, but it rather amplifies its importance. So regardless of the level of the automation or the sophistication of the technology, the professional accountants remain responsible and accountable for the judgments and decisions that's being made. So we will, depending on time and maybe on the overall comments, we can walk through the document page by page. But overall, we do want to ask the board basically these 4 questions: whether the board support the overall characteristic-based approach. Secondly, if the identified characteristics sufficiently comprehensive, is there too many? Is there too little? Do we add some more? And thirdly, does the publication appropriately reinforce the professional judgment and accountability role of the professional accountant? And finally, if there's areas in the guidance could inadvertently be interpreted as overly prescriptive. At this time, I'll pause. Thank you, Gabriela, and then open up for comments.
Thank you very much, Jean. To your suggestion that we may walk through the document page by page, I don't know, I mean, I'll leave it to the board members to decide or suggest if you think that is necessary, or taking the document as read, if we can have a conversation without going page by page. So if anyone feels that need, please, we will do it. If not, we will just move forward to the discussion around the document. And before, well, now I have a question, but I'll leave it for later. So Rani, please.
Overall, I think it's a great piece of work. I just have a few comments. One on one characteristic, which is dependence on data. And so my question is, so I mean, you say that the quality, completeness, and relevance of which directly influence the outcomes. My question is, isn't this always the case, or is it very specific to emerging technologies? So that's my first question. Now, concerning the rest of the document, so I have one of the issues that, like, I'm just going to bear with me for a second just to make my point. So, for example, we talk about some risk, for example, evaluating reliability limitations of these systems on an ongoing basis, which is, I think, item 15, periodically reviewing the appropriateness and adequacy of safeguards. Okay, so it seems to me that this is more or less an organizational responsibility. Whereas, for example, please, yeah, of course, correct me if I'm wrong, whereas other issues or characteristics or responses that say, for example, not accepting outputs at face value, monitoring validation, having an inquiring mind, they seem to me as more a responsibility of the PA. And so, mindful of the feedback that we had received on FCG, some of the feedback was on the viewpoints was that it was not clear who the audience is. So I would recommend that we are a bit more explicit in this case. So that is my first comment. In relation to this comment, so we talk about an item, I think that was 19, periodically reviewing the appropriateness and adequacy of safeguards. Of course, that is very important. But then how about placing administrative controls over the technology? I'm not sure that is the right term to use, but I think you get my point. So I think there's also a responsibility to start with, to have the right controls in place, who has the right, to control the technology itself. So and making sure that those controls, it's not just the technology, but the controls and the technology, placing those controls, making sure that they are, continuously fit for purpose. So that's important. And so again, and then that brings me to the last point, which is, so we talk about some responses that I think are more firm or more to the organization, others that speak more to the PA, perhaps others that are shared by both. I don't know, for example, sufficient oversight, so on and so forth. But then again, I think there's also some responsibility on the organization to give some guidance as to how much oversight. Like, I just give you an example, and perhaps it's a simplistic example. I'm not an expert on technology, but for example, if my organization tells me that, let's say this is relatively a gated system, and you are allowed to, for example, put some information, but not, let's say, client-specific information or whatever. So I would need some guidance from my organization as to how much I can rely on the technology, and whether I should be skeptical of everything and apply an inquiring mind to everything, or there are some things that I can, just take at face value, whereas others, for example, the ultimate output or recommendation that I would give to the client or for the audit that I should. So I think it's not just black or white. You cannot always apply or have an inquiring mind or be skeptical about everything. So I think you would need some guidance from your organization, because they know better the technology, the risks, the quality, the controls. They are, so you would need some guidance. So that is in addition to everything else that was there. That's my take on this. And one final comment is that I think in item 30, it's item 30 where you say, ultimately, regardless of the level of automation or technological sophistication, PAs remain responsible for the judgments and decisions. While I totally agree with this, but are we placing too much responsibility on the PAs themselves, or should that statement somehow, alleviate some of the responsibility? Because at the end of the day, I'm working with an organization, and I have, the right to rely on what they are telling me, and so they share some of the responsibility. So just something to think about. I don't have any answers. They're just questions for your consideration. Thank you.
Thank you, Rania. Mark, please.
Thank you. And I would echo, this is really good. This is exactly the sort of discussion that we need to have. The characteristics are really important. And I think, in response to Rania, the accountability point is really important, because if you decided to use it, you're accountable for it. So you should know, to a degree, what you're placing your reliance on. But that brings you to a real sort of inflection point quite early on, and it picks up on what John said about, not using the sort of helpful intern and actually relying on the expert. Because one of the characteristics about AI largely being used at the moment is that there's no semantic awareness. So effectively, if you use a large language model, all it is doing is predicting the next word. It's not doing anything else. But maybe to sort of stretch John's example, as large and complex organizations invest more in agentic AI capability, you may not immediately have semantic awareness, but you're leaning in that direction. And therefore, your ability to either understand how it arrived at a decision point, or indeed reperform that function yourself, may not actually be possible. And therefore, back to Rania's point about guidance, don't know what guidance I could give you, because if something has semantic awareness of its own, then there won't be. So I wonder whether, and actually looking at it, the characteristic-based approach is a really good one. But maybe one characteristic, or maybe one step before you even get into characteristics, is whether or not you have semantic awareness, because that fundamentally changes the sophistication of what you're dealing with and your ability to be able to harness it, control it, or whatever else. Because, as John said, you might actually be the poor relation in the decision maker, because something is making a decision for you that knows more than you do and more than you ever could. And so even if we're not there now, we're probably not that far away from it. And therefore, you know, I think what you've done with the NAM, I think is really helpful. And I think that will, you know, be really useful. But I think we need to be honest about the limitations of the NAM that we can develop, that it fits a certain slice of this market in a certain way. And actually going beyond that may be not any sort of Wild West equivalent, but it is one where we are at the bounds of what we can understand and therefore sort of bound. So again, a really interesting discussion, and thank you for it. And you know, it raises some really, really interesting and really complex questions, but they are questions that we have to face because that's the way that these things are being used.
Thank you, Mark. Amajit, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I have a couple of comments. If we can go back to the slide where you have that nice picture, just this one, yeah. So here, one specific comment I have is under the technology characteristic, last two bullets, third-party reliance and lack of effective governance controls. So are they the threats relating to technology itself, or they are more reflective of the organization and the firm? So I'm just thinking whether this will sit better under the second column, where the conditions creating or amplifying the threats. Should it go there or should it stay there? That's the suggestion I have. You can look at it. Secondly, on the content of the NAM, if we can include some additional practical guidance and scenarios, that would perhaps make it more clear and more usable to my mind. And I'll give you two examples. The paper talks a lot about the importance of human oversight at various places in the various paragraphs. So can we have some more guidance on what this effective human oversight would look in practice, including what would be the limitations of that and how it can be exercised when technology systems are working at scale. So these are some additional thoughts. Similarly, on the accountability piece, again, that's very important, the accountability arrangements, which has been mentioned. Can we have some practical scenarios how accountability should be assigned and maintained when AI tools are used? That would, again, you know, some value add in terms of the usability of the material. Thank you.
Thank you, Amajit. John, please.
Thank you. Thank you, Gabriela. I think the non-authoritative material is really, really good. If you just go back to the questions that you were asking, I think the characteristic approach is really good. And Jean, your explanation as to why you adopted it, I think that's really valuable. And I know that at the moment in the non-authoritative material, you cover it very briefly in, I think, paragraph 5. I would expand on that a little bit because I think it's really useful to explain that the reason you've done this is to try and future-proof it, to not be specific. So I very much support that. It's interesting, the question around does it appropriately reinforce the role of professional judgment and accountability? It refers to the word accountability 9 times. It refers to professional judgment 8 times. I think it's a really interesting question for what's the appropriate reinforcement. That feels a little bit repetitive to me. And I've got 2 other questions. I think it would be useful to put that document through your AI tool of choice, Claude, ChatGPT, and ask it to summarize it and to refine the language. I don't know whether we've already done that, but that feels like a really sensible thing to do to try and make sure that it's as succinct as it could be. And then in the appendix, you've got a really nice table that shows the characteristic and then the which of the fundamental principles could that impact. If you go to slide 35, I don't know whether we're intending to use the diagrams as well as the words, but you could very neatly on that slide at the bottom put which of the 5 fundamental principles are potentially at risk from those things. And I think that would be a really practical illustration of what it means. Thank you.
Thank you, John. Sadia, please.
So I learned from this NAM. This NAM kind of put things into perspective and allowed me to understand things a little bit better. I want to respond to the last question on whether guidance may inadvertently be interpreted as overly prescriptive. There's a word called should that shouldn't be in the NAM. That's the only language edit I would think that there is. But there might be places that it should be prescriptive because you're repeating what's in the code. So I think also just when you're thinking about using AI to just think about it, whether AI is picking it as prescriptive, but it should be prescriptive because it's a requirement in the code. I wanted to, it's not on here, but I just wanted to put something to the board, and that is we want to issue NAM quickly. We want it to be helpful. But at the same time, we need to think about how many layers of review this needs to go through. So there's a lot of comments that you received today, and I think that if I hadn't received those comments, I thought it was really ready and the draft could be going out quite sooner. I would encourage something out sooner rather than waiting for a perfect and the most complete project, because it's non-authoritative material, right? And people are waiting for us to have a voice in this conversation.
Thank you, Sadia. Vanya, please.
Thank you, Jen, for the presentation. Very good material. I completely support the proposal structure for the NANs, and I particularly like the podcast. I have the opportunity of watching 2 of them so far. And just keep in mind that there is a huge problem related to technology is that not always everyone has the basic knowledge to follow what is being under discussion. So maybe you could separate the material for the beginnings and then for the more advanced public, so they can look at something that is informative and based on definitions first, and then go deeper to the more complex situations.
Thank you, Vanya. Obi, please. Obi Chukwu.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the project team. The NAM was very educative for me. So also the podcast. So the point I have, or the comment I have, is on Appendix 2, where you have the threats linked to the characteristics. So I'm just thinking for people that are not so familiar with the code, that some of these threats might not, they might not understand this as it is, like for non-deterministic characteristics of AI. Characteristic of AI, the self-interest. Somebody that's not so familiar with the code might require, might start wondering how self-interest applies. So I think there should be a little more like an example to help people understand, because not everybody is very familiar with the code. Thank you.
Thank you, Vichukut. And Chana, please.
I have a question. Is the intention after paragraph 30, there's helpful links and resources? Is that going to be a part of it as well?
I think, yes, we are aiming to put some resources in there.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I know some of these have been developed from about 21, 22, like, it's a bit old. So maybe we need to have a look at it and see whether, is it still current, or could it be overtaken by what has happened since 21, 22? And then also whether that could be a useful base for us to revise some of those and, bring it out again refreshed. So it could be a very useful source of what the technology group did with the, all that work. So maybe only include things that you think are still up to date, and the older ones go back and have a look and see whether you can revise and reissue it, because that could be very useful and can be bought out quite quickly.
Thank you, Chana. Yes, I agree that that might be one way of not delaying some work that we need to do, and at the same time make what we already have available in a different way and probably more useful. Ken, do you want to?
Yeah, just a quick reaction, and that's more kind of an operational procedure. So, Jean, maybe a suggestion in reaction to Chana's comment is maybe for the project team to consider not including the list of resources in the document itself, but putting it on the website in a sufficiently prominent place, and to essentially contain only those non-authoritative documents that are current and still applicable. And for those documents that would need, let's say, a refresher or a full review, we can hold that back until they're ready to be released. So that then will not tie the document or date it to a point in time when actually some of those documents might be changed, might be revised, or there might be additional resources coming through. So that's more kind of an operational item.
Thank you, Ken. So I don't see any other requests for comments. Jean, on your side, I just have, it's the question that I had at the start, but somehow Sadia made it, which is about the timing of these documents. If you think after these documents, in your response or whatever you want to say, see if with all these comments, what's your perspective in terms of how fast can we make this document ready to see if the board, how the board reacts to any proposal you may have. So basically, the initial suggestion was that it should come back in September, right? No? Okay, so I'll leave it to you.
Thanks, Gabriela, and thank you for the very useful comments. We will definitely go back and see where we can make the necessary changes based on the feedback that we received. the thinking that Greg and I was not to bring this back in September, but actually to finalize the document as soon as possible. And if that is comfortable with the board, maybe just one final fatal floor review outside of the normal board meeting so that we can get this issued as soon as possible. I don't think it should take hopefully too long to finalize this document. I don't want to commit too much, but we'll have our technology working group meeting during lunch and we'll see how we can get this document turned around sooner than later.
Thank you very much. In any case, it would be important, and I know that will sound as pressure, but it would be important to, if it's the case, to have it published before, well, somehow in July, not too late, because otherwise it will not receive the necessary attention, and then we will be in the worst of the two worlds, which is to have rushed to put it out, and then it gets lost there until people come back from summer, at least in some parts of the world. So that would be an additional note. Luigi, please.
Yeah, thank you. I found the document very useful, very interesting also. But I found also that it is step number one, or let's say step number one of a series probably. And I don't know whether the step number 2 or 3 had already been planned, but I think that would be quite interesting to go on this route in coordination with IESBA probably, and to start thinking a document which is less general, but more focalized and specialized on auditors, for example, or assurance providers. But of course, this is a matter that need absolutely to be to involve IESBA.
Thank you, Luigi, for that comment. Maybe I brushed over it very quickly in recognizing that we didn't have a lot of time. But the next document that the technology working group will work on specifically is around artificial intelligence and agentic AI, but we touch both on all professional accountants, but focus on that technology. On the space of the IESBA, as they are moving forward with their guides that they are developing, we are part of their working group as they are developing that non-authoritative material. So we will see whether there is any places where we will highlight the code importance and factually state where ethical relevant requirements might be applicable in their guidance. But through that interaction, maybe see if there's anything specifically that they might be needed that we need to issue as well from our side independently to create further awareness or provide additional guidance as well. So thank you for that comment. We will definitely keep on monitoring that space with the IESBA on the assurance side, but the next document coming to this board would be a wider one just on AI. Touching on agentic AI, but the discussions that we've had so far that we'll probably have a separate one specifically on agentic AI subsequently as well.
Thank you, Jean. Does this respond to your comment, Luigi? Okay, thank you for bringing that as well. So I think that with this, we have exhausted all the comments, and thank you very much to the working group and to everyone for this progress that is being made in such an important area. But as Luigi said, this is the start of something that needs to move. So we will be very interested in seeing not only this document coming out and being the first of a possible series, but also progressing with not only other materials, but with our thinking about where we can be relevant, what does this mean for us. We are under some pressure by the external environment to do things on technology. Of course, this is very vague because we are constantly being told that you need to work on technology, you need to do more on technology. Frankly, I mean, I fully agree, and you know that you have been a little bit the victims of my conviction. But I think that we need to be specific about what we need to do, because this cannot be just a kind of a fear of missing out, because everyone is doing it. We need to do it as well. We do need to do something, and we probably do need to do a lot. And that's a discussion that we will still have this week. But we need to have very clear our role here with respect to technology. It's interesting because in the conversations on this different interactions with stakeholders. People say you need to do, so you do something, you need to do more, but most of the people who say that don't know that we have changed, made amendments, adjustments to the code very recently, that we have standards, that we have materials. So there is kind of a disconnect between what we really already provided in the did and the perceptions that people have that IESBA is probably not doing enough and is missing the train, which is not real. So even China's proposal to bring what we already have out, and we had discussed it before in a different way, it's really important because we need not only to do more, but also to take what we have already done and bring it a little bit closer to stakeholders, more in a more relevant or usable way. I don't know what's missing. The reality is that people are not aware, and we need to take care of that. So I think that we can close here. Jean, any other comment? Greg? Nothing now?
No, just that, it's an excellent discussion. I'm glad we're on track. I think we're all together on this and move forward and get some guidance out. Thank you.
Thank you very much, both of you, and Ken, who has been following this also closely, and the others in the staff who have been contributing to this project. So, yes, I still see Obi Chukwu. Obi, do you still want to say something?
Yes, please. Thank you, Chair. I don't like to add in that Appendix 2 that if a column on safeguard can be included, I think it will also be helpful and add value. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Obi Chukwu. Philip, on your side, on behalf of the PIOB, any comments?
Thank you, Chair. And thank you for this very, very interesting discussion. Thank you, Greg, for your presentation. Sorry. I was very interested to hear in your comments some items that I'd like to stress now. Notably the fact that whatever, the reason, that can be laziness, that can be a lack of understanding or knowledge, there is a risk, in fact, of either rejecting this as a sort of black box we cannot understand, which is true, because in deep learning systems, for example, when it's about matrix algebra and so on, it's impossible to keep what we usually call the audit trail, that doesn't work. So there is a sort of risk in the professional activity about that, which can lead to either, overconfidence or rejection. And I think that the key direction for that, for ethical purposes, is to keep in mind the professional judgment and to avoid a sort of, artificial intelligence judgment or decision. I hear, which is very frightening for me, the use of the word decisions when it's about, artificial intelligence and machines. That shouldn't exist. Putting the man or the human in the loop, or I would prefer in the center to some extent, is, keeping the last word and the capacity of, reviewing, validating any decision, The second comment maybe, which can be useful for the development of your project, is to be clear on the distinction in AI between system and data. Generally, there is a sort of a global consideration and sometimes confusion between systems and data. The data, includes specific problems, issues. There is no group of data without risks of bias, which is one of the main risks in the, process of artificial intelligence. Independently from the quality of the algorithm and design and system. Probably in the near future, you will see, or maybe you will include in the audit firms or new businesses for other firms, the fact of treating the data, groups of data, to avoid bias and to get them pure or correct with a level of reliance for AI treatment. Because at the moment, there is no security about the quality of data in most of the AI treatments. So that was some general consideration that I wanted to share with you. And once again, in the name of the PIOB, I encourage work on this topic, which is key for the future and for the nature of the audit activity. And I encourage you also for a strong coordination with the IESB working on this subject. I could notice that last time I observed IESB meeting, and really sharing together your concerns and consideration to develop a common vision of the issues and what is at stake about that, and considering the risks on the professional judgment, which is the key, the heart, I would say, of the audit activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippe. Thank you so much. So we will break now for lunch, coming back at 2 to this room. So yeah, and we will start the afternoon with a session on the Risks and Trends Committee, recently created in March. And then we will have the IMAG, I never know how to pronounce it, sustainability. So we still have yeah. No, I'm sorry. I'm mixing with words. The strategy general plan and the adoption and implementation. So at 2 we'll be back. Thank you. Okay. So good afternoon to everyone. Welcome back for the second part of this second day of the board meeting. We will start in the afternoon with a presentation or an update of the Trends and Risks Committee. I'll just recall that we approved the transformation of the EIOC into this Trends and Risks Committee, which will hopefully, and I'm sure it will help us with this exercise that we have been doing of trying to make sure that at all times we understand, know what's happening around, and that we make a useful and relevant assessment of how we can be helpful and useful in some contexts. I'm not going to say much more, but what this group has been doing, and we have Rui, Sylvia, Joanne, and Carla working together in these matters. And what they will provide you with is an idea of what has been done since March and what are the plans for this group that is just starting in this new format. And I'm gonna give the floor to, sorry?
To Wanya first.
Oh, okay. Okay, so two?
One.
Oh, Rania, okay. Rania, I didn't understand. So Rania, I'm sorry for missing you as chair of this group, this committee, and the floor is yours, please.
No problem, Gabriel. And my name is so close to Rania that sometimes you say Vanya, and I'm thinking that you are addressing Rania.
I thought it was Rania, and I was a bit confused because not only Rania was not there, and I was thinking maybe I missed something, and sometimes, very frequently, I do, but.
Yeah. Very briefly, last March, we approved the terms of reference for the new group Trends and Risk Committee that substitute the EIOC. And by that time, we told that we were approving the terms of reference, but we will come back to the board in order to present the flow of the new committee and how it will be operating and which products it will be using in order to communicate with the board. And that was done. And then I will pass the microphone for Sylvia and Rui that will show the result of our meetings. But before doing that, I would like to thank the members of the new IOC, that is the Trend and Risk Committee, that has Christelle and has Rania and David. And most recently, we incorporated also Obituku, which is a very good acquisition for our group. And to also thank Sylvia and Rui for the work done. And before them, Linda and Jen, that immensely contribute for the work of IOC. Thank you.
So, good afternoon all. It is a pleasure to be here. I'll be very brief and pass it on to Sylvia, who will present the work that we've been developing. So in general, as you see, I would say our objective at the end, and hopefully we'll get there, is to provide the board with let's say, a significant, we hope, improvement in the information available to the board regarding trends and risks. As you can see in the terms of reference, we see trends and risks as everything that can have an impact on our activity, on the standard setting activity, or other activities that can be relevant for the board over the year to guide its thinking or make its mind on what should be, what are the challenges and what should be the way forward. With this, I won't take more time. At the end, I'll probably come back and pass it on to Sylvia, thanking for making the presentation for us.
Thank you. And just a quick recap that regarding what are the key responsibilities of this group, the TRC group, is really mainly it was formed to identify the trends and developments related to the policy, the profession, the industry, the economy, and other areas that to see what are those trends and risks that might impact the IESBA's activities and its mandate. And also this group is reviewing these trends and risks and also screening the risk that was identified by the IESBA staff and make the decision whether these specific trends and risks will be subject to the board's consideration, and then the group will present these matters in the form of a report to the IESBA. Apart from that, the group will also develop an annual survey of the strategic risk and opportunities. This is something or an exercise that was already done this year in March. So as you can see, basically this group will present two outputs to the board. One, reports on the trends and risk, and the outcome of the annual survey of strategic risk and opportunities. And the committee is working with the the staff insights group that consists of myself, Sean, and Joanne. I don't know why I'm saying that. I'm so sorry, Joanne and Carla, and Rui is overseeing our work. So just to, as I mentioned, that the key output will be the report and the outcome of the survey and the strategic risk. And since March, the staff and the TRC was busy with kind of developing an operational framework for the TRC group to see how we're going to develop these reports for the board. And we came up, or we propose a work plan for each year, and especially for this specific year for 2026. So during the calendar year, the TRC will meet 2 or 3 times during the year, but there will be a regular contact between the staff and the TRC chair. And based on this discussion, we are planning to develop 2 TRC reports on the current trends and risks each year. And the reason this current is in italics, because as we are talking about SWP and other risks as well, so we just wanted to emphasize that this is a bit different exercise. This is focusing on the risks that are present, that the TRC has identified. So it's not really talking about the future risk per se. So these reports will be presented to the board each year in June and December. And also we will develop these yearly risk and opportunity survey, mostly that will be available for the board in March. But what does it mean for this year specifically? So this year, we took these first couple of months is to really develop the informational infrastructure for the TRC and how the reports should look like, how we should work. So that's what we are presenting to you today and asking for your input. So the plan is that we will present the first report in December this year, and also prepare the 2027 risk and opportunities survey. I think why this year is a bit special, not because this is going to be the first, just because it's going to be the first report, but also, as you know, there is an ongoing consultation for the next SWP, where we are also talking about trends and risks. So we are trying to develop the work so they would like kind of support and inform the SWP as well when the boards approve the consultation on that in the December. So what we have done as a start is we try to like identify and determine the information that should go into these biannual reports, that what are those information that we would like to present to the board to make their decision or make judgment. And of course, this, what you can see in the slide, is a structure of the report, and there was a more detailed summary of that in agenda item 5A. It was circulated to you prior to this meeting, so I would just briefly present that. Of course, there would be an executive summary to make the discussion easier, and there would be a section on the key updates, key developments and updates that would include, for example, the key updates regarding the financial and economic context, the industry and the institutional developments, including the developments from the profession, from the PEOs, from the jurisdictional standard setters. And I would like to mention, because these point A and B can be indeed a really lengthy report, that's not our intent to talk about inflation and all the others. It's really just to focus on those developments that are relevant to the board's mandate. So the reporting and assurance that is really useful information to the board. The third element would be the key updates regarding the enforcement and the sanctions. Again, we don't have the resources to go into each and every jurisdiction sanctions. It's really just something that would get to our attention, maybe based on the weekly news reports or other media. So it's focusing on the key elements. And finally, we would focus also on the regulatory and policy developments from the G20 and other countries as well. So this would be the first element of the report, but we believe that this would be the shorter part of the report. It's just really to provide some context to the board. The key element would be that's under point 3 is the trends and risk. So we would provide the trends and risks that the TRC believed that the boards need to discuss or needs to be aware of. Why I'm saying that aware, because we believe that there will be different types of risks. There will be risks that really requires the board's consideration and discussion. And also there would be a risk that is for the noting of the board, so not necessarily requires further action from the board, but we believe that it's within the remit of this group to present that to the board as well. And finally, in the final point, in focus, which would be an ad hoc element, if there is any strategic priority or element that was, for example, back in the time, the sustainability or the PII element that we would present in a bit more detail, like 1 or 2 pages. So that would help the board to consider that issue. So that would be basically the information that we would like to include in the report. It's not carved in stone. Once we are developing the first report, we can see how we can develop that. And also in the slides, we included another information because it was discussed within the TRC that, as you can see, these are focusing on the external trends. And there was a discussion whether if it's necessary for this group to also include in the report or capture the internal risks, so the organizational risks, because those could inform the board's deliberation, the board's discussion. However, what the committee believes that we should really focus on the external risks, and there are other opportunities for the board to discuss these internal risks, to get information on these internal risks. So our report wouldn't focus on that. However, we raised that for your consideration, that was a part of the TRC's discussion as well. So let us know if you believe that shouldn't be the way forward. The reason we started with identifying the elements of this report, because it could really inform our discussion on an even more important, I would say, mission of the TRC, that we are intending to developing and maintaining a trends and risk database. So that would mean that we would have a database where we get the information, and we would fill up these or upload this information in this database. So whenever the report is due, or actually anytime, we could convert this database into a report that would include the information that we have presented on the previous slides. So this database, of course, you can see on the slides the different elements in the little boxes. It would build on the research of the staff insights group. So that would mean that the staff would review the elements that, by the way, the TRC terms and reference already included, but we believe that it should be broader. So we would need input from each staff member, of each board member, so that we can have a complete database. That means that whenever an IESBA staff member or a board member is going to an outreach, that he or she would report back to the TRC on if there is any new trends, if there is any new risk. So we believe that our report could be as good as our database. And it doesn't mean that we are not doing that, but probably there is not one source or there is not one database when all the information is available at the same point. And we are proposing, or we developed a template that we would ask staff and board members, so everybody, to use if a board member participates at an outreach or even just reads an article or get an information from his or her jurisdiction, that this template would be available and accessible through a shared platform and can fill up the database, and that would end up with the TRC and the Staff Insights group, so we can upload it specifically. And we also developed a template for that. You could see that as agenda item 5C. And we just proposed that what could be the elements of this template that we ask you to use in the future. So of course, the first element would include the source of whether it was an outreach, a conference, or an article. Then we would ask a really brief description of the topic. And then there would be like tagged responses. So for example, what is the type of the signal? Is it related to the adoption and the implementation? Is it related to audit risk? Is it related to adoption and implementation? Is it related to a specific project? So there would be some rollout elements that someone can pick up from these template, and it would be standardized and help our work. Again, there would be what is the relevance to the IESBA's work, whether it require staff input, or maybe it should be considered as part of the project, or there should be an outreach organized on that to address the specific matter. And then we can also determine that what should be the recommended action in the report, whether it is something that the IESBA should discuss, or it should be only for noting. So it's really helpful to us to see how we can consider these specific trends and risk. What is the relevance? What is the importance of that? And I don't want to really talk about more on this because we will have a demonstration, and also it was part of the circulated matters as well. But we believe that this would be the core element of our work, really relying on the input we receive from the board as well, and that we can work together with the TRC. And regarding the next steps, I think I have mentioned what we are planning to do is in the next couple of months is at the staff level, we would like to test that database to see how it works. And then we would start to develop the report once the test has finished, and the first report is due in December. Then we would circulate to you the risks survey that we did last year as well. And the next report would be, as we already presented, in June. So every 6 months, there would be a report on the trends and risk that we identified, and that was added in to the specific database. So I think I would just stop here and ask the Rui or Carla or Joanne, or also for the TRC members, if there's anything you would like to add to the presentation. Then I think we would like to take the questions. I know that I presented quite a lot, but we wanted to get to the end of all the information so we can take your feedback on our work plan, also the information from the report, so in agenda item 5A, and the information we would include in this database, so agenda item, it was 5C, sorry, 5C. And yep.
Thank you very much, Sylvia. First of all, thank you to the working group, or the committee. Now it's called a committee, right? TRC committee. TRC is a committee for the work done, and for the staff as well for the way they progressed since our decision last March to create or transform, better said, this committee and these very bold proposals that are being put forward to this board, basically trying to, with an attempt and an objective to reinforce our capacity, our quality as a board, in terms of making sure that we are able to understand where we can be relevant, what is happening in the world, and that we do work really for the benefit of public interest, of course, the economies, and etc. This knowledge is important. It's what any international organization does before setting their priorities and their objectives, their projects, etc. So we are just keeping on trying to grow as an international organization and not only collecting the information in a very complete, comprehensive way, but also working on that information to see where the IESBA can play a role. So there are some important proposals being put forward, a periodical report on risks and trends, which is a very bold proposal, but I think that it would be risks and trends on ethics, specifically related to ethics, which would be, I would say, unique in this space and might be a benefit for the IESBA in terms of the recognition and credibility of the committee of the board. But also this idea of a databases of information where, of course, as you heard, the board members would be very much involved and committed. So it's a little bit an invitation to the board members also to reflect on their willingness to participate and collaborate in the way that is being suggested. I guess that Sylvia gave you an idea about what this could be, but I think that the working group or the committee is planning to make it as easy as possible, as light as possible, for the board members to report back with some samples or some documents that you just have to fill in. So it's not a full report back, which we understand that people as busy as you are, it might be at times very difficult to do, but something very simple and very with a format that would help you with that. So I'd like to now open the floor for comments, reactions, proposals, questions, and for you to tell the committee what you think about these proposals. John, please.
Thank you, Gabriela. One quick question on the structure of the reports. If you go to where in the report would you plan to comment on opportunities?
Sorry, say that again, John.
Where in the report would you plan to comment on any opportunities that you may have identified? Because when I read the objectives, and a lot of the conversations have been around trends and risks, but the objective is to think about trends, risks, and opportunities. And therefore, I'm just wondering, is that within section 3? Is there a separate section that potentially is warranted?
If I may, John, I understand that the better place for the opportunity to be in item 3 and trends and risk, because the previous sessions are just building awareness of the context, and then the specific situation, the current situation, would be dealt in item 3. So it would be trend and risk, but the other phase of risk are opportunities. So that is the better place to have it.
I think that your comment is trying to link this identification of risk and opportunities with something forward-looking, which is what can we do with this that we have learned and how this positions us, something like that, right?
Yes, and I think it's quite easy to be focused on the downsides and to be thinking, well, what's happening in the world that potentially creates a risk and a challenge? But I also think that a really important part of this committee could be what's happening in the world that actually gives us a potential opportunity and a positive thing, and therefore to bring a position which is not just here's the things that we're worried about, but here's the things that we're excited about. Yeah.
Or the things that we can do to deal with those risks and those trends, right? Okay. So. Sadia, please.
There were certain things about the EIOC that I really, really enjoyed, and I just want to make sure that that didn't get lost as we transition into the Trends and Risks Committee. The one was, I remember a lot of education for the board was done via the EIOC. So like the first private equity investment presentation to the board was identified by the EIOC. And then even in the early days of technology, I just want to make sure that we haven't lost that in terms of communication or something that we should be thinking about developing areas and how this comes to the board. So I just want to make sure it's not going to be a report, but also might have the availability for a presentation from an external expert. On the yearly survey, and we discussed this here when we were doing the terms of reference, I was thankful that we didn't have anticipated a yearly survey on risks and opportunities because of the understanding of what's happening with the strategy that's coming next. But that's probably something that needs to be sensitized on the timing, because we can't confuse our stakeholders on why we're serving twice and how both of them lean on each other. And on that annual survey, we might be creating good or bad, but we might creating an opportunity to take on more work items onto our work plan. If we're going to ask people about what are the hot topics at that point in time, they might see it as an opportunity that IESBA will be dealing with it in the narrow term. On the database, I'm really looking forward to this year. I think that the insights email that we get on a weekly basis is already a good source of information. But again, a database kind of tells me that it would be links and information. So we must also think about how we synthesize it, because the themes might not come through just from an AI tool. It might be themes that we see because of the insights that we gain from our current projects and other things in the environment.
Thank you, Sadia. Hector?
This is it's probably a stupid question, but some of this information will come from links to publications, articles, news. How are we going to deal with paywalls? Because we face this when we get links or, oh, look at this interesting news, and you click it, and if you're not subscribed or your organization is not subscribed, you don't get access to the information at all. You get maybe the title. Are we planning to do something about that in terms of summarizing or facilitating in any way? It happens to me a lot with the information I get from IESBA that I don't have access because I'm not part of any accounting organization to many of those materials. I don't know if somebody else has the same problem, but maybe there is something we could do in terms of sharing with the board. I'm not saying sharing publicly paywall information, which we would be breaching some rules, but at least the flavor of the information.
Well, thank you, Hector. I don't think that has an easy response, but I'll ask Rui and Sylvia to react to this question.
So maybe I don't think we can solve that really. But what we can do though is if you, I don't think we can solve it, let's say in a structural way, right? But if there are, so just to be clear, we also have paywalls. We don't have access to many publications. We ourselves at the comms here, so there are several publications that we don't have access to. But in any case, if there are specific articles in the media monitoring report to which you do not have access, just ask us. Some of them we don't have access to. We include them because someone might have, or because we think they are relevant, but that might be the case. In terms of impact to the report, I would say, or we would hope, that if something is relevant enough to qualify for a trends and risks for IESBA consideration, we will have enough data points. So I wouldn't expect that a topic that raises to the level to be put to the board as an IESBA consideration to be the result of one article, for instance. I would expect it to be a collection of data points that will qualify that specific trends or risks or opportunity, as John says, to come to the board. So I think we can manage that with that approach. On specific articles, a bit more challenging, but we will try to help if you need it.
So, Rui, just for me to understand, what you're saying is that if any topic or information is relevant enough, you will process that information and provide it to the board in a way that it's not just with a link to an article or whatever.
So I think if I understand correctly, Hector's question is worried about the fact that in the media monitoring, we do get links there that we don't have access to. They are under paywalls, right? Those articles, sometimes they are just under paywalls. We cannot solve them. We ourselves don't have the subscription. In some cases we have. To those specific cases, on a weekly basis, if you get an article that you do not have access and you would like to, we will try to get it for you. So that's one issue of the question, right? The other one is, how does this fit into the analysis that we do here? And in that part, what I'm saying is that I would not expect that something that comes to the IESBA board to be dependent on one single article. So we'll surely have other data points that we will use to support that identification. Yeah. I see Vanya is there with a...
Just a clarification. I was worried about the impact of those sources in this report more than the media monitoring. I understand that it's a collection and you may not have access all the time to all of them. But if something is relevant enough to be here in the risk and you have that as a source, I think at that point we might need access to or a good summary and not just a link and try to get it if it made it to this report. That was my point. Sorry.
Thank you, Hector. And Vanya, please.
Yeah. Actually, Hector, this is more or less as it already happens for the whole past 2 years. Jen and Linda had a very big spreadsheet where they look around for every single information and they analyze that and realize when they realize that it is something that might threat the ethics side of the profession, they would then input that, and that was the used to report back to the board. So we already have that. What we will be having from now on is something much more structured than that. And not only something that the staff will be looking and seeking for the information, but we as board members, if you are in an event and we know about something, when we realize, well, that might be a problem, then we will be filling the database and helping to raise awareness for that topic. As Ken said, and Rui as well, if the access that we have is just for the headline, that will never enter the report because the headline would be not enough for us to balance if it would be a threat or an opportunity. So we must seek to have access to that information from other source if we are not a subscriber for a publication or other. So say it easy. Yeah, it will be taken care of.
Okay, thank you very much. Vanya?
I just wanted to add that basically that's why we are really relying on board members as well, because usually these information that end up in such articles come up with discussions, conferences. So it is important that board members would also actively help us identifying, because as we just mentioned, sometimes we don't have access to every news report, and so at the staff level we have our limitations.
Hi, thank you, Sylvia. Luigi, please.
Yeah, I don't know whether it has been considered, but sometime with articles or material coming from the media, there are copyright to consider, and depending on the type of communication this report would have, whether it is public, whether it is just for the components of the board, you may need to consider complying with the copyrights just to avoid any risk, because it may be easy to get access to certain article and then publish it, but I'm not sure it is always allowed by the law applicable in the circumstances.
So, yeah, no. So maybe that allows me to share some additional information on how we are viewing this, and really we are building it. So at this point, we are still learning. We will learn with the process. So I wouldn't expect it. So our aim for the report is it to be a very digested report to the board. So for instance, I wouldn't expect to have direct articles posted there. If a topic is relevant, we would identify the topic, provide the board on the reasons why we consider the topic is relevant. The TRC would, so the inside staff team will get the information out. The TRC will consider it relevant for consideration or noting, and it should be in some way already digested to the board, or we wouldn't expect it to be, let's say, with direct sharing of a media article, for instance. So just a bit of an idea on this. Maybe what we can do is go through the template, and just to give you a bit overview of how we are viewing this at this point, and maybe allow me to do just 3 comments. So one is, of course, the support from Vanya and all the TRC members. We thank that a lot in the board members. We will hope to deliver to the expectations. The other is, of course, the work of the team. What you're seeing here, it's kind of looks very simple, but there was very, I would say, thoughtful discussions with the team. Of course, Sylvia, but I would like to give a special word to Carla and Joanne. They have been working on this in a very particular quarter. They are key elements on the FCG, CFO, and the SMART projects, which were in a very challenging phase in this quarter. So just making that notice. One point that I think it will be relevant at the end. So the quality of that report will depend essentially, I would say, or will be as good as, of course, the work of the Insights team on monitoring the information, but on the feedback, that we get from staff and board members through the database that we'll share here. So essentially, I would say the database will be the key driver of quality of the report. And what we would expect is that to have a database there with information that would allow us to, by clustering information there, identify what in that specific period in time were the topics that were identified either by media reports published by external organizations, feedback from the board, feedback from staff. That will all feed into that database. We will work on that, present it to the TRC. The TRC will make a decision on whether should be posted and for discussion. This also links a bit to your point, Sadia. We have been discussing the possibility of having external elements contributing to our thinking, and that could then maybe feed to some discussions at the board. We would have to see that. And we do have an ad hoc, let's say, section at the end focusing on a specific topic that could also be leveraged if relevant for, let's say, broader discussions at the board. This again, just to highlight that this, for us, the relevance of that database will be crucial, let's say, to the quality of the report. We'll get one here to the board by December, and then we'll see where we are and How can we develop it? If we get to a good place, then maybe discussions can come on what do we do with that. If it is made more public, less public, we'll see how it goes. One final point, and connects to the database, that is, we are making an effort to improve internal communication with the board. You have all received, I think, an email from us, you asking if everyone has a Teams channel or access to Teams. We would like to pilot that as a channel to communication to the board. It will likely include some regular communication to the board on our internal work, but crucially for this project, that's where we would probably host this trends and risks database. So you would have it accessible wherever you are, as long as you have internet, and you would be able to just feed here the information that you consider that is relevant to qualify to an analysis of it is a trends and risks with impacts on our activity. With that, I'll pass it on to Sylvia just to give you an idea. So this mimics essentially the structure that you have on the page on the document annex. I don't know the number that's with the document. So we would be asking just a very brief description of what was the source. If you went to, you and the staff, of course, if you went to whatever situation where you identify something that could be relevant to be considered as trends and risks, then we would just ask a very simple description of where was that you got that information. Why do you think it's relevant? When it happened? Was it an outreach? What was it? We would move to a second area where we would ask just a very simple description of what is that trend and risk that you identify and why is it relevant? And then we would continue with this just with tagging information. That will help us cluster the information then when we work on the database. So what is the type of signal that you're getting there? Is it impacting audit quality or any other elements that we have? After that, we would go to the relevance. So why do you think this is relevant? The type of impact that this can have to us. And this is just tagging. And following that, if you consider that it should be for IESBA noting or just to, let's say, acknowledge that it is happening, so AOB. And finally, what do you propose that could be an action? This will help us kind of clarify or understand what are we dealing with. Once we have this database, we would work on it, prepare it for the TRC to actually come to a position on what is relevant enough to bring to the board for the discussion. So essentially, it's this. I'm not sure if this makes it clear for you, but we would expect this to be relatively simple. We will see how it works. And of course, we will improve. Surely there are things here that are not perfect, but if you have any comments at this point, perfect. But if not, I think that with practice, we'll start getting into the working of this. We will likely start piloting this, let's say June, July. So we will get an email, get the chats, the Teams chat going, and put this there, and then we will do our own research and start building the database on our side. And of course, all the information again that we can get from the staff and the board on what you perceived as trends and risks, that would be very precious, of course, to us.
Wonderful. Thanks, Rui. Mark?
Thank you. So, very much welcome the focus of the work to give really new impetus to the EIOC and expand and sort of set out what we want to do with it. I do agree the point about, it isn't all just risk, it is about opportunity as well. I think if we're going to address the risks and maximize the opportunities, we need to find a way of capturing a time window. So when people are submitting things don't remain a risk forever, and things certainly don't remain an opportunity forever. So if we're going to do something, is it something we've got to do in the next 6 months, 12 months, 2 years, whatever? That would be a helpful indicator in order to be able to do that. I wonder whether the other thing is that this is going to be a process about compiling a lot of information from board members and others. There are also quite a lot of subscription type databases that use AI to scrape data from lots and lots of websites. So, we can supplement what we can collect from ourselves with some reasonably inexpensive subscription databases, which will harvest things of relevance, on particular tagged words and add those into the mix too. But, I think it's good to take this forward and to build on it.
Thank you very much, Mark. David, please.
Thank you. So Mark already addressed the one comment I had around time as well, because I think things do need to be time bound so they don't become outdated or fall in white space. But the one question I had for you, Sylvia, as you were going through and showing the illustration and you were tagging, it looked like it moved to the next screen with one tag. Can you choose multiple? Because part of what I'm thinking about is when you talk about risks, you can have multiple risks. Right,
I just also learned that we can choose more, so apologies.
It just happened to be that way in the demonstration. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, David. Are there any other comments? Let me just, Mark, to your point, and which was also John's point on the opportunities. I was thinking about it a little bit. So, of course, I agree that a simple exercise of identifying trends and risks per se may be less important than if we have an objective of identifying some opportunities for us. So I think this is also in the terms of reference of the TRC to identify any possible topics or issues which may be of interest for the IESBA. And of interest may be of interest in two different ways. It may affect. It may mean, for instance, that something that we are doing we should stop because it's not relevant anymore, or because it disappeared, or whatever, or the other way around. It may mean that we need to do something and that to address some issues. Still, I think that the information collected and the work that will be done on that information to provide us with a picture of what's happening in terms of trends and risks per se is extremely useful. Because if we look back over the last 1 year, since June last year, we have been recurrently discussing our what's happening around, how we are being impacted, etc. It may affect us in many different ways, even the mindset with which we approach the topics to work and etc. So this is, of course, I fully agree that ultimately this should lead to something which is relevant for us to do or stop doing or adjusting something, but the knowledge itself, which is backing all our initiatives, all our work and etc., is also important. And therefore, I think that when, for instance, it is requested or asked that members report back on possible issues, trends, etc., that you may identify, that you don't necessarily have in mind that that I'm saying is going to start a project or an initiative or whatever. It's really about information which altogether can allow us to do things in a better way. I don't know if this is in line with your thinking, but
of course,
from what I understood,
no, it is.
I mean,
so let us not stay on this idea of the negativity. I think that's a completely reasonable point. It is not in our mind to focus, let's say, on the negative part of things. Of course, opportunities are also very relevant, and I would say if they are missed, they are in some sense a risk. But I would not. But I think we should focus on. We should also focus on those. Just maybe one comment that connects to Mark's comment, and both Sadi and John mentioned this when we were here back in March, and maybe we'll get back to you on this. That is additional sources of information. So we are very much connected to what's at the terms of reference as sources of information. But you did mention on occasion, also in March, on the possibility of having other sources. So all suggestions to that would be helpful to us. Maybe we know some of them, but surely not many or all that you mentioned. Just one final point there. Also, Sadi has already not answered to one comment that you made regarding to the survey. So at this point, the way we are looking at this, so to be honest, we haven't thought that much about the survey at this point. We are really focused on getting what this report could be, but also because if we are not able to develop it further, and maybe in terms of opportunity, it's even better not to do it at this point. The survey that we have there in the terms of reference is at this point the survey that we did internally to the board members and staff and TAs, right? I would argue that it would be an interesting development to make it more open to the global, what the stakeholders are looking at. That would be very informative. I'm just not sure we will be able to develop it in time on one hand, and on the other hand, this year we are in a very specific situation that is the, let's say, quarterly strategy is really requiring attention. So we will, of course, coordinate not to create, let's say, confusion with that work, which has, let's say, primacy at this point over what we do.
Okay. Nothing else from board members? So we will, I think that the committee can assume your agreement, not only to the proposals, but also your agreement to, as possible, provide feedback on your very many outreach initiatives, or every time you see something that might be of interest in terms of risks, trends, opportunities, something that we don't know or we didn't know. Nothing else from you, Rui, Sylvia? Okay, thank you very much, all of you, for the very good work done. This is very promising, and one more step towards an evolution of the IESBA in terms of capacity, knowledge, and ability to be relevant. If there is nothing else on this topic, we would move to the next one, and the next topic is on the strategy and work plan 2832. Work that has started already a few months ago, leading us to, at this phase, still together with IESB, towards the future strategy and work plan. As I will recall that this all started with a survey, a joint survey, which was an innovative approach to this job of proposing a strategy and work plan for the next cycle. We decided to do it that way because it was considered that on the one hand, it was beneficial for stakeholders who would not have to respond twice to two different surveys as they did in the past, and there were some complaints, knowing that some initial considerations about future possible priorities, areas of work, whatever, might be common, so it would avoid some repetitions and some overlaps and even contradictions in some cases. And thirdly, because we really believe that at this phase, the initial collection of feedback and perceptions, we should work together and then move with our own consultations for many reasons. One of them is because our mandate is different, so it's natural that we we consult on what should be the future IESBA and the future IESB strategies. The deadline for the responses to the survey finished on the 15th, right? 15th of May, exactly. So as you can imagine, Jeff and Sylvia will tell you a lot about it, but we haven't had a lot of time still yet to process those responses. I think that they have some idea about what's in those responses, but it's early days to understand what they mean, namely because we also have to work on them together with IESB. Anyway, it was considered that it was interesting at this point in time to give a flavor to the board members of this initial phase of the preparatory work for the next strategy and work plan. Jeff, thank you very much, and Sylvia for the work that you have been doing, and the floor is yours.
Thank you, Gabriela. Hi, everyone. So we just, of course, had the discussion on TLC and how we can more systematically collect, assess, and discuss new and emerging issues. So this next session is looking at more our a 4-year strategy from 2028 onwards. If I can move to the next slide. As Gabriela has mentioned, because the comment period only finished a couple of weeks ago, so the staff from both boards is really just starting to review the responses and put them all together so we can look at it holistically across all the different responses. So this session is really more or less designed to give you a sneak peek, I suppose, of the survey responses, principally on how the respondents have rated the trends that we have included in the joint stakeholder survey. And this has been prepared by the staff from both boards. And IESBA will be using the same deck, and they'll have the same discussion next week during the meeting in Germany. So perhaps I'll just give you a quick recap. If I can move to we can move to the next slide. Thanks, Sylvia. Essentially, as Gabriela has mentioned, the two boards established a joint working group to develop a joint stakeholder survey last year. And this joint working group consists of the chairs from both boards, and on our side, Chana and Christelle, also part of the joint working group. And you would remember the board in December, the two boards came together, and we approved a joint stakeholder survey as essentially the first step of developing the consultation papers to the two SWPs. And the full analysis, we will present it to the board at the September board meeting coming up in a few months' time. So we released, as Gabriela's mentioned, we've released the survey in January, and the comment period closed in May, so a few weeks ago, and we received just under 110 responses, which is we believe is quite a good response rate in that sense. And throughout the last few months, the staff team has developed a comms plan and gone and kind of reach out to different stakeholders to make sure that we be able to reach a broader group of stakeholders, a diverse, and getting responses from a diverse group of stakeholders. And Sylvia, in just a minute, will give you a sense of who's responded and where they're coming from, and stakeholder groups and whatnot. So as I've mentioned, the process essentially is we are the joint survey part, and then we will then move to consultation papers, which will be each board will have their own consultation paper and then their own SWPs. Just a reminder, just before we move into giving you a sense of the trends rating by the respondents to the survey. Just again to remind, in terms of the survey itself, other than getting the respondents' information and background, section 3, you will see that we've asked stakeholders to give us their feedback and their sense of what should be the SSB strategic positioning for 28 to 31. And then we asked them on rating a series of environmental trends split into 4 different categories, and Sylvia will just explain that again in just a second. And the last session, we also asked stakeholders to give their feedback and the input on areas that perhaps they see that the two boards should work together. So this session, we're going to give you a sense of, as I mentioned, how the respondents have rated the trends, and also some of the feedback about coordination as well. So I'm going to pass to Sylvia. I'm going to take you through the next few slides. Thanks, Sylvia.
So as Jeff had mentioned, we would like to provide you with an overview of the composition of the respondents and who are the respondents were mainly. And we have 107 on the slides, but we just received another one, so 108 respondents, and you can see the full list of the respondents in the cover note that was circulated to you prior to the meeting. So regarding the respondents, respondents have the opportunity to actually provide views on behalf of their organization in their official capacity, but they can also respond as in their individual capacity. So when we are talking about 107, as you can see, like 77 of them were on behalf of organizations that are cover or include even more members. So this 107 actually covers an even more stakeholder pool, which we believe is a really good outcome. Stakeholder or the respondents can actually provide their input through the survey. So we use the survey platform, and I think 102 of them use that survey platform, but we received 5 letters like via email. But we of course also consider those responses, and they are part of this compilation. Regarding the stakeholders group, if you have a look at the slides, I think no surprises that like all the other consultation, most of the respondents are from the IFAC member bodies and the PEOs and from accounting firm. But I think what is really good and really reassuring that we received certain responses from users of the financial information as well, a lot of responses from regulators, jurisdictional standard setters, and also from academics. So we consider that this is a really balanced and provides us a good overview of the different views and the different stakeholder groups as well. The next slide is just on the representation by the geographical area. Again, no surprises here. As usual, most of the responses from Asia Pacific and Europe, but we received quite a few and some responses from other areas as well. So we believe that it's kind of a success that all the regions are well represented. And as always, we have global responses from global organizations. And as Jeff mentioned, in the remaining part of the presentation, or the next couple of slides, we would like to talk about the ranking of the trends that was included in the survey. And these trends were really key environmental trends. So they really aimed to focus on the trends that would impact the IASB's and IESBA's environment, and through this environment really help the board to recognize the opportunities, I would say, the risks again, and help to prioritize the work in the future. So we are talking about future trends in that aspect as well. So in the survey, we already included certain pre-identified risk, and they were under 4 subcategories. It was the digital transformation, the changes to the geopolitical and regulatory landscape, the evolving concerns around sustainability information, and the 4th one was the evolving business models of the accounting firm. So these were already provided in the survey, and there were 3 types of questions around these key trends. One of them, we asked stakeholders to really score each and every trend based on from a scale from 1 to 6, whether they are increasing, the interest in these trends going to increase or decrease in the future. So that was the first one. The second one, we also asked stakeholders to provide whether there is any other additional trends that are not part of these 13. So we would like to understand what's out there, what can also impact IASB's and IESBA's environment. And the third one was that we asked stakeholders to provide their top 5 trends that they believe that the 2 boards should really consider while developing their future SWP. So as we are going through, is just really the first slides shows a weighted rank score that really relates to this top 5 classification. So this really shows, or as you have a look at the slides, you will see that we used the method we used, that if a trend ended up on the first place of a respondents list, that's got 5 points. If it's the second, it's the 4 points, and so on and so on. So that's how we identify these weight and trend score of what is the most typical top 5 elements as well. And as you can see, the first ones are from the emerging technologies, the risk of fragmentation. The third one is the additional trend. So whenever a respondent provided an additional trend that wasn't identified, it is captured like under that line. Of course, we cannot present you now all these elements. We need further analysis to that. It's just highlighting that this is the third one, and also the greater agility and the technology-enabled financial crimes. So these were the top 5, and as you can see, the last ones are the non-assurance services and also the involvement of the non-professional accountant. So these ended up like the the least involved in these top 5 trends. I think again that really presents or it's aligned with the expectations as well. So the other kind of categorization that we did with these trends is relates to how stakeholders see the importance of the trends from these 1 to 6 score or element that where 1 or 0 and 1 were strongly decreasing in importance in the future, and 6 was strongly increasing in importance in the future. So that meant that if it was scored as a 6, this is something that the respondents believe that the 2 boards should really focus on and consider as an impact in the future. And again, if you have a look at the first 5, it's again the emerging technologies, technology-enabled financial crimes, risk of fragmentation, regulatory changes, greater agility. So the 2 actually categorization are really in line. So those that are ended up in the first top 5, it's on the previous slides as well and in these slides as well. So there is a consistency that what stakeholders believed are the top 5 and what are they believe that are increasing and increasing in importance as well. And finally, there is another categorization we wanted to show you is what are the highest trends ratings based on the stakeholder groups. So what the specific stakeholder groups believed are the trends that are going to increase in the importance. And as you can see, emerging technologies ended up on the first place in each stakeholder groups. And the second one was the technology-enabled financial crimes, almost everywhere except one stakeholder group. And the top 3, top 4, and top 5, there are some spreading around, but I think it also really shows what are the key trends based on the numbers we have received. But I would like to just mention that this is the categorization of the numbers. So stakeholders also provided some explanations and how it relates to the board work. So it's really, we couldn't really draw conclusions just based on the numbers and how what was the score of the specific trends that going to impact, or the respondents believe that going to impact the work of IEESB and IESBA. And we need to understand the big picture as well before we draw any conclusions on that. And Jeff is going to talk about these big picture in the next couple of slides.
Thank you, Sylvia. So as I mentioned earlier, in September, the joint working group will present a full analysis of both the quantitative but also the qualitative information that we've received from the survey. Next slide, if you can do that. Thank you. But we just thought at the staff level, we can make some general observations, certainly based on how the respondents have rated the different trends that we have included in the survey. As Sylvia has mentioned, you see that certainly there was a lot of support for the increasing importance of 2 of the 4 categories. Particularly digital transformation and more particularly emerging technologies certainly have been rated the most significant and most relevant as we move into the next SWP period. And even within that group of I suppose trends, certainly technology-enabled financial crimes is another one that's rated quite high by the respondents, and perhaps to a lesser extent, digital assets. And then the next one, of course, is in terms of the trends of changes in geopolitical and regulatory landscape. And certainly there's a lot of connectivity in some of these trends that we've included in this category. We're looking at regulatory changes, fragmentation, and greater need for agility. And these are all rated fairly high by the respondents. Now, the other two categories, as I mentioned, staff haven't had a chance or the working group have a chance to review all the responses yet. But some of the feedback that we see that is fairly consistent based on what we've read in terms of, for instance, sustainability. I don't think respondents are saying that sustainability and that landscape is not important, but I think it's more of a recognition that the two boards have just finalized their respective standards, and I think the comment is all about let's look at the adoption and work on adoption and implementation, and look at some point post-implementation review of these two standards. In terms of evolving structure and business models of accounting firms, certainly one of the trends that perhaps are rated fairly high is alternative business structure. And as we have already discussed today, this is something that this board is already working on and started working on in terms of our work stream on private equity investments. So certainly respondents recognize that this board has already started on this, but they've made other comments in terms of, look at this jointly with or coordinate closely with IESBA, which we are already doing, of course. We also want to perhaps give you a little bit more general observations in terms of the cross-cutting comments that we have seen so far based on some of the responses that we have seen. Certainly respondents were quite open in highlighting some of the more specific matters and issues for consideration under each trend. And we noticed that respondents, some of them, they are the same for both boards. Others is more for IESBA, more specific for IESBA, and others more specific for IESBA. In terms of when a trend is rated as important, it doesn't necessarily mean that the ask is for us to immediately look at setting standards, of course, and we appreciate that, and that's what we've been working on, and recognize the importance of evidence-based standard setting. And I think many of the comments, it's about considering whether the code continues to be fit for purpose for that particular issue or in relation to that particular trend, as we start to gather information and look at what the ethics or independence issues might be. There's a lot of comments on the different trends about the need for both boards to ensure our standards remain principles-based, clear, scalable, proportionate, operable, and implementable. All these things are very much captured in our public interest framework anyway. So certainly as we move towards standard setting projects, this is something that we will have to work within anyway to make sure that we meet those characteristics of a standard in the public interest framework. And as we've heard already, in terms of agility, the call for greater agility, of course, is one of the more highly rated trends that respondents consider to be relevant to both boards. But this board is already looking at comments and working on things like non-authoritative materials, education material, guidance material, and also narrow scope amendments. So these are things that we're already working on, and that sort of brought me to the next point is, you'll recognize that some of these trends that the two boards, and certainly this board is already working on, for instance, technology. We have a working group, we're working closely with IESBA as well. So we are already recognizing this is already a current trend for us as we're working on, but I think responses are saying that this trend will continue to be relevant and important to you as we move into the 2028 to 2031 strategy period. Another, of course, being agile and recognizing the risk of fragmentation. I think these are things that we are already working on, and we have talked a lot about, in our meetings about being agile, about being able to respond to issues quickly. Even the discussion this morning on PEI, we've already had some of that discussion, and to really bring that concept of agility into our board discussions in almost every session as relevant. These are some of the things that we are already working on. Now, there is another strong, cross-cutting comments, but also it's also in one of our questions in terms of joint actions and collaboration and coordination with IESBA. So perhaps I could just move to the next slide, thanks. So we have, in terms of the feedback that we have received, respondents continue to, of course, stress the importance of strong collaboration, and we are already doing that, and there's a recognition of that. But I think what respondents is perhaps emphasizing is to perhaps look for ways to improve and maximize and making it more efficient and effective with that coordination with IESBA. Some of the points, this is by no means all the comments. Again, we have drawn out some of the feedback, but you get more a full analysis and in September. But some of the comments that we've heard now is avoid overlap and duplication of work. Make sure that we focus on topics where interoperability is essential. Consideration, look at things like, who should own the issues, alignment of terminologies, also strengthen coordination, not only at the staff level, but also at the board level. In the middle bit there, these are some of the areas that we've identified, respondents have identified as common areas of interest that we should work on, in a more coordinated fashion. Of course, the first one, technology, and also the third one, alternative ownership structures, that we are already working on, and of course the PI framework. And there's also comments about, when you do look at non-PA's involvement or non-professional accountants' involvement, and also attracting and training talents, these are areas that you should, look at it jointly or in a coordinated way with IESBA. There are some comments that we have read that you need to look at when you coordinate with IESBA, when the two boards coordinate. Is it going to be a joint project, or is it going to be one board taking more control of a particular issue because it sits more within the remit? So these are some of the things that respondents have asked us to consider moving forward. There were also comments about joint collaboration with other standard setting setters. Did I say right? No, it's other standard setters, more than just the two boards. And also there are, a fair amount of comments actually in terms of direct engagement with a diverse group of stakeholders, and not just those, in the profession, particularly with the users group and investors group. So these are just some of the comments that we've read. Oh, there's one more that I think is important, that there's certainly comments about not all trends require joint action, and we recognize that, of course. So these are some of the, overall comments that we've heard from the respondents. There are two very clear trends that are more important: technology and changes in regulations and geopolitical environment. And the other two trends perhaps less important from the from the respondents' rating perspective. But again, it's important to recognize that, as Sylvia has mentioned, that we still need to get into the qualitative comments that the respondents have given us. And then as we drew into that in the next phase, and we'll work with the joint working group, then we'll get a better sense of what are some of the key comments and some of the key directions that stakeholders is asking us. If I could, I might just actually go to the next steps before we ask for the board's feedback, if that's okay. The next one. the next, is there another one after this, way forward? Thank you. So I just want to quickly just touch on this first, just to let you know where we're heading in the next few months. So we are in June. In September, the joint working group will present the full review of the survey responses. And in that same meeting, each of the planning committee will also present the first read of the respective consultation paper. Again, a reminder, there are one set of joint survey and analysis, but two sets of consultation paper. So you will have the opportunity to review and comment on the first read of the IESBA consultation paper of the SWP. And then we're looking at December approving the consultation paper. And of course, we are looking at the two boards. We are looking at approving the SWPs in December. So over the course of the next couple of months, the joint working group will get together, discuss the comments, the feedback of all the surveys, and more importantly, look at what are some of these joint elements that we need to look for and make sure that it's mentioned and made the way into the respective consultation papers. So that's what the joint working group certainly will be working on, along with support from staff in the next couple of months. And as I mentioned, you will see a full review of the survey responses and the first read of the IESBA consultation paper in September. So we can go back to a couple of slides. So that's kind of what I guess, at least at the staff level, we want to inform the board, and perhaps Gabriela, pass it back to you and see if board members have any reflections or any questions or comments. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you both for the work done so far in processing the responses received, which have a high number, which is good, but gives us a little bit more work. Yes, I'd be interested in listening to board members. Any insights, Mark?
Thank you. So thank you for giving us this early cut of what's coming in terms of responses to the survey. I think it is good that we're getting feedback from stakeholders about the importance of continued cooperation and coordination between the boards. That's very welcome. And I also think it's very good that the sort of instinct that we had over what were the priorities in going into this period have sort of largely been borne out by the stakeholder feedback. And that's a good broad range of stakeholder feedback. Nevertheless, we are in a sort of fast-moving world. And when I listen to the presentation, I'm taken back to following my late mum around Costco, where she's pushing a trolley and ever more goes in it. And it's only gravity holding things in. And I think that rather than this sort of ever greater pile of things, and it is difficult because there are lots of things sort of emerging from the engagement. We need, as you said in the presentation, to maintain a degree of flexibility. And that's because even though, there is a lot of focus on technology, for instance, emerging technology, there will be other things that happen that we have to respond to as well. It would be really nice if we could give some consideration of a strategic work plan that isn't planned out to the nth degree. So, if you think about the resource that we've got, only plan about 70% of it, because then you retain some headroom to be able to react and pivot and change as things happen. And I think that we also sort of need to think in perhaps engaging with the consultation. What is the board's mechanism for not doing things? Because in all of the time I followed this board and in all of the time I've sat on this board, one of the great justifications as to why we're doing it is it was in the SWP, even though it might not be as relevant as it was. So so I would really encourage the team in looking at this as to how to position it to give us a degree of flexibility, because we need that flexibility, because for all of the great things this board does, the one thing it's really bad at is stopping things and saying no. And so therefore we need to try and build that discipline into our thinking. So really interesting set of initial results. I think it bears out the discussions that we had, you know, and where we thought we were going is where the stakeholders want us to go. But don't nail things down too firmly, because inevitably I expect that those who sit on this board in years after my time here will have ended, will be dealing with things in the SWP period that we've never even thought of.
Thank you very much, Mark. Nancy, please.
Thank you, Chair. And thanks to the project team for working on this. I fully recognize that you haven't been able to do a deep dive. So this was sort of a shallow look at what the numbers told us. A couple of things struck me. One, there weren't any surprises for me. And I think to Mark's point, I think that that's reflective of a lot of the deep conversation that staff and this board have. So I think that that's good news. I do, and Jeff, you very much acknowledge this, but I think it bears repeating, and in part because I did have some participation in several groups who are pulling together their responses of not reaching conclusions until you're able to do that deep dive. I think in particular, one of the things that was noted was that if your responses for IESB were different than for IESBA, there was no mechanism to reflect that in the numbers. It had to be done in the comments. And so I think there were a variety of approaches taken. And I don't think that that was uncommon to have a different answer, depending on whether it was audit or ethics driven. So I'm really looking forward to our next conversation where we are able to do that deeper dive and look at the nuances. And I just think that that is going to present just a challenge in terms of trying to create sort of simple, quick, numbered related analyses here. I think it is going to be predicated on the responses. And I think in the responses themselves, these are nuanced responses that talk about the reasons why they view a particular matter. So I just want to, I do think we should exercise some caution about not reaching any conclusions. For example, Jeff, I'm not sure I necessarily reach the same conclusion on sustainability that you might have based on some of the responses that I participated in. And so I think having to look through this, I think it's just going to be difficult to come up with, in some ways, I think these will be more nuanced responses. I would also, with respect to the survey itself, suggest that maybe there's an opportunity here to select a few of the respondents and ask for some feedback on the user experience, because I will say the joint approach was deemed to be frustrating in just the logistics of how to complete that. And I think that would provide valuable input. I'm not talking about a representative sample. I'm just talking about, you know, maybe asking a few of the respondents to give some feedback. Lastly, and I think this gets to Mark's point and how we use this information. And I know we're going to have a session later this week to talk about strategic priorities, but I think this is the perfect time to start thinking about how we establish those. And I was joking, but not joking at lunch about, you know, we've talked about 3 significant projects so far this week, and every one of them was the most significant project in front of us. And like, well, they're all very significant, but I don't think all can be the most. Or if that's the case, it makes it very, very difficult to establish strategic priorities. And so, and I know I've said this in front of this board before, and I will probably say it again, there's no such thing as unlimited resources. We have to be very careful about where we apply those resources to make the most impact and where we think it is the most strategic importance. And so I think that takes diligence and rigor as we work through this. But I think this information is going to give us some great insights in helping achieve that goal. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Nancy. John, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. Jeff, I just wanted to ask a clarifying question, I think. Towards the end of the presentation, I think you said that there were two trends that were most important, which were emerging technologies and regulatory change. And yet, when I look at the key trends analysis, emerging technologies clearly stands out as the big one, but then the second one that appears to be there is risk of fragmentation. I was just wondering whether there was something else that was driving you to.
No, maybe I didn't say it correctly. I just meant in terms of the groups, the categories of trend. Digital transformation clearly is quite important to consider the different trends that are included in there. And then the next one, I would say, is the group of trends that's under the category of changes in geopolitical and regulatory landscape. You're right in terms of saying that in terms of breaking it down into the different trends, not taking into account what Nancy just said, that some participants have rated the trends separately between IESBA and IESB. Then yes, emerging technology is the most important, and then obviously risk of fragmentation is right up there. So I just meant in terms of the two broad groups of trends.
Thank you.
Thank you, John and Jeff. Obichukwu, please.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the project team. So I just want to point out, just like Nancy has also said, that the results that we have, we need to consider the challenges that the stakeholders had in completing the survey, because like one of the stakeholders that was involved in their completing it spoke also to the challenge of that not all the trends, there needs to be independent analysis for IESBA and for IEESB. So they had a struggle in doing a joint analysis. So that's something that has to be considered in this, the results we have. And that also think what affected to me, the low responses, because it was a bit challenging for some people. And then, given that, it will also be interesting. I look forward to September when we'll open up on the additional trends, because of the challenge, most people use the comments to capture what they wanted to say. So going forward, I'll suggest that if we are doing a collaboration with IEEE, IAASB, we should find a way to have, if you're doing one survey, IESBA should have its own line. And then you can now ask, what things do you think we can do together, instead of lumping it up, because not everything does not really work the same way for the two boards. And then from what we have here already, I feel that it's pointing to more need for adoption and implementation. Because we talk about agility, we talk about risk of fragmentation. All this speaks to the fact that we need to do more in putting out what you already have in the code out there. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Obichukwu. Sadia, please.
We did things a bit differently in this survey, and I from my observation, it seems like we got a good turnout and a good spread from various stakeholders. I just wanted to confirm that is true from our last survey. If the numbers still confirmed, it's just the learning experience as we do things differently. Did it make things easier or not? I personally thought it was easier because it wasn't a duplicate survey and it allowed for one response. I heard Nancy's warning about don't go too quickly and look at the detail, but I can't help myself. I want to know from slide 8, the other, what is sitting in the other? If it's our number 3 theme and it wasn't the respondent couldn't find it in the ones that we had. Is there something that's already standing out as something we need to consider? I also wanted to touch on, sorry, I'm going to get the slide. The slide that shows the different respondents, it's slide 10. I couldn't help but notice how there seems to be some commonalities except for accounting firms. Accounting firms wanted greater agility, which was quite surprising when the JSS wanted, well, they wanted greater agility, but they had it on 5. So I really want to see what's behind that greater agility when it comes to accounting firms. It could be on one item, but it made substantial that it came up on the top 3. And just to echo that 5 years is a long time. And as we take this year, each year probably would have a different flavor and to keep some kind of flexibility in all of these items.
Thank you. Sadia Luigi, please. No, Tomoyo, sorry.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for providing the high-level overview of the SWP responses. As a couple of the board members says, I think it's important to take into consideration the comments provided. So I'm also looking forward to the deep dive review that will be presented in September. The other thing is about the respondents by stakeholder group, and yes, it's very good that we had a broad range of stakeholder responses from the stakeholder group, but TCWG and the responses from the preparers are relatively small comparing to the number of the people, preparers or the TCWG there. So do we consider to supplement or hear from them before September, that so we have a kind of good number of responses before going into the planning of the strategy and work plan? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Tomoyo. Chana, please.
Thanks, Chair. So some high-level observations. I think I also agree with Mark's comment that, when we are planning it, we should have some capacity in there. So maybe plan for 70% and have 30% capacity. With regard to like the analysis and sort of, we'll have to be careful when we are looking at it, and maybe it's a question to the working group as well, that some people would have responded just for the ethics part, and some people would have responded just for the assurance part. So when we are doing the analysis, I think it may be time to sort of break away a bit, because otherwise it will become harder to keep working on it in the same manner when the other party has just responded to one part of the survey. Then with regard to, I don't think we have, just because it's in the SWP, we are bound to do things, because each time with it comes up, like we are having a strategic priority meeting coming up later, the board can always change its mind. And as example, I was just checking with Ken as well. The sustainability thing was not on that particular SWP, but the board took it on and did it, although it was not in the 29-23 SWP, the board took on sustainability and did it. So, so that's not to say that everything is cast in stone just because you did a SWP for 28 to 31. So the board has pivoted and done things when the market demanded it. So, like So a word of caution, like I think Nancy is saying, people responded to it, but to particular parts. And now when we are doing the analysis, we'll have to be discerning and take what's really aimed at us and sort of be careful on it.
Thank you very much, Chana. Christelle, please.
Yes, as it was expressed by Nancy and Chana, I just wanted to testify about how it went for the French response. The two technical groups, ethics and audit, have done their work alone, but ethics did it before and it's inspired, or it was benchmarked and completed by the audit, and then we discussed the overall answer. It ended not to be far, each one on the global note, yeah, the rating, and then the comments were the place where we could add things on the focus more for one or for the other. So there was not so much discrepancies in the rating. That's my just to say.
Thank you very much, Christelle, for that additional information. So I don't see anyone else wanting to, at this point, to come in. I'd like to say a few words, but Jeff, is that on your side? You want to react to some of these things? So go ahead.
Thank you, Gabrielle, and thank you, everyone, for your feedback so far. Just some perhaps quick responses to some of the comments in terms of the challenges some stakeholders, respondents have found in terms of the format of the survey. We certainly have taken on notice, and going forward, when we do these kind of surveys, we might have, if we ever do that kind of rating, we might ask respondents to perhaps give them an opportunity to rate separately, or certainly respondents have done that already. If they felt that IESBA could be a 6 and IESBA could be a 4, some of them have said it specifically, and then of course they go into the actual comments in terms of why they've rated a certain rating. So going forward in terms of the analysis that will be done and considered by the joint working group and prepared by the staff team, we will certainly take the ratings into consideration, and we'll take into account the different ratings by the different for different boards, for each of the two boards if they're different. But more importantly, as we move into the next stage, it's more about the qualitative comments, because they might rate something very high, but the comments might be the same as someone who's rated it a bit lower. So we need to take all that into consideration and to make sure that we don't give perhaps a wrong perception that something's rated high or something's rated low. We need to obviously take into account the qualitative input that we've received from stakeholders. In terms of the need for agility and to reflect that perhaps in the consultation paper, we're certainly very much aware of that. I'm not sure if Gabriella will comment on that later, but certainly that's something that at least this board will be looking at, is to make sure that we build into that sort of capacity buffer. Something that we will consider. And we are already doing this right now. In a couple of days, we were talking about strategic priorities and how we can perhaps, if we need to reallocate staff to different work streams because of our priorities. So we are already hopefully looking at that. And of course, in terms of that flexibility, I take Mark and others' advice or input or comment is that not only must we be good at adding things, we must be able to have a way to not doing something or postponing something as well. And I think there was a comment about some of the seems to point to adoption and implementation. If we're looking at if fragmentation seems to be an important trend, or agility as well, and that's certainly some of the comments that we've read, is the importance of adoption and implementation. So that's very much on point there. Otherwise, I'll pass it back to you, Gabriela. And thank you again for everyone's feedback.
Thank you very much, Jeff, and thank you to Sylvia as well, and to Chana and Christelle, who have been working together with the group, the joint group, in these discussions on the joint survey and how to deal with the joint survey. I must say that at the start it wasn't easy to find a way to do it together. There were some initial discussions which weren't easy. It was the first time. But I think that we got with this result, which is not bad, even though it was clear. It is clear that, as it was mentioned here, we need to distill from these responses what is relevant for the IESBA and may not be for the IESB, and vice versa, or be relevant in a different way and have different meanings. Some respondents even mentioned that it was difficult for them to give joint responses because the same question might deserve different responses depending which board was being considered. But I think that all in all, the amount and the type of information that was collected it will be very relevant for us to proceed with the individual consultations. Now, Nancy, what you said, I couldn't agree more that this is a first overview of the responses, and Jeff also mentioned that, but we cannot, I mean, this can be a trap for us to look at this information in a raw way, just based on the numbers and on the composition of the results and the rankings and etc. This requires, and this was something that I even discussed with the team, requires a lot of work on our side to understand this information and the nuances of the information and the granularity, but also our strategy and work plan cannot just be driven by a number of responses saying that we should do this or that. There is, ultimately, it's for this board against our objectives, our mandate, and the public interest considerations that we need to put above everything to decide based on this what should be the priorities, and that's what we are going to consult a little bit later. So I couldn't agree more with you, Nancy. There is work to be done, and there is a risk that if we take things at face value, that we might be going in the wrong direction. So I still expect discussions and very hot discussions about which these priorities should be. Mark, to your point, it's not the first time that you bring it. I heard you saying the same thing probably 3 years ago, that we cannot be at the limit of our capacity because things happen. That's, well, in theory, conceptually, of course, I could not but agree. Sometimes it's difficult to put it in place, given the scarce resources and the many requests that we get. I know that you think that we need to learn to say no, and that's what we have been doing to many things. But I would always highlight what Chana also mentioned, and that I had in mind. We have already been very flexible because it was not only sustainability. Sustainability came late and became the biggest priority when it was not there initially. But think about private equity that we are now starting to work on. Think about the different direction that technology is taking, which was not at all planned in terms of the intensity that this risks to take. So we are being agile, and I think that we are being very much able to adjust our priorities and our resource allocation as we go, depending on this information that we have and that we want to have. And the conversation that we had just before on the trends and risks is part of it, and the insights group and etc. So that at all times we are able to adjust. That doesn't mean that we should not have a strategy and work plan. What I think, and I think that, I don't know if it was your point, Mark, I wasn't sure, but what I think that as we will start building, designing the new strategy and work plan, it has probably to be much less detailed in terms of work plan than the former ones. We need to be less rigid, like we are going to do this and that and that and that, because we learned from what we are living now that we will probably not comply, respect, follow, and that we will need to constantly adjust. So probably we will need to think about a different approach, more based on areas or I don't know, risks, objectives, or whatever, and less on a detailed work plan, because this is going to be very difficult to maintain, to keep, and it will force a constant adjustment and justifications, explanations. And then there are people who love that because, it may make our life a little bit difficult. So the other thing that I had here was this idea of listening to other stakeholders that Tomoyo brought, like we don't have that many preparers responding and that many investors. I think, Tomoyo, that your question was, can we in between reach out directly to some groups? I think that not only, if we can, I don't know, we should, which is a different thing. But we had that discussion with respect to the CFOs, for instance, try to leverage on the roundtables to try to, and you were very much involved in that. Thank you very much, because you made I know that you made an effort in that respect, but we were trying to leverage on the interaction with the CFOs to try to get something here. It was not easy. But I really think that these two groups, preparers and investors, are ones on which we probably need to make an additional effort, because they are preparers are extremely important. And I'll go back to that. And investors are ultimately for whom we are working for. And we know that it's very difficult for them. They are starting to get a little bit closer, but still, I think that there is an additional effort to be made. Finally, IESB, IESBA, well, we will go separately for many reasons that were decided before. And then I think that still make all the sense. In speaking about preparers, I think that the two things link. It keeps on being forgotten that the IESBA mandate is much broader than just audit. As Chana usually says, and other people, the population of professional accountants who are not auditors account for 70% of this population, or something like that, between consultants, between preparers, between tax advisor, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, auditors will be 10% because there'll be
10%. Okay.
Yeah, 20% will be.
So there is a constant focus on audit and what we do for audit quality and all these things, which is more than fair. It's an extremely important area. But let's not forget that we have a much broader mandate than just audit. And this sometimes introduces some disruption and some bias in the way people look at our work, because they are focused, they see it through the lenses of just audit, which is not just our, it's not what our mandate is about. And this population, which is the professional accountants who are not auditors, they don't receive that much attention and support from this standard setting system. We will speak about it tomorrow. I mean, probably you have seen the conclusions reached so far from this outreach, but I think that conclusion is aligned with what I'm saying, that the output, the contribution of the standard setting system for the, well, I'm not saying 90%, but a number close to that of a population which is covered by our mandate is not always or not most of the times at the center of the attention. On the contrary. So I think that this is one of the reasons why we need to have our own strategy and our own strategy and work plan. Of course, we may discuss how much attention we will deploy, resources we will deploy to that part of this population, and we can conclude that it's lower than we might imagine. That's fine, but this has to be front of mind. And once we make decisions, we have to make the decisions with this in mind, and making sure that if we leave them a little bit aside or as secondary or whatever, this is a deliberate decision and not something that happens just because people are all very much focused on the audit side. So I think this is what I wanted to add, but I see that Ken still wants. Sorry?
For Ramoji, you wanted to come in?
No, I think my point has already been covered. That Tomoyo made that point. I had a similar issue. Thanks. Yeah.
Okay, I'll be very quick, really. And really, it's just to put on the record, pretty much everything has been said here. The board absolutely employs a dynamic strategic planning process, and there's ample evidence to that. Shannon flagged the sustainability response, essentially the pivot the board did back, in fact, in June 2022, in the middle of the, essentially shortly after the middle of the 2019 through 2023 strategic cycle, when that topic wasn't even on that earlier strategic work plan. So that was very important pivot. Last year, the board will recall, we had a mid-cycle strategy review when the board really looked at the landscape, took into account the stakeholder feedback we were hearing across a number of dimensions, and did a calibration of the forward work plan over the following 2 years, 25 and 26, and hence some adjustments that were made to the strategic work plan. And finally, I don't intend to put any or speak to for Philip from a PIOB perspective, but any adjustments the board makes or any pivots the board makes from a strategic perspective is done in full view of PIOB oversight. And in fact, Gabriela and others who are involved directly in conversations with PIOB is fully accountable and goes to PIOB with full explanation as to why the board has made a pivot or has made an adjustment or a recalibration of the forward strategic work plan. So that's all to say is everything is very much transparent. It's very much open and under full oversight of PIOB.
Yeah. And speaking about things that we say no, or that we park, or that we stop, and I'd like to, well, I prepared a slide during the weekend with that in mind that puts things very clear. But for instance, just an example, CIVs, I mean, it's parked because we don't have the resources. It was not considered a priority to move forward immediately with the commitment that we had to do some NAM in that area. It's parked, and tomorrow I think that we will have conversations that will lead probably to not to the same decision, but to decisions along the way, along the same lines, which is to change the initial course of action, depending on the necessity, the importance, the priority, the feedback, and the resources that we have and that we don't have. So definitely, I think that we couldn't be more agile. Of course, we could always be more agile if we had more resources, but with the resources that we have, that's the best that we can do. Philip, any comment from you?
Thank you. Thank you for this first flavor. I think that gives very promising results expected by the PIOB. Because there was a strong support for having a common approach between the two standard setters. So I think my colleague will look forward to the results presented in September after the analysis is completed. But at this stage, I think the results are encouraging, and you know, it's very satisfying, I presume, for you to see that you know, when you establish that the two main points resulting at this stage from you know, this survey concern emerging technologies and regulatory changes in the geopolitical environment and so on. It's satisfying to see that in the agenda of the two first days, you have big parts of the discussion relating to, you know, these subjects. So that means that you are in the target. I hope that, you know, this approach will help you to be really in the center of the target. But anyway, it seems that you are well aligned. And just to end my words, Ken is right. The strategic work plan of the two SSBs are under the supervision of the PIOB, and there is a process of, you know, certification of these work plans, which doesn't mean that you know, it's after that carved in the stone, because it's about explainability. when you refer to agility, I think that for sure, in terms of strategic monitoring, there is always a possibility to change and to include other topics which were not, anticipated 4 or 5 years before, for sure. But it requires a process. This is right, and with explanations. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Philippe. And thank you, everyone, for this very good conversation, which will, I think, be resumed tomorrow and after tomorrow with the discussions around strategic priorities, resource allocation, and things like that. So this all serves and feeds that conversation. We will break now, right?
Yes, so we'll break, but 2 quick announcements, if I may, Chair.
Yeah, of course.
Firstly, there are still some additional spare handbooks, the 2025 handbooks at the back. So if anybody would like some copies or additional copies, feel free to just take any number you wish. We have additional copies if anybody feels that we've kind of run out. And I would encourage the observers as well. Feel free to grab those handbooks. Secondly, for the board social activity tomorrow, you should have received the link for your contribution from ASTU. So if you could just take care of that before tomorrow, that would be greatly appreciated. Thank you.
Okay, so we will be back at 4:20, okay? A little bit shorter than it was planned, but since we are late, and I don't believe that you want to leave very late, but 4:20. Welcome back for the last session on adoption and implementation. Just remind this board that this has been one of the priorities that this board has been identifying. In March, again, we decided to focus, to have a reinforced focus on adoption and implementation, particularly because the sustainability standards are going to get effective by the end of the year, but because more broadly, this becomes more and more something that our stakeholders are asking us to do. Of course, we know that the capacity is very limited for the much that we would love to do, but I think that this working group has been crucial to make our strategic approach to the work and to the way we serve the public interest advance. And I'm going to give the floor to Amarjit, right, to present the update the board on the work that has been done since March.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and happy to report on the progress that we are making. This is a steady progress. Needle is moving. It could move faster, but we have to be patient. And given the resource constraints that we have, I think the group is doing well. And special thanks to the team here in IESBA, John and Elaine. I think they put in a lot of work. Oh, you're here. So, right. So, since the last meeting in March, we've met regularly, almost every fortnight, and I thank all the working group members for that. And we also had a meeting with IIMAG Chair Luigi and Sylvia, and also we had a meeting with ISSB and IAASB. That is our regular meeting, which happens every few months. Can you go to the next slide? So let me, just give you some broad headlines before I pass it to John. We are working on all the fronts that you see on this slide. Our stakeholder engagement is a continuous exercise, so it happens at regular intervals. In terms of adoption, the good news is now 10 jurisdictions have adopted, which is good. And there are many others where it is work in progress. And of course, we have our own list of 17 priority jurisdictions where during this period, since March, we've tried to develop a very focused, tailor-made correspondence with all these 17 jurisdictions with the help of board members and the TAs. On the partnership framework, we've identified 8 prospective partners. This framework, which we've developed recently, the main focus is on how can we leverage partners on the ground for promoting A&I adoption and implementation. So we'll dive into each of these issues, each of these details, but these are the headlines. So, John, yeah.
Okay, thank you very much, Amarjit, and good afternoon, everyone. So on the next slide, I'll just give a brief update on the updated action plan, in particular around stakeholder engagement. I'm just going to focus on 2 or 3 of these in particular. The first one there is around the coordination between the IESBA and IFAC. And in particular, I think I mentioned this at the previous meeting, but IFAC are going through a process of reassessing how they determine the adoption status of jurisdictions, as well as how they capture the data from jurisdictions. So they're going through the process, and they're actually undertaking consultations at the moment with the standard setting boards, professional accounting organisations and other stakeholders. So in that regard, we provided a written submission to IFAC in relation to that, and then Ken, Elaine and myself met with IFAC last week in relation to our written submission and some of our feedback. So As you're aware from previous meetings, there has been some concern around the data on the IFAC website in terms of the status of adoption, but also around timeliness of the data and various other aspects with that. So we provided some specific feedback where we had some concerns in relation to, obviously in relation to the timeliness of the data, which they recognise is an issue when they're looking at more automating the process, because it is a very manual process at the moment, and to make that more contemporaneous. But we also highlighted some concerns that we do have around the actual definitions about how they assess whether a jurisdiction is adopted or partially adopted or not adopted. And in particular, the definition around adopted has it's almost impossible to meet in certain instances. There are obviously jurisdictions that are able to attain the adopted status, but there are also, if you just fall shy of that mark, so for example, let's say a jurisdiction, for example, Brazil, where there are certain aspects of the NOCLAR standards that are not adopted, but there is a specific reason that due to legal requirements in that jurisdiction. But as a result, that jurisdiction is considered to be partially adopted, even though it's basically adopted of the remainder of the code, and there's just that one sort of caveat, that one specific thing. So we've provided specific feedback around that in relation to a number of different jurisdictions where we could see that the definitions are not really hitting the mark in terms of what the actual reality is. So we provided that feedback. We aim to continue liaising with them regularly throughout this year. And continue to provide feedback in that process, and we'll keep the board up to date as that progresses. The Stakeholder Advisory Council, there was a specific session on the partnership framework, so I'll leave that to Amarjeet when he provides an update on that, and also so in terms of some of the issues that the Stakeholder Advisory Council raised, but then how the working group has responded to those. The IESBA, IASB, that has predominantly been around the adoption status for the IESA, and I'll come to that on the next slide. We had the World Bank presentation. So the staff presented to at a World Bank and the Centre for Financial and Sustainability Reforming webinar, which was done in coordination with IFAC, and that was on substantive revisions to the code since 2018. With a particular focus on sustainability, technology, and also A&I. There were representatives from 20 jurisdictions at that event, and some really good turnout. And we're hoping to take that further. As Amarjeet mentioned, we had our regular ISSB, IAASB, IESBA meeting. Quite a bit of that discussion focused on our partnership framework and getting feedback from them about some of the hurdles that they faced when they established their similar partnership framework. And Amarjeet will cover that a little bit in terms of the more so around the governance arrangements around the partnership frameworks there. The IAF, there's no further update. There's been no change in the status since we last reported to the board in relation to that. So in relation to the IESA adoption status, as Amarjeet mentioned, there is now 10 jurisdictions that have adopted the IESA. Since we last met, the new jurisdictions that have gone into that category is India, Saudi Arabia, and also Zambia. So that's some good progress there. So it's up to 10 in adopted. There's 10 in partially adopted. A new one that's been included in that is China. Some feedback we've received via JSS in relation to that. And then there's 20 jurisdictions that are under consideration, and that includes the United States, which has been added based on some feedback from JSS as well. So in relation to that, just to what we've been doing on a quarterly basis is in conjunction or in coordination with the IAASB, we've been connecting with the various regional bodies. So, for example, PAFA or Gleneef in South America, CAPA, those ones, and asking them to get information from their member bodies in terms of any change in status of adoption. And also, we've been connecting through the JSS as well and avoiding any duplication. For example, if a JSS member is part of that regional body's membership, we've requested them not to contact them separately. But so we've been doing that, and we'll continue to do that on a quarterly basis to ensure that we maintain that status. So that's up on the IESBA website as well, except for those most recent changes, because we're still waiting on some links and a couple other things to ensure that that's completely up to date.
So if I can just supplement on, so I just wanted to clarify, in terms of the jurisdictions which have adopted, there are 10 jurisdictions which are listed in this slide. We haven't gone into the details of the extent of adoption, in the sense, is it a full adoption, or it is a 80% adoption or 50% adoption? But the fact remains that there is a consultation based on IESA, and I can speak for India with more confidence. So the IESA framework, largely without any change, there was a consultation done, but not everything has gone into what they finally adopted. But the extent of adoption is pretty huge. So what I'm saying is that's the finer detail. We'll get to that as well as we go now. Yep.
Okay, thank you, Amarjeet. Okay, so moving on to prioritized jurisdictions. As Amarjeet mentioned, in the last quarter, we've developed specific and tailored correspondence to each of these jurisdictions. And then as part of that, or part of the vetting process for that, we got in contact with the relevant board members and/or technical advisors from the particular jurisdictions, requested their feedback in terms of, so the correspondence essentially sets out our understanding of the current situation in terms of adoption of sustainability reporting, assurance, or where they are in terms of the IESA or intentions in terms of the IESA. And then seeking or asking the jurisdiction whether there's any particular matters they need assistance with, or in terms of implementation or capacity building. So we've developed all those, received the feedback from all the board members and technical advisors. So I just wanted to thank everyone for your time and effort to provide that feedback to us. And now we're in the process of disseminating those correspondence to the relevant bodies in the particular jurisdictions, whether it's a PAO or regulator, and getting those correspondence back out to those entities, and then we'll monitor the responses from the relevant jurisdictional organisations and assess any requests for IESBA support, whether it's on A&I and/or capacity building, and then take the next steps from there.
Just to add there as well, so the purpose of this correspondence is to develop jurisdictional profile, where a jurisdiction is in terms of adoption of not only IESA, but also the reporting standards of ISSB, IAASB. And this is a moving target because things keep changing. So, but this kind of refinement of the correspondence will help us in raising the right kind of issues with each jurisdiction and explore how we can work with them in terms of promoting our standards.
And then the other jurisdictions on our list, due to resourcing, we've had to sort of prioritise other matters, and we haven't furthered the jurisdictional process, but they are in process at the moment, and we will move on to those when we have the capacity. And that's pretty much it for me. I'll pass over to Elaine now to go through the partnership framework.
Thanks, John. So operationalizing the partnership framework has been a critical focus for the A&I working group. Since the last board meeting, we've evaluated potential partners in these 5 targeted stakeholder categories shown here. And I'll walk through at a high level our evaluation process that have led to our recommendations. So one thing I think we should keep in mind for the first phase is that we've kept that list narrow. So those 8 initial potential partners, due to resource constraints and just wanting to make sure that we get off the ground. And so we realized that this needs to be a bit of an iterative process, and we haven't yet reached out to the potential partners.
So we have made an initial assumption about resources, which is one of the factors here. So for example, the concrete near-term deliverables and resources that the partner might be able to commit. So if after reaching out to a partner, if they don't have the resources to commit to be an effective partner, we might not proceed with that organization. And so the considerations for how we selected the partners were considered through the gating and ranking criteria. And so, as Amarjeet mentioned, we met fortnightly, first in order to adjust and refine this comprehensive gating and ranking process. So in order to practically evaluate the criteria that was approved by the board in the terms of reference. So we looked at these 7 categories and other considerations, and they are described at a high level in attachment 7A. And so as a reminder, the gating criteria we used were high-level screening questions. So organizations that didn't pass these questions were put aside for future consideration. And then we evaluated different ranking criteria to provide a rationale and evidence base for considering these proposed partners. And each of the proposed partners, Amarjeet will discuss in more depth, but there's also a brief rationale included in that high-level attachment in 7A. And so I'd be happy to talk about any of these criteria, but at a high level, we did look at things like reputation. Is the entity credible, in good reputational standing? Would IESBA want to be associated with this organization? The resources I mentioned was the clear deliverable and ability to be a leverage model capability. So for example, this could be technical capability for subject matter expertise, or perhaps even operational capabilities such as convening power or project delivery capability. So track record includes consideration of their history in delivering on comparable requests. So have they had experience in successfully completing certain initiatives, technical work, or implementation support? Size or scale includes that overall footprint and structural scale of the organization. So that could be the membership size, the funding and resources, global and regional standing of the organization. Reach covers more of the ability to convene or influence or provide access to priority audiences across relevant jurisdictions. And impact considers whether working with this partner would help us move the needle. So are we preaching to the choir, or are we, in working with this organization, going to be able to make a tangible difference? And then there were other key factors. So if there's something unique about an organization, we also allowed for consideration of any unique circumstances, such as strategic timing or abilities to leverage existing outreach or other considerations. And so with that, I'll go ahead and I'll pass it over to Amarjeet to discuss some of the SAC comments and the partners.
Yeah, Eden, if we can stay on the same just for 1 second. So this criteria which is listed in this slide, board had approved this criteria, I think in March or maybe in the previous December board meeting. So during this time, when we started implementing the framework, board gave us approval for high-level partnership framework. Then we further, built on what do these terms mean, reputation, resources, and so on. So these have been detailed in the papers that been circulated in this board meeting. So I just wanted to flag that. Now we can move to the next one. So stakeholder, before we get to the list of partners, the Stakeholder Advisory Council, it met in Madrid in last week of April. And I believe there was a session on the partnership framework. The broad sense which I have is that the SAC was supportive of the partnership framework. as a pragmatic way to strengthen A&I through more structured and outcome-oriented collaboration. But this is a broader sort of takeaway from this meeting. They also had some feedback and some specific inputs, comments, observations, which we've listed here on the left-hand side, and on the right-hand side, this is the response of the group. So the first is, I think there were some concerns that when we are onboarding a partner, are we protecting our independence? So our response to that is that we are onboarding a partner solely for the purpose of promotion of implementation of IESA, and going forward, other parts of IESBA code. We are not going to involve the partners for any standard setting work as such. They will not be a part of that activity. So we don't really see any issue on independence in terms of taking them on board as partners. Second was, there was a suggestion that can we add a governance layer? And what they mean by that is, in case you are taking someone as a partner, can you put a IESBA nominee there in that organization? That we feel is not very practical given our resource constraints. And in case there are issues, we can see how to deal with it. But at this moment, we don't really see the need for putting our nominees or kind of coming on the governance of those partners in any manner whatsoever. Thirdly, there was some confusion around the use of the term partnership. In fact, to be candid and transparent, there is some division of views amongst the A&I working group members also, whether this term is the right term or not, because I think it's a perception issue. So are we, are we going too far in terms of calling some entity as a partner? So is it the right word? But some of us feel, some of us in the group feel that we are very clear, irrespective of the term that we are using, we are very clear what is expected out of this relationship, if you don't want to call it partnership. So we really, I mean, it seems there is not much of an issue, but we can discuss that. Then another suggestion is that we should focus on development banks, regional institutions, and business groups and chambers of commerce. So we are very much aligned with this comment because in our prioritization also we are factoring in such institutions. So with this, let me come to the prospective partners. So as Elaine mentioned, this is a very narrow list, and we are yet to reach out to these institutions. But we put these institutions through a very rigorous process, through a rigorous, we've applied our criteria very rigorously. We've also done gating and ranking and so on, which was explained in the previous slide. So I'll just give you a little flavor and the breakup of this list of prospective partners. So in this list, we have 3 global institutions. One is World Bank, second is IESCO, and another one is ACCA, which I believe works globally. There are 4 regional bodies, Africa, representing Africa, Asia Pacific, Latin America, and Europe. And 1 country-specific body, which is again, it is a part of our priority list. So all the entities which are listed here, they are part of the stakeholders that we have identified. Of course, not all stakeholders are represented here today because of resource constraints. So this is our phased approach. This is a phase 1 first list. We have not started engaging with them. We thought we'll just bring it to the board and take the views of the board as well. And then, we start engaging, and then we'll keep adding as we go along. We'll cover others also. So that's pretty much on the prospective partners. Yeah, and then of course we invite comments on what we presented.
Okay, can I just add one thing just in relation to SOCPA and the reason why we've specifically chosen that from one jurisdiction, just to add that they are in the process of developing a knowledge hub for the region. And in terms of sharing information, documentation, doing translations, etc., to enable that for other jurisdictions in the region. And as you would have seen in the previous slide, we do have 3 jurisdictions that are in our priority within that region. So we see that as broader than just targeting one particular jurisdiction at this point, that it is a broader approach.
Yeah, I kind of agree. So that gives us a foot into not just Saudi Arabia, but also other Gulf nations through Saudi Arabia. So that's the thinking.
So then we just had the questions which are in the agenda paper as well, but just if the IESBA members have any comments or views on the updated action plan, our response to the SAC comments, the list of prospective partners that Amajit's gone through, and next steps. So I'll pass it back to you, Gabriella, in terms of any questions, comments.
Thank you very much, Amajit and John and Elaine. Again, this is a very important part of our work. I would have one comment and one question probably myself, but I will leave it, or I can make it now. So with respect to the SAC comments, there was that question about any possible undue influence that any of these organizations might be putting in practice or whatever, that we might suffer. So some slight concerns about possible issues with independence, our independence, and etc. I think that this was very well responded and overcome for 2 reasons, because I think that for 3 reasons mostly. Because first, this is based on a very structured, as we see, number of criteria, objective criteria, clear criteria, which defends us, protects us a lot from any considerations of that nature. Secondly, because the organizations that were targeted, that are being targeted, are, as you explained, either global, regional, so they are collective organizations representing a big number of associate or members or whatever. So it's not one organization, with the exception of SOCPA. And in that respect, I'd like to say that, yes, we should explore every opportunity to partner with this kind of knowledge or capacity building hubs, because it's an incredible way of leveraging our outreach. But you also mentioned something, Amajit, which I think is very important in that respect and needs to be very well explained, that this is, at least as we are envisaging and planning it, a partnership program for adoption and implementation of the existing standards, et cetera, et cetera. It's not to engage on the development of the standards and the products and et cetera, which is a completely different thing. So this is really along the lines that ISSP has been putting in practice, and IOSCO as well, these capacity building programs, which mean that they have a product and then they go out with the product and leverage on others' capacity outreach and reach and et cetera to multiply the impact of that product. With this, I think that we are in a very good position. I was wondering, and that's why I question you, Amajit, if you had approached these organizations that you are suggesting, putting here for the board members to consider as the 7 or 8 first ones. But on reflection, I think it's better that we discuss this with the board before approaching these organizations, because someone here might have any concern, and then it would be a little bit not very wise to approach them before the board members say, yes, we are comfortable that we explore a possible partnership or whatever we want to call it with this organization. So I'm completely comfortable with this approach because it's very robust, based in very robust criteria, approach, etc. I don't see any issue, and it was good that the SAC members made that question because it made us think about, well, are there here any risks that we should be attentive to, any perception risks, and etc. But I think that the members who asked it were perfectly comfortable after it was explained how this is working, what is this for, and etc. So I think this is a very promising project or plan or whatever in terms of making use of other organizations to leverage our capacity. So
can I quickly respond to just
please,
one or two
please
points?
Please do.
So just want to clarify, this list was not shown to SAC. So this is just an internal list. That is one. Second is in the annexure to the main note in agenda item 7A, against each of these jurisdictions, we've listed out the reasons as to why we are selecting them, how they meet the criteria. So it's very transparent. And C, as you rightly said, we didn't want to start reaching out without coming to the board. So
that's very reasonable. And on top of all that, you are speaking about 7, I think, organizations which cover the whole globe. So from all regions, so you're not favoring 1 or 2 regions or organizations, but speaking about, of course, they will not go all at the same time. But anyway, it's very comprehensive. Okay, so comments, questions from board members on the what has been presented. Luigi, please.
Yeah, just a brief comment on the concept of partnership and threat to independence and something like that. Probably it is just an optic matter, we can say, because the term partner sometimes is linked to close business relationships or something like that. But I think that by reading the list of targeted entity or organization, I do not think that anyone reasonable could assert that there is a risk of any way, of any sort in terms of independence. Probably it is the word that we are using that is calling this appearance, but de facto, I don't see any issue.
We can call it, we can call them something different. Let's call them friends, IESBA friends. I don't know. Sadia, please.
In the previous discussion, we spoke about capacity and how we need to manage it. And I was just wondering whether an invitation to 7 organizations at the same time might be us not considering whether we have sufficient capacity. Also, these partnership agreements or whatever they get called in the end might look differently for different organizations because they all in a different either an adoption or implementation spectrum. So we might need to think about what capacity and what this means for the staff, especially so that we don't sell ourselves too thin.
Yeah, thank you for that note, Sadia. And again, we will have the opportunity tomorrow and after tomorrow to think about where we want to deploy our resources and how we want to deploy our resources in face of the many projects and challenges that we have. Luigi, do you still want to say something? No, John, please.
Thank you, Gabriella. My question is not about the partnership framework. It's about the interactions with IFAC and getting clarity around the level of adoption or lack of adoption of the IESBA code overall. John, you mentioned that we know that the data that's available on the IFAC website, we have concerns over. I guess my question is, what timetable do we think we're operating under to be able to have something which is more accurate and more meaningful? And the reason I'm asking that is we continue to hear challenges that people say, well, why are we bothering doing all these things? Because IESBA isn't really important anyway. It isn't really that adopted anyway. And having facts that are publicly available to be able to counter that would be really quite helpful.
Yeah, I'll address that as best I can. Feel free to jump in at any point if you want to add anything. So what we do know is, well, based on the data, I think it's 117 jurisdictions are on the 2018 version of the code or later, and there's about 140 thereabouts in total. So that means earlier than that. But in saying that, yes, so when you look at the database, some of them, when they were last assessed, has been some years ago, but they now have a dedicated person specifically working on this, and they've been cleaning up the data over the last few months. So the last few times I've been in, I've noticed that the assessments are very much up to date in the ones that I've looked at, like 2026. So there has definitely been a cleansing of that data over the last few months. They are looking at finalising this process by the end of the year in terms of cleansing the data, refining the definitions, so sort of based on some of that feedback we gave, but also other stakeholders in terms of the definitions. But then they would need to be assessed, because what they're being assessed on at the moment is the current definition. So we still have concerns about how those definitions work in practice and reality. But in theory, so therefore, if they go through that process, do some of the cleansing and the reframing of the definitions by the end of the year, and then they would be assessed on those new definitions in 2027. So that's my understanding of the process. But yeah, Ken, if you wanted to add anything on that.
Yeah, all I would add, John, is that the conversation is ongoing. And in fact, what we need to do on our side is really to track their internal discussions as they're looking at the definitions of what is adopted, what is partially adopted, what is not adopted. As John has alluded to in his earlier remarks, we have significant concerns around the concept, how they have defined the concept of adopted. We think actually that definition has certain flaws to it, which results in some mischaracterizations of some jurisdictions as being partial adopters, when in fact one would objectively consider those jurisdictions to be full adopters. So they're looking at these definitions, and these definitions are critical in making sure that jurisdictions are actually put in the proper buckets. So, John, maybe what we need to do is really understand and maybe see whether we can have some confirmation of their timeline so that we can inform the board. And I would be minded to invite, in fact, we had invited the IFAC team to come to the board to give an update to the board, but they indicated to us that they were not ready, precisely because they were taking a fresh look at the definitions, etc. But I think as they are working on this now, I think if we tee up a session maybe at the December board for a full update, essentially, so that board members here would have an opportunity to really engage with the data, any definitions that would have been refreshed by then, and of course ask any questions, and then have a clear understanding of the forward trajectory.
Yeah, thanks, Ken. I'll do that. What I'll do is, find out the timeline and provide an update at the September board meeting. But yeah, then, like I said, seek to have an update from IFAC at December. I think actually prior to the restructure, there was an intention for them to come to this December meeting as well anyway. So we'll revisit that with them and try and...
Yes, indeed. And that's what I just said, which is that we had asked them to come prepared for an update to the board. But like I said, they were not ready. But the other thing I also would be remiss not to mention to the board is that in the conversation we had with ISU Committee 1 last week, the regulators also pressed for updated information. They really wanted to know the status of adoption of the code, because that is important information for them to understand how far the code is adopted around the world, obviously for their monitoring purposes, etc. So again, there are a number of stakeholders that are very interested in the firms, of course. The firms are very interested, the former firms. And our concern really, and I think Gabriela has heard as much in her interactions with former firms, there is some misperceptions about the level of adoption of the code. And that is not really something that, we should be comfortable here in the context of our board discussion, when there is information that's being circulated that mischaracterizes the extent of adoption. I think based on the data that at least we have received from IFAC, as John has indicated, there are 117 jurisdictions that have adopted or used the code for purposes of national adoption or promulgation of relevant ethical requirements. So that's 115 jurisdictions from the 2018 or later versions. Now, could that data, that number, be more refined and be, let's say, turned into some sort of more accurate depiction of the status? That's my belief. It certainly can be improved in terms of the level of accuracy. But if one wanted a broad sense of the breadth of adoption, that's probably the best we have at the moment.
So just to sort of, Ken, if I may suggest, when we talk to IFAC, it would really be helpful if we can ask them for some evidence in terms of whatever claims are made. Some link, let's say if somebody says it's adopted, it must have entered the rule book of that jurisdiction. Can we get a link to that? So that would be helpful.
Yes, and in fact, we had asked this in the survey. John, do you want to speak a bit to that?
Sorry, can you just repeat the question? Because the information at the moment does set out how it's adopted and who's adopted it. It's just in terms of the timeliness, et cetera, which is the issue. But are you talking about that, or are you talking about forward-looking?
I see implementation, adoption could mean different things to different people. So we need a better handle. I mean, what I'm trying to say is that in case there's a claim that the code, whatever code has been, whatever 2018 or later has been adopted, means what? Did you just issue a press release? Did you actually consult? What was the process followed? Did you, is it enforceable? Is it a part of the regulations, internal regulations and so on? So these are some hard questions. So some evidence to back the claim would be useful. That's what I'm saying. Then we'll get a better understanding of what is going on.
And sorry, just to come back on that a little bit, I completely agree that we need a better handle. Telling us that there are 117 territories that have adopted the code since 2018 or later isn't spectacularly helpful, because if you very quickly just ask the question, well, what is new in the code since 2019? It is an awful lot. So to say that the IESBA code is adopted since 2019, all of the sustainability, non-assurance services, PI, technology, tax planning and services. So if you give that as a response to somebody and they actually listen to what you've just said, they will say, well, so what? Because that doesn't mean that actually the code as it stands today or as in the last couple of years is in any way adopted. So I do think that we need to really push either by ourselves or push IFAC to be able to be really clear as to what actual level of adoption is there. And then we as a board can use that information to say, are we comfortable? Are we happy? Is there more that we should be doing?
So yeah, just to respond to that, I totally agree, John, and that's what we've been discussing with them. That was one in our written submission, that we need more granularity in terms of what the adoption means, and back to your point as well. So, I mean, I guess, for example, if they have adopted the 2025 version of the code, then we know that they've adopted everything that's been in place there. But what we were talking to them about too is, and this comes back to the assessment of partially adopted, it could be that there's a particular standard that hasn't been, or a part of a standard that hasn't been adopted, but there may be a specific reason why, but that actually drops them down to partially adopted, even though there may be a legitimate reason behind it. And what we've asked or requested is more granularity around that aspect as well, as to whether there's a particular impediment in a jurisdiction, like the example I gave around Brazil, where there's a specific legislative impediment preventing them from adopting that particular thing. So then why should they be considered partially adopted rather than adopted, where there's so we've asked for that further granularity. And in fact, what we're talking about, because there's such a big jump from adopted to partially adopted. When you think of partially adopted, it almost sounds like 50% or less. But the reality is it's a big spectrum in there between. So we think that there needs to be some sort of layer in between adopted and partially adopted. So that's part of the discussion we had with them as well, that needs to be more granularity to be able to explain, specificities in jurisdictions.
Okay, so 1 second, because we have Sadia.
Um, I think we should go into the detail of what partially adopted means because it's a wide spectrum. I also just wanted to react to we should look into the due process and whether it's regulated. I would caution there. There's a lot of jurisdictions that don't have a regulator, and the way that dealing with the capacity that they have, it might be a different due process than some other jurisdictions that may require it. In South Africa, and just to give you context, we get a partially adopted, but we have two accounting organizations that fall under IFAC. They adopt. We are a jurisdictional standard setter. We adopt. But we have 8 other organizations that can prepare financial statements. And because they are become accountant in terms of our Companies Act, they might not be actually actively preparing those accountants might not be actually doing that. Because they aren't part of the IFAC or adopting the code, we get a partially adopted because they are accountants in our country that don't adopt the code. And that's kind of unfair. So even like in sustainability, the 3 organizations that would be doing sustainability assurance or reporting from the PAs would have adopted, but we would get a partially adopted because those accounting bodies didn't adopt the code. So there is, I think, that kind of understanding of where, when you're looking at a jurisdiction, what partially adopted means is important.
So just on specifically to that point, we use South Africa as one of the examples and that exact point that you've just raised. And we were saying that it doesn't make sense that you say a jurisdiction is not adopted if it's a body that's not even a member of yours, where you have no influence, no, in terms of that particular cohort of the total population. So that was another point we specifically raised with IPAC as a concern because it just doesn't really make sense to us. Yeah. So.
Yeah, it's unfair, as you said, and it's very dangerous for us. But I'll get there. Shana, please.
So, John, it was when you were explaining, you said 117, and what you meant was altogether there's 140, not that 140 has not adopted, right?
So so there's 140 that have adopted the code in some form. Some are very old.
Okay.
But there's 117.
Who are on the 2018 or later.
Yeah, but when you assess them, if you're on the 2018 version of the code, if you're assessed as partially adopted. The only way you're assessed as adopted is if you're on the version of the code that's effective at the date they do the assessment. And so that's the other concern we've raised is that, Australia is an example where it does get, the due process gets done really quickly and it all goes through, but that's because you've got direct responsibility or direct control over the process. But other jurisdictions, that's not the case where there may be legislative things that has to go through, or there's various other things, or translations, or there's things that can create impediments to it adopting it on a timely basis. And that's what we're talking about, is that we think there needs to be that granularity and to look at historical performance, or however you want to put it, in terms of have they historically adopted and been proactive about adopting, and that there may be a legitimate reason as to why they may be one version behind or 2 versions behind.
Yeah, so I just wanted to clarify, because otherwise somebody listening might think there are 140 who have not adopted. And also this partial adoption, I was helping John with trying to assess Sri Lanka because I have some contacts there. And then I was looking at the IFAC profile for Sri Lanka, and it says partially adopted. But in Sri Lanka, the Institute of Chartered Accountants are pretty much on the latest version. But there is another body of accounting technicians who are not even at the PA level, but is a IFAC member body. But actually, it doesn't really matter. Once the Institute of Chartered Accountants adopt it, that's the one that's in the law. That's the one that's been used for audits and everything. So, the other body really doesn't count. So you have to pretty much, it's like Sri Lanka should be classified as adopted, but in the thing it's going as partially adopted. So I think you need to use some brains and sort of see what does it mean in that country, rather than sort of saying, just because one group is not there, not to classify it as partially adopted. So I think there are few issues there.
Thanks, John. And just so you know, we also use Sri Lanka as another example in our submission as well.
Thank you. Rania, please.
Can you? Good now? Maybe.
Yeah, so I just wanted to mention that if we're talking about granularity, it's also important to consider that there's, I mean, the adopters, the partial adopters, and then there's the issue of implementation and enforcement and monitoring, and these are very different. They can be very different. So, so again, if we want an in-depth understanding, I guess we should also look at this, I mean, at granularity down to this level. Yeah.
Thank you, Rania. So this is a very difficult topic, a very important one, a very difficult and a very risky one. First thing, as we see from this conversation, this is not an easy topic, and even for IFAC, with all the issues that we have seen, we understand that to do this in depth and with a level of granularity which avoids any bias, this is a very, very resource. It consumes a lot of resources, and it's a very difficult exercise. So the point here is not to blame, but to recognize a reality, which is we don't have reliable data about this adoption and implementation. And the fact that we don't have it and the exercise is so difficult allows something, can call it misperceptions. And I think I'm going to be nice and keep the word, but I think that these misperceptions, to say the least, are serving some narratives which then serve some purposes. So this idea that is being spread everywhere that the IESBA code is not adopted is a little bit insidious, and I have heard it in places where people don't understand enough what we do. Even IOSCO, I heard it at IOSCO. We heard questions at IOSCO, but I heard from someone with responsibilities at IOSCO saying, "I'm listening, I'm hearing everywhere that your code is not adopted." So, and we know that this is not true, and that if this idea sticks, the journey and the direction and some decisions may be very dangerous based on false information. Thirdly, yeah, we hear some incredible things. Chan and I heard in a meeting someone saying, "Why do you care?" I mean, basically, she said, why are you working and trying to do things if your code is only adopted in 60 countries? But at IOSCO, someone mentioned 3. So the person who mentioned it was like almost making fun of what he heard. But he said, I already have heard that the code is only adopted in 3 countries. Now, we need to understand where this comes from, because, I mean, even if people are a little bit irresponsible or don't understand, etc., this is becoming a pervasive and very toxic narrative around the world about. Hector had a conversation in Argentina as well, because he got exactly the same challenge, like, why are you doing FCG? What for, if your code is not adopted anyway? So we need to be very careful. And that meeting, that call that we had a few weeks ago, I mentioned that, and I'm happy that I mentioned, because Hector made use of the information that was shared by Dan and etc. But we need to be very careful. It's a very difficult exercise. We don't have, and it's better to have clear that we don't have the resources to do it properly as well. If we think that we IESBA are gonna understand what happens in 150 countries in detail, I mean, IESB may have the resources to do that. We don't. So this is again one more element for conversation, probably today and tomorrow, and going forward, because we need to decide how much we want to. We want to put this as a priority, adoption and implementation. I guess it is, and how we want to put it in our more broad adoption and implementation strategy. And if this is really a priority for us, and we think that it's strategically fundamental to work on this, then we'll need to think again about additional creative ways of addressing this. The partnership or friendship, or I don't know what to call it, plan is part of it, but I don't know. I'm just thinking maybe in the future we may externalize some work. I mean, sometimes we spend some money with consultants or this or that. Maybe we need to, I don't know, externalize this work and say, do it for once, go around the world and tell us what's happening. I don't know. This is just an idea. And maybe you will say, no, this does not deserve that many resources, and we won't do anything. But it's important that the board has front of mind that we have a problem here, and we have a problem that it's not only about, it's sad because we do so much good work and it's not recognized as being implemented. It may have consequences going forward with respect to some decisions that may be made and some narratives serving some possible decisions. This idea that the code is irrelevant, that it's not adopted anywhere, and then why should we care about this, right? Amajit.
No, just to echo what you said, I think you said most of what I wanted to say. So unless, see, at a fundamental level, unless the standards which we set here in the board, unless they are implemented, they have only shelf value. They don't drive any change on the ground, right? So we need to get that very clear. And there's so there are two things. One is there is a lack of clarity on what is the status of implementation. A. B, we are also seeing increasing lack of appetite, if I can say, for new standards. There's so much pushback on anything that you want to do. So we are caught between these two extremes, and I think it calls for a bit of a better balance between standard setting and implementation efforts. What that balance is, how do we prioritize, how do we allocate resources, that of course needs to be thought through carefully. But I guess focus on implementation probably is the need of the hour, and it should go up.
Thank you, Amajit. That was the reflection behind the creation of the Adoption and Implementation Working Group, which was initially understood externally as a little bit strange. But I think that where we are today, it's obvious that it was not only a meaningful decision, but a very important one, very relevant one. My last question, probably you won't have an answer. You are developing this jurisdictional profiles. Actually, at IOSCO, the chair of C1, he said, maybe you should prepare some jurisdictional profiles. And I said, we are doing that already. And he said, no, not for sustainability, for the code itself. Well, I said, we would love to do it. I don't know if we have the capacity, but my question is, what's the plan with respect to the sustainability jurisdictional profiles? Is that you continue doing this until the effective date, and then we'll see what to do, or what's your perspective?
I can answer, and maybe John, you can add to that. So when we started doing this, actually we took a cue from IESBA. So IESBA does the same thing. They develop the jurisdictional profile and they publish it also. So basically, jurisdiction can see where it is in terms of status of implementation. So we are heading in that direction. We would at some point, when we are confident that we've got all the facts right, we would like to publish it. And publication has two objectives. It is a very gentle nudge to the institutions, to the jurisdictions who have not done anything in that space, just to sort of show that, look, and we would probably like to check with jurisdiction before publishing it. But whether we publish it or not, at what point we publish, that is one issue. It is anyway helping us understand better the status of implementation, and then orient our strategy according to the profile that we see. I mean, we can tailor make our interventions there in light of what we see there. But John, you can add.
Yes, I just like to add to that. I think in a longer term aspect, in terms of profiles beyond sustainability, it's really part of one of the 15 SMART initiatives, which we'll talk about on Thursday. So that longer term thing around profiles is actually part of one of the initiatives there. So maybe if we can hold off on that, we'll cover that on Thursday.
Okay, I'll just take to your attention, in case you haven't seen it, that the new IESBA, on the new IESBA page website, now you have the map. It's of course it's IFAC's information, so and I think it's there a note. There is a note there saying this is IFAC's information, so we don't take the responsibility of that information. But you have a map with a not for sustainability but for the code, with the jurisdictions which adopt the code. And then if you click in each jurisdiction with your finger, you can see if it's fully adopted or partial adopted or something like that. It's not much, but at least I think it gives you, looking at the map, at least challenges these statements, these very, very concerning statements that the code is not adopted, or the code is adopted in 3 jurisdictions or 60 jurisdictions or whatever. So I would suggest that you visit that page and the IESBA new refreshed web page, because there is interesting information there about the IESBA. I remember when at some point we were working with someone, when we worked with Brunswick, and they were saying, well, we went to your website, but you didn't have the information that we needed to understand who you are, what's your mission, what's your vision, and what you do. I think that we are making progress in that respect, and that is support work also to taking to additional proximity, which hopefully will also serve the objective of increased adoption and implementation. And so it's not only one action, it's not only going there and speaking with people. We need to build a lot of things around in terms of awareness of our existence and our mission, our respectability, credibility, professionalism, and all these things. Okay. From your side, Amarjit, John, Elaine, anything else?
Not really. I mean, on the use of the term partners, if I guess people are comfortable. In fact, Deepa just suggested on WhatsApp to me, can we call them adoption and implementation partners? So I was just thinking, shall we just say implementation partners or just partners? I mean, we have all the choices to make. If it helps, I mean, I personally on substance, I really don't see much issue because we are defining what it means. So.
I will be comfortable with whatever the board is comfortable. So partner, if you don't want to consider friends. That'd be nice. Yes, my friends.
Yeah. I think whichever term the board wishes to use will always draw some, let's say, level of anxiety or concern around, well, are you a bit too close to a particular stakeholder, etc. So whether you call them collaborators or friends or, partners in crime.
I think that Amarjit's point was to add something to the partners to clarify that what we are doing is a post-standard work,
yes,
and not developing the work with them. But I mean,
yeah, I think some qualifier might help.
Okay.
And let's allow some flexibility. If you've not approached the partners, they themselves may have sensitivities, obviously they'd be willing to support, but they might say, well, that doesn't mean I've endorsed all of the IOSCO will maintain a distance from the standard setting. So framing it in the support for the adoption might help. But I'd say leave a little bit of flexibility. So when you are engaging with the prospective partners, you've got some flexibility if there, for some reason, they see something that's more fitting.
So if I understand correctly, so we put adjective before partners. We say implementation partners. Will that help?
Well, I would go with both, adoption and implementation.
Adoption and implementation partners?
Yes, because some of the organizations you're addressing are really global organizations, and they may have reach into jurisdictions that are not yet adopters.
you're looking, for example, at ACCA or even IESCO has a very global mandate, even the regional professional accountancy bodies, again, they make up a wide swath of jurisdictions within their region. So it's really both.
We could call them that, but it becomes a little longish. It's not so elegant. So, I mean, I'm just. So.
To the group to think what's the best, based in this discussion, what's the best?
Because if you say implementation, it sort of subsumes adoption.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. It's almost implicit that you need to have first adoption before you even get to implementation.
All right, thank you very much. I would just like to thank all the working group members, Vanya, David, Rania, Obi, for their contributions to, and Deepa, of course, apart from Elaine and John. I think they've done heavy lifting, but of course we meet every fortnight and we spend time debating these issues. Thank you very much, everybody.
Thank you very much to the adoption and implementation working group for the very good work and very important as we see. I suspect that some of these conversations will be resumed tomorrow and after tomorrow, but we'll see. And thank you very much, board members. We managed to finish 1 minute before 5:30, so we are being very effective. Sorry, Philippe, I'm so sorry. Sorry.
No, just because I have a question. In terms of targeting, I'd like to understand, considering the list, of your implementation partners and so on, why you don't value the relationship with the regulators. Because in many countries, the adoption totally depends on the position of regulators. You can speak about IOSCO, they don't have, the authority to adopt. For example, in most of the European countries, the adoption can only come from regulators. So why don't you put them in the game?
Sure. So, we already have them in mind. Can you show that slide, please? Those targeted stakeholders slide. Oh, okay. So I'll tell you what is the list of targeted stakeholders. It is not only the global and regional organizations, which we've covered in the first list. Then we have regulators and standard setters. So regulators are very much part of the plan. Professional and industry bodies, applicable non-profit organizations. So what I mean by this is any NPO, non-profit organization, which is focused on promotion of ethics, any part of the world, and our work can resonate with them. So they could also be a potential partner, plus the practitioners as well. So it's a list. We'll just show you on the slide. Yeah, this is the list here.
Yeah, and if I may, to be specific, I was just wondering why, we can find IFIA on this list. Because I think that, in terms of communication and adoption, the IFIA members, are all the regulators of the big countries. So, and IFIA, tell me if I'm wrong, but I think they are part of a monitoring group also. So I think it's a key player in the game.
No, sure. We will apply the criteria and definitely.
It's a question. I don't want to interfere with your approach. It's not my role, but it's to understand the way you consider your targets, for that.
I think it's a good question, Philippe. And of course, we will consider that possibility. I suspect, to your first question, why don't you approach regulators? But then with the second question somehow responds. Regulators, the adoption by regulators is a very much individual initiative. So it's much more difficult to approach regulators individually. If you are, yes, it's a possibility. Still, their ability to act with the individual regulators is very limited, as far as I understand. It would be very difficult to have a decision or a deliberation or an orientation, even from IFIA, their members to, but okay, but of course, we will take that on board as well. The idea was to start with the regional the groups which have this power and this ability of mobilizing their members, which conceptually IFIA should be able to do as well. But we'll see. Thank you for the note. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else?
No, it's okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much to all of you. So the session is closed for today, and we'll be back tomorrow at 9. Don't forget that the instructions from us to get to be dressed business casual. I think it's the recommendation, because there will be no time between the board meeting and the social activity. So be prepared. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.